Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on Very Easy. I am joined on commentary by the old veteran, former world record holder, Mac McD. Welcome, dude. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing pretty good. It is a lovely sunny Saturday afternoon. And I'm sitting inside watching Metal Gear Solid 2, as is my normal state of being.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing that on a weekend or any day for that matter. But in a few moments, we'll get this race underway and we'll tell you a little bit about the runners. And away they go. So, Makarov 360, MayuuChaan, two relatively newer runners to the scene. Makarov has a PB of a in the 105 range. Mayu's in the 106 range. Both have tools and skills to definitely win this race. They both are very good runners. Both part of VE League, which is featured on this channel every Thursday. And I love their life bars. Go Rations, go Caloriemates. That's a nice
Oh,
little.
that is very cute. I'm a big
That
fan of
is
that.
that is very good. You can do that with the trainer, edit that. So that is very cool to see for this race. Um, these two are actually going to be racing next week in VE League. So while this doesn't count towards their league race, it's kind of a preview of what we're going to see with them next week. So kind of interesting to see.
We're getting a few. That's their second preview race this week because we had me and Apache the other day in a non-counted race. But yeah, both of these runners, I'd say their PBs aren't representative of their skill. Makarov is easily a 104 runner, and Mayu is easily a 105 runner. They're just, like we all do, they're having trouble getting that one run put together. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw either one of these
I've been with the
fairly
unit
new
since
runners
I was born.
PB
I grew up on
today.
the battlefield,
Yeah,
conflict,
definitely
a
and
decent-
for my parents.
Definitely a decent chance.
The
So
youth is my
Makarov got a more favorable right side Olga. It's a lot easier to deal
We've
with, a
shared
lot less
everything.
RNG to deal
All
with.
the bad
Now you
and
got
all
the left side Olga, but
Fire.
is getting the loop down successfully. No gobbledygook RNG nonsense here from Olga. So two clean Olgas to start this race. Very, very
Very
nice.
good, Olgas. Great start. It's always nice to see when Olga cooperates in a race because you can get a pretty nasty split right off of the bat just through Olga not necessarily working with you, or even one
Ooh,
missed shot. So
Mayu gets a Dav drop, gets the animation cancel to save almost a second. Very, very nice.
Makarov
Makarov has stopped. I don't
maybe
know
a
what that was
controller
about.
issue.
I hope not.
We're synced.
Well, maybe he just wants to make it more dramatic. I'm not
There
sure.
you go.
But
What a guy.
if you roll there, a little shaky for Makarov early. Mayu's out in front by a little bit right now, but definitely some issues early for Makarov.
Coming to the crew lounge. Is anybody going to shoot this guard like I do? Makarov fires a shot in his direction. Is completely unnecessary, but the reason I do it is I don't like the alert sound masking the sound of equipping my camera. So if anybody's ever wondering why I fire that guy, that's why.
Disable a rapid
That's a fair
fire.
point. It's a fair point.
I got him. Send.
All right, Makarov is going to go for the newer swag strat where you shoot the radio, jump in front of the guard, shoot the radio, and then you'll eventually get a caution and skip a little mini cutscene at the end of the engine room. Mayu is doing the 1974 way of just shaking the guard, rolling down the stairs, and then she will eat the cutscene. Loses about a second, but it's very small.
Yeah, it might be just what helps even this back out when we get up to that door here, actually.
Look out for the intruder.
Yep.
Virtually in sync.
Enable a rapid fire.
And neither of them blew up the ship. Very nice.
Disable
Definitely
a rapid
don't
fire.
want to do that.
No.
Arizona Bridge checkpoint passed.
We got a race so far, you guys.
Personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes time for the scheduled
Close early,
session
but
with the commandant.
Guard Rush can separate people.
You're ordered to
And for anybody who's watched VE League over the last couple of months, the holds are brutal.
Yes, the holds
Enable
are
rapid-
notorious.
Disable a rapid fire. Enable a rapid fire.
All right, good job for both not to get the alert.
Excellent.
Can do this room a couple different ways, shooting the USP early to get the last guard back in place, or just getting in front of a guard to trank him. Both can be effective, both pretty even, but let's see guard rush out of these competitors.
Disable a rapid fire.
Makarov missing his first set of shots, and the first guard gets away from him.
Yeah, he's got to watch his ammo. He's down to 2 bullets, so he's got to
Uh-oh.
start M9ing guards. It's not good.
He was ready for that.
Oh, and he misses. He's got to trank the
Oh,
rest.
no.
Disable a rapid
Oh
fire.
man,
That
Mayu's
was gonna
already
be that was
out.
gonna be even if not for that one missed shot.
Yep. You don't want to end on M9 for a couple reasons, because you need the USP for ladder glitch, and if you trank the last guards,
Disable a
the
rapid
animation is just way slower. The guards have to fully despawn after they go to sleep. It just takes forever for that fight to end. All right, clean ladder glitch from Mayu and clean from Makarov as well. Can they escape Hellhold 1?
So far, so good.
fire. Enable a rapid fire.
So far, so good.
Excellent. That is always scary. That to this day, that flick shot scares me in that
Disable a
room.
rapid fire.
Freeze.
Yeah, it's one of those things for me where if I'm feeling it, I'll go for it. If not, then I
Enable
won't.
a rapid fire.
You just pause
I
and
don't-
take the shot carefully, or
Or go around. Like when I was against Platonic Thursday, I actually did the JoJo thing and just paused and shot him just to play it safe.
yeah.
So, but both of them out of the first 2 holds, that's really the hardest part unless they screw up photos. Makarov going for the slightly more risky 2-spot photos. Mayu playing it safe with the 3-spot photos, and virtually in sync coming out of tanker if
Unreal.
photos hold. Good stuff. Perfect.
To this day, I also am afraid that I didn't get my photos when I go up to that terminal. This whole run is just going to be me talking about what scares me in this run.
I'm sure I'm gonna reminisce about my own stuff as well. So
There's a lot more that the veteran runners are actually nervous about than it looks.
But fortunately for the next few minutes, not a whole lot going on here except some in-sync action with these two.
Yeah, this is
A
fantastic.
lot of codex, a lot of cutscenes, just stuff to skip. So until we get to the start of bomb disposal, kick back, relax, maybe grab a drink or something. Just wait for them to get up there. Makarov tried to cartwheel into the door to hit the load a little quicker. Cost him a tiny bit of time.
It is a hard habit to break, trying to shave every second you can, or fraction of a second more accurately, with cartwheels such as that. I actually have cut that one out of my run. It's nice when you get the door trigger, but when you don't, it's, well, that happens.
Yeah, I find it incredibly inconsistent, and for a category as optimized as this, losing a second to that is just, it's an awful feeling when you're on PB attempts.
Agreed.
So each of these players will
Disable
have the
rapid
option to
fire.
go back and get the M9 because you got nothing to do while the elevator's coming down, so you can fool around.
Enable a
Mayu's just going to
rapid
fool
fire.
around with this guard a little bit and
Disable a
just
rapid fire.
test his vision, basically. Makarov's going to go back and get the M9, which it can be useful if you do M9 Fat Man, just to have those extra rounds for whatever reason. More times than not, it's just a meme
Enable a
to get
rapid
it early.
fire.
Because you get it on the roof anyway.
I've honestly never seen what Mayu did there, where you just bait the guard but don't actually take him out and stand right in front of him and go on the elevator. I like that. That's fun.
Disable a rapid
Yeah, you
fire.
have to be as close as you can or flat against the elevator door. One more step forward, you do get caught. But yeah, Mayu and Apache do that.
Enable a rapid
A
fire.
little bit of stutters for Makarov's stream.
Disable a rapid fire.
Oop, yep, a
We
little bit
still
more.
seem to be caught up, at least. We're not lagging on him. Some dropped frames.
Nah, he's just doing this room really quick. So
Fire.
Yeah.
Disable a rapid fire.
So, barring a major surprise, I think we'll be seeing a traditional bomb disposal route out of
Disable a rapid
both
fire.
of these players going clockwise, going from strat C to D and E and so on. You can do a conveyor belt route that involves going counterclockwise, picking
Enable
up
a
a couple of
rapid
cardboard
fire.
boxes and riding the strutty conveyor belt. A little tricky to do. Looks pretty cool. Could save time if you do it perfectly, but I don't recommend it personally.
It is very swag looking, but every time I watch someone do it,
Enable a
I
rapid
feel like I'm
fire.
watching somebody just eat a lot of time. Even though it does get made back up, it's yeah, it's quite the thing. Interesting. I also am not sure I'd recommend it.
Yeah. Now, I believe both of these players ended on the USP coming out of Tanker, which, if you don't touch the R2 button from the Pliskin cutscene to Stillman, you can quick equip the M9 once again once you get out of the Stillman cutscene. Little neat optimization that was found, maybe about a year ago by myself and Apache. 3 hours to science a quarter-second time save, so...
Those quarter-second time saves add up.
Give a quick shout outs to Adam Lobo with the tier 1 sub. We do appreciate that. I think that puts our total at 109 total subs. That is unreal.
Disable
That
a
is
rapid. Enable a rapid
fantastic.
fire.
I don't
All
think
right,
I saw
so-
Makarov
Disable
equip
a
his
rapid
coolant
fire.
coming across the bridge there, which is interesting. I'm curious when he'll do that. Maybe just
Enable a
in
rapid
front of
fire.
the first bomb here.
I hope he just didn't flat out forget and then he goes to just
Quick equip.
equip
yeah.
it and it's not
Disable a
there.
rapid fire.
Enemy sighted.
Enable
Or
a
we're just
rapid
blind and
fire.
he
I
did it a
must have
long
just
time
missed
ago.
it.
All right, that's cool.
Disable a rapid fire.
I do want to mention that both of these players are use turbo, which is something that was recently allowed by the community. And we recently found that inside of VSFix, the community patch that we all use for the PC version, there's actually native turbo built into VSFix that you can tweak and configure with just a simple text file. What this does is it enables us to just hold a button to skip cutscenes and skip codecs at a more consistent rate instead of trying to time your double tap for
Enable a
triangle.
rapid fire.
It definitely makes the quality of life of this game a lot easier, and really it kind of evens the playing field a little bit. So if you hear like any sounds like enabling rapid fire or something like that, you can customize your turbo on and off sound because we just press a button to turn it on and off at will for certain sections. So it's a neat little thing that was recently found about a month or so ago.
Disable a rapid fire.
It's a little controversial, but I, for one, am very appreciative of it. It's you can see it as an accessibility thing for people that might have wrist issues, because without it, this game is probably 50% just rapidly mashing buttons repeatedly, and it can get very painful.
Yeah,
But yeah, on top of that, the fact that it evens out the amount of time that those things
Enable
take,
a rapid
basically non-gameplay sections, is a huge selling feature for allowing it for this particular run.
that was a weird. That looked like a weird cartwheel down the stairs for Makarov. He looks like he clipped into the wall a little bit and Bryden didn't get the height fully. That was either his feed stuttered at the weirdest moment, or that was just a
Disable a
weird
rapid
cartwheel.
fire.
Did he hit the overhang at the top? I usually delay my first one a little bit to make sure that doesn't happen, but
Oh, that was an excellent Claymore pickup, but he failed the coolant rise, so that's unfortunate.
Enable a
am I
rapid
taking
fire.
the safe route?
Yeah, a few different things you can do on that bridge. Makarov's just cartwheeling all over
Yeah.
the place. He needs to
Disable a
settle
rapid
down with the
fire.
cartwheels.
That is the downside of squeezing in cartwheels.
Enable a rapid
Yep.
fire.
Cartwheels only save 0.05 of
Disable
a
a
second.
rapid
That's
fire.
5/100ths. And you bonk a cartwheel
There's
into a
somebody
wall,
there.
you're losing about a second. It's not worth cartwheeling everywhere.
Disable a rapid fire.
All right,
Makarov,
Makarov
clean
pretty
bridge.
clean Yep.
Enable a rapid
Good
fire.
FA bridge.
Disable a rapid fire.
Might as well.
Yeah, that bridge can be a little tricky. Try not to get kicked by that guard depending on your movement and where he is when he spawns, but pretty clean for both. But this room sucks. This room really, really sucks. I hate this room, and
This room
most
is
of us
bad.
do. Oh my god. All the crawling you have to do, all the coolant rises you have to do, and try to defuse the bomb in the correct position from behind, and Mayuu's having trouble.
Disable
Not
a rapid
good.
fire.
That setup is a lot harder than it looks
Enable a
getting
rapid
in the right
fire.
position for that. Like, if you've watched 100 of these runs, you probably think that it's just a matter of getting behind that bomb and freezing it, but it's not. There's a very small window of where you need to be crouched down in order to actually trigger
Disable a
that coolant
rapid
on that
fire.
bomb. And
can't-
we just saw what can happen if you don't get it right.
Yeah, you can't be as close as you can because that does you no good, and you can't be too far away, and it can't be too far left, right. It's just a weird area to do that with. So, but
Enable a rapid fire.
not the end of the world, but the lead is
Disable a rapid
growing a little
fire.
bit for Makarov, despite the shaky
Enable a
start.
rapid fire.
Still a lot of race left, though.
Yeah, as we've seen countless VE races over the last couple months, it ain't over till it's over.
Disable a rapid fire. Enable a rapid fire. Disable a rapid fire.
Right, and Makarov going for the strut C bomb, then picking up the
Enable
sensor.
a rapid fire.
We used to do it in the reverse order, but we discovered back in May for our VE
Disable
tournament.
a rapid fire.
I saw King of the Bees do this,
Enable a
questioned it,
rapid
timed
fire.
it, and figured out, well, it's about 3/4 of a second faster because you don't get a codec delay when you exit to the BC bridge. You get the codec call right here, and there's just no delay. It comes in like boom
Disable
for
a rapid
whatever
fire.
reason.
Maya did the very safe chaff pickup as well, probably to avoid even the possibility of hitting the Claymore on the Spartyy roof, which is fair in a race situation. I won't fault anybody for taking a safer route.
Nope, not at
Hitting that
all.
Claymore is a solid 3-second time loss, whereas I think if you detour to grab it, you might
Enable
lose
disable a
2.
rapid fire.
Yep, 2 seconds. So it's a risk reward type thing. So
Yep. And of course, you can complete the run without any chaffs, but again, it's something else that I'm not a
Enable
fan
a
of
rapid
doing. I
fire.
know Limes has no problem
Disable
with
a
it.
rapid fire.
yep, this guy. Yep, chaffs are for chumps. No, I'm kidding, but chaffs are decent. Chaffs are very good in this game and in this series, except for Metal Gear Solid 3. So we still don't know why they exist.
Enable a rapid fire.
Makarov coming up to the Spartyy roof, heading down for the saddest codec call in the game.
And I didn't see this a moment ago, but hand-drawn sausage. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much
Disable a
appreciated.
rapid fire.
Brings our total to 110 total subscribers. And I see another old veteran, Apache Smash, in the chat. Yeah, you can complete the game with 5 chaffs on very easy. You can go back to 1974 and
Enable
do
a
that.
rapid
But
fire.
man, you might as well pick up the cardboard box
Disable
and
a rapid
yeah.
fire.
This category has really evolved
Enable
in the
a
last
rapid
few years.
fire.
It really has.
Mac McD had the record at 104.56, and we've brought it down
Disable a
by
rapid fire.
3 minutes and 1 second in 2 years. So that's quite a bit.
To be fair, I was picking up the AK and Strut F.
A fun fact, you can pick it up in the core on very easy and save 21 seconds.
It was probably the easiest large time save found in this game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Probably the only thing that rivals it would be adding turbo in terms of general ease and amount of potential time save. And it still doesn't, it's not quite as good.
Alright, so the fortune fight, auto-scroller, but not. You do have to do some things at the start, most importantly, the punch buffer. You face right, you punch 3 times, and crouch, very important to crouch. What you'll do is you'll get fortune to shoot the forklift immediately, shoot the lights, and then eventually shoot you. What that does is enable her to shoot the objects around the room, thus ending the fight a little bit quicker than just running around and doing nothing. She more than likely won't talk, and you won't be waiting around.
That was interesting. It looked like Fortune actually did have her her laser sight on that barrel, but it still hit Makarov.
Disable
Not
rapid
necessarily a
fire.
time loss getting shot in this fight, but you generally want to try to avoid it. This is
Yeah.
definitely an interesting quote-unquote fight.
Yeah, and from a health standpoint, you get health refills after every boss anyway. It
Enable
really
a
doesn't
rapid
matter. That was a
fire.
beautiful
Great
chaff
damage
pickup
cancel.
by Makarov.
Disable a
Excellent.
rapid fire.
Give him credit. He was shaky early. He's had some questionable things happen as far as movement and stuff like that, but he's going all out, and I think we're going to see M9 Fat Man out of him.
I think we are, yep. He's set up for it.
Yep. Oh, Mayu.
Oh no.
Wow. Tried to go safe, pick up the chaff early, yet she still got blown up. That's
Yep.
super unfortunate. Oh, Makarov
Oh.
unequipped the M9. Interesting. Maybe he's going to go lethal and play it safe.
He's keeping
Maybe
us
just
on our
not feeling
toes.
it. Yeah. M9 Fat Man is very tricky to pull off. You got to do quick shots, unequip, re-equip in pretty fast succession. Not the easiest thing to do. And in a race like this, where he probably knows he's been a little iffy early, maybe play it safe, do the more consistent strat. You have a lead. You don't want to lose 20 seconds on a botched Fat Man.
He did also find, if I'm not mistaken, the more consistent setup for Lethal Fat Man, did he not?
I believe he's doing the newer setup, yes. So I think Mayu does as well.
I'm taking notes on things I need to learn.
All right, let's
Enable
see what
disable a rapid fire.
360 does.
Yep.
Yep, he's new setup. So knock him down, shoot him once, defuse the bomb, shoot him again. Hopefully he goes south. He does.
Beautiful Fat Man.
Oh, missed
Missed that shot.
And he's too close for the bomb. Yep. No fast bomb for him.
Not the worst Fat Man.
Nope.
Enable a rapid
Let's see how
fire.
Mayu handles.
A little bit of chance for Mayu to gain a little bit of time on the fight. Shot
And
there.
moves out. Slow bomb.
Too close.
He goes south.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Awkward. Okay.
Fast bomb though.
But all right, so there you go. So relatively even for the most part. So.
Yeah.
Oh, and Mayu didn't move to after the freeze. Lose a tiny bit of time for that.
Disable a rapid fire.
Like she just
Must have
got
got-
hung up on Fat Man a bit.
He is a big dude.
Makarov heading towards the core. No. Yes, towards the core.
Yes.
I remember
Yes.
the route of this game.
Uh,
He's going to use D-pad because that's the right thing to do, Platonic guy, and miss all the claymores
Enable
there.
disable a rapid fire. Enable a rapid fire.
Yep, you always want to use D-pad there. Do not be like Platonic Eye or Joe.
Disable a rapid fire.
Looks like Mayu is taking the extra safe, keeping the BDU off just for that slight potential
What are you
of
doing?
extra loads. I don't know. I think Limes also is with me on that. He just doesn't put it on unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah, the BDU, for whatever reason, in certain areas can just slow your loads. And while this game doesn't quote-unquote count loads, you gain control later, so it does affect your IGT if the game doesn't let you move. Just the fade in takes longer at certain areas. And Makarov doing the Claymore strat, laying the Claymore down in the elevator. That way the attack team guards can investigate, and it'll just stay open. I saw he shot that AK really late. Monka-esque.
Yes.
Enable
Mayu
a
coming
rapid
in.
fire.
Also doing the Claymore
Disable a
strat.
rapid fire.
Yeah, this is being adopted by a lot of runners nowadays. You can go either left or right at the start. I prefer to go right, but
Enable
I was
a
wondering
rapid
about
fire.
that.
yep. I just find it a little easier. Still faster, but just preference. All right. Biggest element of RNG. Where is Richard Ames? See what Makarov gets. Ooh,
Oh,
he's doing the
buffer.
cheeky pause buffer.
There he is.
Disable
Okay.
and enable a rapid
Not
Decent.
bad
fire.
aims.
That's a tier 2 Ames. Tier 2. Take that.
King.
Mayu just setting herself up for a good position to automatically grab this guy and put his eyes up against the optical sensor, make her way in, and roll the dice on where her Richard Ames is sat.
Disable a rapid fire.
There's someone else here. Send backup ASAP.
No cheeky
Very
pause buffer
similar
hit.
position.
Yep, just right across. So two
Probably slightly
pretty.
faster without the pause buffer, I would say.
Enable a rapid fire.
Negligible time save.
Disable a rapid fire.
Oh, beautiful cartwheel for Makarov, clearing
Very
those
nice.
stairs. Yep. Saves about 0.4 of a second if you get it right.
Is it that much? Wow.
I think it is, yeah.
Makarov is now
Enable
beelining
rapid
straight
fire.
for the most
Disable a
notorious
rapid
fight
fire.
in the game.
The high and deep, I mean, Harrier. Got MDS1 on the brain. Which we will see twice later, once, but then you get Twin Snakes, which is kind of a fake game. I don't know. So
Fake game.
MGS3 is the real
Enable
fake game.
Disable a rapid fire.
Send backup.
Ooh,
Oh, interesting.
what was that?
I don't know.
He did that way, like, there's a strat. Okay, that was interesting. Why did he get the cutscene?
Is that what
That's
happened?
strange.
Maybe because he fired it that
Enable a
early?
rapid fire.
I've never. Oh, he shot too late.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Disable a rapid fire.
Turbo for Makarov
Wow.
to shoot that sensor out. That is so gutsy.
Very quick though. Very fast
Enable
sensors.
rapid
Oh
fire.
no.
When he goes prone, man. Ruined it. And he didn't equip anything, so now he's got to do menus, extra menus.
Disable a rapid fire.
All right, Harrier. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think that's good. Yep.
Low damage. No.
Oh no, it is low damage.
All right.
Okay, Mayu coming in with her sensors. Much more first shot.
That was so close.
Enable a rapid fire.
Taking her time, but with a
Disable
good
rapid
Harrier,
fire.
she could catch. This could even, not even out, but greatly shrink this gap. Just cleaning up his Harrier.
Oh, okay. All right. A couple of those shots didn't connect, but all right. Mayu with an opportunity to
Oh,
gain some
no.
time. She's going to go for the
Oh.
2+6 setup.
I don't even know how to do this.
Disable
So
a
I'm going to
rapid
let you narrate what's going on here.
So depending on damage values, you either go for 2 shots at the start or 3. She recognized the damage values, so went for just 2. That way the Harrier flies away. You get
Enable
2
a
shots
rapid
as the Harrier
fire.
comes back. Do 1 flyover shot, and then deal as many
Disable a
shots as
rapid
you
fire.
can. But
Oh,
then
no.
yeah.
Enable a rapid fire.
But it could end a die shot phase, which
Yep.
would still be better than Makarov. 1. That's good. That should be good.
All right.
That's a time save. Small, but it is.
Encounter the enemy.
I'm really
Disable
enjoying
rapid
seeing
fire.
these newish or just unfamiliar to me strats being pulled out from these newish, but somewhat familiar to me runners. I know these people.
Enable a rapid fire.
Yeah, perimeter can be
Disable
a very
rapid
tricky
fire.
section. You gotta cartwheel over gaps, do the leap of faith at the start. You gotta deal with shimmying across a little tiny ledge and then doing more cartwheels towards the end. We've seen some issues here. We've seen people miss and just take continues and stuff. So
Enable a rapid
Back
Every
fire.
one
off
of us
in-
has accidentally fallen to our death in this section.
oh yeah, we've dubbed some specials like there's a couple spots named a D-Lime special and there's a Mac McD special and stuff like that. So, but Makarov into the core safely, and he will pick up his Nikita missile launcher and talk about the president here in a bit.
Disable a
Shout
enable a
outs to
rapid
Apache
fire.
Smash. All right, buy you in safely as well.
Excellent. I always get nervous when people hug that south rail when they're going to roll over those gaps, but she went a little bit more north before she actually took the jump and everything worked out.
That Nikita pickup is way, way harder than what it looks like. It's got a really big hitbox. It's also very deceiving if you go off like a pixel or two, and then it just seems to shrink if you miss picking it up.
Yep.
But yeah, pretty clean for Makarov.
That happened to me on my last race.
Nice cartwheels into the break room.
Yeah, very good movement from Makarov here. Seems he's shaking off the cobwebs he was feeling earlier in the run.
What are you doing?
All right, so he did not kill the president, which, a fun fact, it takes 2 Nikita missiles to kill the president on very easy. I don't know. I mean, it's very hard to do that, but I do know somebody that lost world record to it. So, yeah, very, very, very hard to do that. Oh my god. Like, you know it's coming. Like, if I'm on the call, I'm gonna say something. It's just a fact. Anyway, Mayu, Nikita, and
to not kill the president.
all right, so she's still
Very
on
well.
world record pace, quote
Yep.
unquote. So all right. I know both of them can do swim glitch. Both of them are relatively new to swim glitch. Makarov has said he might go for swim glitch. Also says depending on pace. I don't know.
He has a
Will we see it?
significant lead, but I don't know.
I wouldn't. He's shooting a SOCOM, which is a tell when I go for swim glitch.
Oh,
Oh
he's
my
doing
god.
it. That was a really fast setup.
Really risky.
Yeah.
Well, working. It's going to be a 3-cycle maybe if he
Three-cycle,
gets
yeah.
up. Clear it, clear.
Not
Yep.
bad as far as 3 cycles go, though.
It's not bad. Aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he surfaces. Whew, that was
Very
edgy.
good. That
Disable
was.
a rapid
He
fire.
was playing with fire over that distance, but
Enable a
He's
rapid
playing with
fire.
fire with this.
oh my.
Jeez, didn't even move. Wow.
Makarov is securing a lead here. Let's see if Mayu will follow suit with her swim glitch.
She really needs to at this point.
I think she does. Yep. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there. She's opted
She's
not
not.
to.
Wow, okay. It's interesting.
But I mean, if she's not confident that she can do it, you know, the lead be damned. It could be the smart call. Because if she's confident she's not going to pull it off, she's only going to lose that much more time. If she ends up swimming anyway.
And in a relay race like this, cumulative time between the 4 races matters. So even if you lose your race, you do want to play as well as you can for your team to try to keep your time as low as possible, even in a loss. So I respect that decision in this type of format.
Agreed.
See how Mayu handles Vamp.
Oh,
misses
no.
the okay, this isn't bad. It's only 1 shot. If she nails this, she'll lose just 5 seconds.
Disable a rapid fire.
Other side, other side.
Okay.
All right, so
She was cognizant
Rapid
enough
fire.
not to
Disable a rapid fire.
turbo spam
Enable
stingers.
a rapid fire.
Because she wouldn't have had enough. That
Makarov just
unfortunate last one wasn't timed quite right.
no. Makarov had a tiny bit of trouble getting Emma to the trigger to get to the codex, so minor time loss there. But the lead is large, but it's anything can happen.
Mm-hmm. Any continue you have to take in this game is a dramatic time loss. Depending on where it is, it can be that much worse.
Mayu will actually gain 8 seconds coming back because she will not have to open the hatch in the water. So we'll try to get an update on the actual gap when we can. I think it's around a minute.
Disable a rapid fire.
3720. Okay.
Enable a rapid fire. Disable a rapid fire.
Makarov with a creative solution to these bugs.
Just a gentle hug, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Disable a rapid fire.
Well, this guard is definitely earning his paycheck.
Looks comfortable to me. Nothing wrong with that.
And again, in very easy, the guards are deaf, so although Makarov just fired off multiple automatic rounds, nobody heard it. Having a little trouble with Emma there. I'm not sure why he left her behind. Interesting.
We tried to press circle or triangle and just missed or something. I'm not sure.
Maybe. Yep. Taking it safe by taking out that guard. You can sneak past that guard.
A bit of a safe Emma bump from Makarov, just making sure she was fully in the door. Very well executed. Gap is about 1:13 right now. Ooh, am I having trouble with bugs?
Oh, I missed
Just a
it.
little
Did
bit.
She...
I think she just let go of square or something because Emma started to like go. Not sure.
probably a good call there to take out that guard. Seemed like she was a little bit behind that cycle. Oh, and Makarov missed the fire. This is the kind of thing that Mayu needs at this point.
Enable a rapid fire. Disable a rapid fire.
Also taking the safe route on the last guard in the core. Well, Makarov is heading to the best part of the game.
Indeed. Best
Especially
part,
on
for
Very
sure.
Easy.
Oh, yeah. I'm super excited.
Enable a rapid fire. Disable a rapid fire. Enable a rapid fire.
I'm not really a big fan of the choke getting her in to that little load zone.
I've adopted it recently, if only because I've been having trouble getting a
Disable
decent
rapid fire.
handhold.
Enable a rapid fire.
It's fair.
I have seen, I think, people who actually go into the room
Disable
and
a
kind of
rapid
hold,
fire.
do a handhold through the door. Seems to be the fastest way to do it, but I haven't been able to be consistent with it. Whereas grabbing her works basically every time.
Yeah, I find when I grab, sometimes I'll just throw her. Wow. Dash Rando with
Wow.
the 5 gifted subs. He did more. He did 6 yesterday, so
My lord.
congrats to all the winners, and that brings us to a total of 115. Unreal, dude. Thank you very much.
What a guy.
What a dude.
Enable a rapid fire. Disable a rapid fire.
All right, so
Now
the
you
Emma,
joke as well.
yep. So the sniping section, pretty boring, I guess, and very easy, relaxing. It's really just a break. There's a few things you have to do. Take out a few guards, a few ciphers. There's no claymore mines on the oil fence on very easy. And you don't have to use any of the pentasmin because it's very easy. Aim is always steady. But there's really not much you can do to gain time here. If you end up looking at Emma or zooming into her, she has a tendency to fall, and it loses about 7 seconds. But for the next few minutes, just kind of sit back, relax, watch the view, do a couple things, and get ready for endgame, basically.
This is actually, and I'm appreciative for one reason. If you're quick on getting the first set of ciphers and guards, or even the second ones, you have
Enable a rapid
plenty of time
fire.
for a bathroom break.
Disable a rapid fire.
Yeah, if you're optimal with this section, there's 2 distinct 90-second breaks that you literally can do nothing. So I do appreciate the break sometimes.
Enable a rapid fire.
Makarov drawn something.
Makarov's
5.
art project.
Disable
C
a rapid
minus.
fire.
So
Watch where you're aiming. Watch where you're aiming.
but while we do have a couple minutes, I do want to remind you this is the Fall
Enable a rapid
2020
fire.
relay race presented by Metal Gear Speedrunners, part of our 3-day MGT affiliation celebration. We had a marathon yesterday. We'll have more marathon action tomorrow, but today is all about the relay race. 4 races, 3 more after this. We will have Metal Gear Solid 3 with Spartyy and Joseph Joestar, followed by the Twin Snakes with BlueMetal and Tyler 2022. And then we will cap it off with MGS1, any percent on console, between myself and the other fruit in chat that he just put something, lime meringue. So do stick around for the next few hours. Should be a very fun time, and we'll see who wins. Roy
Oh
coming
my.
in hot again. He did this yesterday as well. 10-pack to bring us to 120. Oh my.
The generosity of this community, I tell you.
Well,
Roy going in.
that is unreal. We do appreciate it. Roy
And
is
on top of the fact that he's doing a full relay race hosting duties today.
yeah, I was gonna
Shout
say
out
he's
to Precious Roy.
one of the masterminds behind the scenes doing tech along with Toast and Chuza and countless other people making this stuff just seamlessly work. Shout outs to you guys. We could not do this without you, so we love you.
So Makarov's Emma is on her final stretch across the last part of the oil fence. He's got one last cipher that's going to show up just a little bit higher than where his crosshair is. And at the end of this last stretch of her slowly meandering across this bridge, we will have the longest boss fight in the game.
Enable a rapid fire.
It's very
Longest and
strenuous.
hardest.
Hang in there, guys. It'll be over soon.
Definitely not easy to pull off, so
No.
don't blink.
Oh,
Oh, I had
Missed it.
trouble.
oh no.
Trouble.
No.
Right out of
He's
ammo.
out of
What
ammo.
the heck? Oh, he's on turbo. Get up. Get up.
Enable a rapid fire.
Jeez. Okay.
It is-
That's
It is very tricky, that fight. So the general idea is you want to flick to the left just the tiniest amount, and some people use
rapid
keyboard
fire.
just to get that tiniest little tap, and that'll line you up so you can just unload with turbo at vamp and take them out. But if you overshoot it a little bit, even just a little bit, which is very easy to do, as Makarov did, things can go off the
Disable a
rails
rapid fire.
pretty quick.
and if you're trying to do it turbo, you saw how fast you can get rid of your bullets.
Enable a
Like
rapid
you
fire.
miss,
Yeah.
Disable a rapid
you're gonna run
fire.
out of ammo just like that. So hopefully he's not rattled too much and doesn't make a mistake here.
Right. This is one of the areas where you do not want to take a continue because that
Enable
timer
rapid
that's counting
fire.
at the top, since there's a timer going, it resets you all the way back to when you first started that timer, back when you came up the giant ladder. So as far as
Makarov.
continues go, that's one of the worst ones you can take.
For sure, for sure. Makarov into Arsenal gear. Mayu had a very clean vamp too. We didn't even have time to analyze it. She executed it beautifully. Gained a little bit of time. That was probably like 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's
so
significant.
It's been a while, hasn't
with
it?
Jajenum coming up and the Tengu fights, it's still slim, but there's an opportunity.
Solidus can pull away from you pretty easily too.
Remember me, don't
Like,
you?
Mhm.
It's easy to count it out because the strat in general is fairly straightforward. But again, as we saw from Apache the other day, Solidus can get away from you, and when he does, it's time consuming. It's not over until it's over. This game.
No, it's really not. I tend to discount Apache's vamps though because he tends to just meme and screw him up all the time. So, but but yeah, anything can happen. It ain't over.
This up. They're bound to find you.
Listen, I'll free you in a little while.
Makarov
Brace
about to take a
yourself.
punch to the gut from Olga. And what we do here is rather than wait for a Kodak call to come in, we actually manually call Rose, skip the save prompt, and I'm not sure exactly how much time it saves, but maybe Limes knows the math on that.
I want to say it's around 12 seconds before she'll call you.
Wow, that's, yeah.
10 or 12, something like that. Apache says it's 420, so maybe.
Enable a rapid fire.
All right. Jajenum Makarov.
Hmm?
We've seen people
There's
lose
somebody
30
there.
plus in
Rapid
here.
fire.
Multiple
Yep.
people. I'm not going to single
Yep.
anybody out. So. Oh, yeah. It's,
A
Disable
little
Yeah,
early
Kodak
on
call.
the Kodak answer there.
Yep. He's going to go the slightly riskier route. He's going to punch the guard. He gets the
Enable
alert.
rapid fire.
Be careful not
Disable
to get
rapid
shot.
fire.
All right.
All right, good.
Yep.
He's safe.
He's fairly safe now. Could get kicked here, but that's still better than falling down the gap. Not ideal, but
Enable a
it
rapid
could have been
fire.
a lot worse.
If you fall down the gap, you lose a bare minimum of 11 seconds. If you fall down the gap while getting an alert, you could be losing 30 plus, depending on the Tengus and what they do. So this is tightening up a little bit.
A little bit, yep. Mayuu's coming in for the same still scary room. Looks like she took that first line a little wide. Like, getting to this first guard is incredibly tight timing. Even slightly bad movement can... Oh, she's taking the safe road. Okay.
I don't blame her. I don't blame her.
No, me neither.
It's a 3-second time loss overall.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Rejected the input. That's minus 11.
She's trying to...
More.
Smart to lure that guard away.
Yeah, so that's probably any chance gone.
I would unfortunately have to agree. But
Yeah.
it's just the first leg of a 4-leg race, you guys. Do not count out Caloriemates. Do not count out
Disable
Mayuu.
a rapid fire. Enable a rapid fire.
It's still... It behooves her to play at her best and get as much, as good of a run in as she can.
Yep.
So no listening to Scissors 61. Makarov now in the last set of codex and cutscenes before moving into Tengu 1, which includes one of the few actual quote-unquote glitches in this
Disable a
game,
rapid fire.
where you will do a punch kick against the wall at the end of this room and actually trigger the door trigger without actually opening the door, and it skips a incredibly
rapid
long
fire.
sequence of just fighting guards, and there it is right there. Flawless.
Yep. Very nice. Very well executed for Makarov. Tengu
Disable
2
rapid
on the
fire.
lower difficulties, there is no, at least consistent skip for it on Substance PC. So what we're going to do is just take out all these Tengus as fast as we can. Total of 48 of them. We're going to get into this position because it's a little more consistent than just staying in the center of the room, but you can do either or. And hopefully Snake cooperates and helps you kill these dudes as fast as possible.
So it's really just a matter of timing your shots as best you can. You kind of get a feel for it when the little block starts coming towards your cursor or your crosshairs. Fire off a stinger and hopefully take them out before any of them come down to the bottom level. The more that come down to the bottom level, the more Snake has to deal with, and obviously Snake can only kill them so fast, so an optimal Tengu 2 section here is to not let a single guard actually jump off of the railing.
Enable a rapid fire.
Mayu done with her Tengu 1. Yeah, that was pretty decent. A little shaky at the start with as far as messing up the menus, but not too bad. Mayu just getting started on her Tengu 2.
We're split up by about one Tengu 2 section.
So that's about a minute 10-ish. So
Mayu's not firing any shots. It's interesting. I don't know if she was worried about hitting the guards that were right in front of her or not.
maybe getting blown up or something. Not
Yeah.
sure.
Is a Foxhound commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you know, Jack? I'm sorry to see you reduced to one of the Patriots' puppets. But I've made you...
Raiden's getting a speech from his dad over on Makarov's side.
Solid Snake's sudden appearance, your arrival. It was obvious the Patriots were among my ranks. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy, as bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute. Split between life and death.
Yep, so this is just a 90 minute, yeah, right, 90-second section. God.
Disable
We
a
just
rapid
wait
fire.
and wait for Solid to stop talking and then do this quick ray fight, which Makarov is starting now.
Interesting that he manually menu to the
rapid
stinger.
fire.
Should have been on previous from
It
10-2,
is.
but
Get Jack.
It is actually a strategy that some people have picked up,
The Arsenal
where
AI
it's
is
way more
corrupting
consistent if you're
beyond
not good at like
repair.
trying to
I
time
admit that I
tapping R2
underestimated
right at the
you.
start of the fight. If you do that and then fire immediately after equipping it, you're guaranteed on nailing a critical shot for the
that
first
is an
ray.
interesting
Always.
point.
The answers
That
It's
are
a
is very
yours
great
fair.
then,
safety
my
strat if you
son.
struggle with it.
Mayu doing the old crouch spin, or the prone spin, which actually is trickier than it looks. You got to have your analog stick in just the right position all the way around in a circle to make
It's
them
not
do that.
him
I like to do it
the
too because it actually is not easy to get into that spin. Basically, that section is just a matter of trying to do anything you can to pass the time. Knee
Mayu
shot.
went. Yep. She also went for the just menu it manually at the start of the fight just for safety. So
Not bad. And again, in a relay race like this, where every second carries on through
Disable
4
a
different
rapid
races, safety strats are admirable.
Let's go.
all right, Makarov starting his Solidus fight, divided into 2 phases. We will do 3 swipes to knock Solidus over, get away so he shoots rockets at us. And then rinse and repeat 2 more times. Get him into phase 2. He'll speak a little nonsense, and then he'll try to dash at us, and we'll do some more swipes at him. Pretty easy fight for the most part. It can go haywire if Solidus decides to be a doofus. Just run around a bunch, but usually fairly consistent.
It's really dependent on your position to Solidus in a lot of areas. If you're too close or too far from him, well, definitely too
Enable a
close to
rapid
him.
fire.
That's usually what'll cause it to go off of the rails. It's kind of similar
Right.
to certain fatalities in Mortal Kombat. Like you got to be just the right distance to get that baited shots and keep it going in the right direction. And with that, Makarov is done.
remember now.
Everything except the credits.
Today is the
Yep,
day
and
I met
I
you.
did get informed we are going to go to IGT for all these races, so we'll watch the credits, see what the actual score screen shows for each of these players, and we'll get you going for the next one here in a little bit.
This is not bad. This is a fairly close race still. This one Solidus fight between the two, as considering, the back and forth and how it all went,
What?
a fairly close race.
He said all living things want their genes to live on.
Are you talking about the baby?
Mayu coming up on her second phase of Solidus,
Genes are
and
the
then it will
only
be
thing
time
pass on.
for her as
There are
well.
too many things that aren't written into our DNA. It's up to us to teach that to our children.
She got bad RNG there. Oh no.
The environment,
Third hit.
our
Made it
ideas,
through.
Our culture, poetry,
What you want when he dashes here is an elbow.
sorrow,
And again with the bad RNG. Oh, extra bad RNG.
together.
That's costly. That's costly. This
Yeah,
is
that is
adding up.
This is
nasty.
for your
Yeah,
Oh.
definitely a rough
Way
end.
to interrupt
but
him. And that's what can happen on Solidus. It can get worse than that too, but with that, Mayu has finished her run as well. And although we're showing a minute 20 seconds between the two of them, we always go to IGT with this game because loads aren't counted, there are variances, and we've seen differences of plus minus 30 seconds between IGT and RTA, so we will listen to this song and see what exactly these runners pulled out.
Disable. Enable a rapid
Yeah,
fire.
so
Disable. Enable a
definitely,
rapid fire. Disable.
definitely
Enable a
entertaining.
rapid fire. Disable.
And
Enable a
again,
rapid
this is
fire.
this
Disable.
is
Enable
kind of
a
a
rapid
preview because they're going to play each other in the VE League next week. So both of them actually searching for their first win. So
Could this be a 104 for Makarov?
no, I don't believe so. I think it'd be 105. Outside chance at a PB for Mayu, but we'll see. But I don't think that time's good enough for 104.
I'm still not good at reading RTA versus IGT, but I'll take your word for it. If anybody's not familiar with Limes' guesses of people's times, it gets a little uncanny sometimes. Oh, hello, Mayu.
Hey, Mayu, welcome.
This race. I don't know, I guess at some points you could see the nurse just wrecking me a bit, but apart from that, I'm pretty happy with what I did.
Yeah, it was definitely very entertaining to watch. Kept it close for quite a while. Just Makarov just pedal to the metal with swim glitch and some risky stuff down the stretch, but he had some shaky stuff as well. So
and for me, Jetrilin was something where I went like,
yeah.
Oh god. The problem was my input got eaten.
Yep, that's exactly what I said on the broadcast. Like it probably ate her input or something, but it happens. It happens. I know you've had issues with that.
And it happens to everyone at some point.
It does,
but hey, opposite to some other fellow runners, I know how to get through there without losing 30 seconds.
Wow.
The shade being thrown at Apache today.
Right.
That's normal for every MGS2VE race, as far as I know.
Well, good stuff for sure. Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you guys in VE League next week. Hopefully we can have a pretty good race as well. But
oh yeah, really looking forward to that one. This will be be an instant revenge because for next week of VE League, Makarov and I will race once again.
Yep, Mundo.
Definitely a nice preview, and you get an idea of what you're up against.
Yep.
As does he, really. Like I said, up for a good chunk of this race. It was synced. It's a very entertaining watch.
I really hope it was entertaining.
Yeah, you were a little Monka S on your cipher sensor. You were like really close to the janky hitbox and blowing it up. So
yeah, when like I said, I was shaky through all of the run, and then sensors came up, and I was like, okay, I'm just glad I did not blow up anything.
Well, like we've been saying, the safety strats that you've pulled out in a couple of areas in this run were actually probably on. You have the right thing in mind, considering that the time is cumulative throughout the 4 races. So every time that you basically took just a more measured approach was probably the right call.
Yeah, I rather take it safe instead of having continues or alerts, which cost way more.
Yeah, play for your team. That's all you can do, even in a loss. So
yep.
I mean, we got
exactly, and this is what I was going for.
But yeah, we got 3 more matches coming up, like we said earlier. Up next will be Metal Gear Solid 3 European Extreme on the PlayStation 3 between Spartyy and Joseph Joestar 316. Should be a pretty exciting matchup. I know both have been going pretty hard on it, especially Spartyy, who's gotten PBs up to yin yang, like all sorts of PBs. I think he's close to a 119 now, which is a really, really good time in that category. So Joe's gonna have his hands full, but if you know Joe, he performs so well in races. Like he always surprises everybody.
But I don't know if it got mentioned, but Makarov and I had a little idea for our names.
Yeah, that was we saw that right at the aft deck. It was very, very cute, very nice. It was good to have that.
And I even made a new save and named it MGSRT.
I saw that as well.
And made the birthday for today.
I didn't notice that, so
yeah. I had a little ideas just to.
Very good. So, but yeah, just a few more minutes of credits. We'll get the official IGTs, and then we'll get you ready for the next match.
Yeah, before I leave, all I can say is thanks for having me. It was really nice competing in the relay. I will watch the rest of it for sure, and I'm really hyped to see which team will win. And even if Caloriemates won't win, which of course I don't hope, I want my team to win. But even if they don't win, it's still a win for everyone to compete in here for sure. At least that's my opinion on it.
Yep, just have fun at the end of the day, and obviously the community loves it. The support has been awesome so far.
Yeah, I couldn't really pay attention to that one, sadly, what was going on in chat.
Well, we've had another, let's see, like 17 subs, so...
Oh, guys!
Yeah.
It's so insane.
Awesome support by this wonderful community, celebrating our affiliation, so...
Yeah, but apart from that, all I can say, hope you enjoy the rest of the relay, rest of the marathon tomorrow, and I'ma head out.
All right.
Bye, and again, thanks for having me.
Thanks for stopping in.
Bye.
Enable a rapid fire.
Any final thoughts before we wrap this thing up here in a minute or two?
I guess only after watching Makarov's run here. It's a shame that we couldn't get together for our league race. It would have been great to race against him. I respect the guy. He's come a long way in the very short time that he's been running this game. And I'm looking forward to seeing where he goes with it. Both of these runners, but just because of that unfortunate missed race that we had in league, I just wanted to basically throw it out to Makarov that I'm excited to see what he does in this game.
For sure. And he's a young lad. We'll put it that way. He is very, very young. So definitely a lot to look forward to with Makarov. I think he'll be very good at this game. And wow, that's a large PB. I was wrong. Wow.
I had a feeling looking at that time. Wow, there it is.
Wow. That's incredible. That's a really good time.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I had a feeling because my race the other day I thought was a 56 something and it was a mid 103. So I was like looking at his 57. I'm like, this might be his 104.
That's wow. Okay.
Congratulations to Makarov. I said at the beginning of this that he was a 104 runner who just hadn't gotten a 104 yet. And there it is.
Well, then this could be Mayuu's 105.
That would be excellent. I'd love to see that. 2 PBs in one race.
Wow. Well, shows how much I'm washed up. So, oh man.
Limes' time estimate days are over. Yeah, that's a almost a 30-second PB for Makarov, isn't it? No, 32-second PB, if I recall.
Something like that, yeah. So
very big.
Wow. And Mayuu
coming up on time.
Just missed.
Oh,
just missed. PB, but just missed.
Yeah.
For 105. So
it's right around the corner. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it on their league race later this week.
But yeah, very, very impressive stuff. But that's going to do it for this race. We're going to go to a quick intermission and get you ready for Metal Gear Solid 3. So stick around, stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
you're live.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Metal Gear Speedrunners.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the MGS3 European Extreme Race between Spartyy and Joseph Joestar 316, two very good runners, two runners who recently both went through I'm No Rookie to improve their times. And Apache and I are the ones who taught them, so we're both very eager to race through them, vicariously through them. Apache, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm excellent, mate. And yeah, as you say, we train both these guys up as part of No Rookie, and there's a little bit of pride in it for both of us, I feel, outside of the battle that's going on between Rations and Caloriemates. It's going to be a good one for sure.
So starting us off, we have Spartyy and Joseph Joestar. They are both racing European Extreme. This difficulty is a lot like Extreme, but it was released especially for the European market release of MGS3 because the game was delayed. Special thing about it is the fact that it's GOID, game over on discovery. So as soon as you get spotted by a guard, you get an alert and you have to restart the room. Or excuse me, you get to continue and have to restart the room. And that can be a pretty big equalizer for a lot of places in this game.
It's just absolutely punishing everywhere in the game. You can, outside of like 5 rooms, you just can't discount anything in this run. It only takes a minor break in concentration to lose 15, 20 seconds, and then you get some of the longer sections of the game, some of the longer single rooms, and you can lose like a minute for one mistake. So really punishing game. I just want to go over quickly, between these two guys, they do have a gentleman's agreement going into this race. Apart from the differences, Spartyy being on New Game and Joseph Joestar being on New Game Plus, which they're both fine with. They're both on European Extreme. Non-lethal strats are in play. Even if Foxhound fails, you won't see them using any lethal strats to save time, which there are a few in the run. Life meds are allowed to prevent death. It's not on loading trick. So we've seen quite a few Metal Gear Solid 3 races on the channel where both players would set up load trick ahead of time, but neither player's using it, and they are both using SSD hard drives, so they should have equivalent loads essentially. It does look like they're both on patched digital American copy.
Yes, it does look like that is the case.
So they'll come out pretty even based on loads. Sparty's having a little trouble mechanically. As you see, when he went into first person there, he must have been holding a direction, which will shoot your first person off in the direction you're holding. Generally, in Metal Gear Solid, not just this one, but 2 as well. Whenever you go into a first person or a first person weapon, you don't want to touch a direction until you're fully in that view. Otherwise, the game can have some crazy acceleration out of nowhere.
Ooh, and we see an unfortunate mistake from Joseph Joestar getting an alert on that guard. Very unfortunate.
Oh, crazy backup. You just want to go into first person and headshot him if you're going to hold him up like that. I like to stand behind the guard where they're standing up and just like buffer the CQC to immediately hit them with that. But yeah, as we see, any slight movement mistake or anything that's going to cause you to get continuous so punishing. You see the nerves kicking in a little bit here. He took his silencer off his gun. Knowing your backups is so unbelievably important for Metal Gear Solid 3. It's great to know what to do in the perfect situation, but you're absolutely not going to always get the perfect situation. So, get as much knowledge as you can.
Absolutely. And that pretty much wraps up Virtuous mission for Spartyy. All he has left is to get out of here and do some cure, and then he's on to Operation Snake Eater. We see Joseph Joestar going into Rosviet, the last room of Virtuous mission. This room opens up with a quick headshot, and then a shot on a guard on the second level, which can be quite tricky and can result in a continue quite easily.
I think it's your first kind of challenge when you're learning this game. Rosviet the first time. There's some tight timings, some tricks you have to pull off. Obviously, that quick headshot at the start. It leaves very little room for mistakes, and again, it is quite a long room.
Absolutely, and it looks like Joseph Joestar just pulled it off perfectly. Now we see a tricky roll. Will he get it? He does. That roll is notorious in MGS3. Very hard to pick up. Very hard to pick up indeed.
Sparty's starting off strong, but there's just this game's never over. This run's never over.
Absolutely never. No lead is good.
Oh, sorry, Major. I do want to point out a difference that we will see with Sparty running New Game and Joseph Joestar running New Game Plus. Joe will have access to the Patriot for the Fear, which isn't really faster. It's just way more consistent and has basically no room for you don't really make errors with the Patriot Fear, right? It's much easier, but it's not really faster. And then you have the access to the sneaking camo, which is a 50% damage reduction. But I'm not sure if Sparty chooses I like MGS3 for the OFS camo, which pretty much does the same thing. And then the boss, the final fight, will actually end 9 seconds faster, I believe, on New Game Plus. So those are the main differences. And we see Joe is about one room behind at the moment. These first rooms in the Snake Eater mission are quite tricky. Your movement has to be pretty much perfect to allow you to get around these guards. The first roll has to be just before the tree. If you're too short or too far, you'll get caught. And then obviously, Sparty was holding his grenade there. On certain terrain, if you hold a grenade, for some reason, your footsteps are silenced. So that's why that guard didn't hear him. It's a trick that we use a couple of times in this run. Very useful. Oh, Sparty being so cautious there on the bridge. Held his movement like forever there. You don't have to wait that long. We just got a little bit of problem with the restream view. I'm just going to change out my screen, see if that helps.
And now we see Joseph Joestar going into the same room that Apache was talking about just a minute ago, the beginning of Operation Snake Eater, the first room with guards. This first roll is very tricky. You do have to do it at a very precise time. And he nailed it. Let's go.
Yeah, he's looking good, recovering from his mistakes while not letting them affect him.
While at the same time, we have Sparty going into the first boss of the game, Ocelot unit. There are, 8 guards, I think, to take out?
8.
I think it's 8 guards.
It's 10.
8 guards to take out. It's 10. Obviously, it's 10. That's why I said 10.
We're good at this game.
Yeah, you heard me say 10. So, first thing he's going to do is take out a couple of guards through these windows. Sparty does a little bit of a strange strat, a little bit abnormal. He's going to take out a guard to the northeast first, which normally you would take out third. And he's going to throw a stun grenade through this door, which is going to take out those 4 guards pretty much instantly. A headshot on the roof to take out the sniper on the roof. And that guard who he just peeked around the corner to take out would normally be done with a very long shot like he's taken now. But that shot can be notoriously tricky, so he decides to do it at a slightly different time, which ends up being a lot more consistent.
And really well executed by Sparty. That's not an easy fight at all. We rate that's probably the hardest or the second hardest boss in the whole game, just because of it needs constant attention and has so much room to fail. If any of those guards see you, obviously you have to start the whole fight again. You also have to do that entire menu sequence at the start again. So it's a very, very punishing fight.
Absolutely.
And now we'll see Joe take a crack at it. Again, he's got to do this little menu at the start. Now he does put the brown face paint on here. The brown face paint is something that's just for the HD collection, Metal Gear Solid, without using downloadable content or anything like that. It's in the game as standard. It will give you unlimited oxygen. So for the swimming section later, he won't have to surface at all. I don't like to menu it there just because it slightly affects your camo. I do it much later, but I also use the brown face paint in my run. It's looking clean so far from Joe. Not an easy fight. They both executed really, really well on that Ocelot unit.
Absolutely. That was flawless performance from both of them. Very good. And we see Spartyy in the minefield area. He just got out of the minefield, in fact. This room is very tight timing. You do not have a lot of time to play with. If you even get stuck on a fence, you could very well throw the room off. And the reason for that is because this guard here, who's walking by now, the guard just behind him and him can see you if you're just a little bit too late. So the window for error is very small. The margin for error, excuse me, is very small in this room.
Yeah, it's something that new runners really struggle with because it's like a whole mindset change. You have to get used to it. You cannot, and you feel it when you're playing. If you take a turn too much to the left or right, you feel yourself losing time, and you know that continue is creeping up on you. There is just almost no room for error.
So we see Spartyy doing a funny little strat. Pretty much self-explanatory. Not much needs to be said about that.
I do something much safer for basically the same amount of time, but I actually try that guard roll into him and then remove the silencer from my tranquilizer during that section. It all comes out about the same, but I find that caution strat a little bit risky.
So Ocelot, he's going to be doing a stun lock on Ocelot using stun grenades and shooting him in the head repeatedly. And that's going to keep him, hopefully, from moving from this position at all. And so far, he is absolutely nailing this loop.
Yeah, he got the start of the second cutscene, but it's not really that much of a time loss because we can just skip that straight away and then auto-aim for the last shot. We only need a body shot for the last shot of Ocelot.
Yep. That's a pretty good
really
Ocelot.
hitting his stride now.
He's taking it. Oh, yeah.
You are so happy if you end at second cutscene. Sorry, that first cutscene that plays. Like it's fine for all the things that can go wrong in the Ocelot fight. You really don't mind getting to that point.
Absolutely not. That fight can get so out of hand so quickly. And the thing is about it, your stun grenades have to be specifically timed. Otherwise, Ocelot will just either totally ignore them or get stunned at the wrong time. And both of those will absolutely break the loop and make you lose 10 or maybe even 20 seconds, depending on how bad the break loop is.
Joe recognized that he hadn't hit the dog with the Mark 22 there. If he had shot and missed the dog and tried to move into the load zone, he would have been seen. So it was a good recognition to know that you had to take out that dog. You can get past without shooting the dog at all, but if you're feeling at any point unsafe in the room or feeling like you won't make it to that load zone, it's always worth just expending that second or so to shoot the dog as opposed to just going for the load zone. Trying to be brave in this game. Trying to take from this game will take everything from you.
Absolutely. It will take no prisoners. So we see Spartyy just going into the pain, and Joe is just going into Ocelot. Let's see how they both fare.
Joe went into first person to throw that first grenade. You shouldn't really do that because it makes Ocelot turn around. If Ocelot turns around, it can break the loop. He might be okay here. He's okay here. But for the first one, you don't want Ocelot to face away, and for the second one, you absolutely do want him to face away.
Absolutely.
This is decent for Joe. It's probably slightly faster than Sparty's overall.
We see Spartyy in the pain. He's on phase 2 at the moment. The pain, he's notorious for learning this game because he has a very abnormal hitbox. It is not what you would expect it to be, specifically his head hitbox. It's actually from about the bottom of his nose to the bottom of his chin. So that's a very small area to hit. But Spartyy just nailed that fight pretty much. So that hitbox is very strangely shaped, very small, very hard to hit. You have to aim quickly and be very precise in your aiming. But the basic concept is you'll throw a smoke grenade, which stops him from throwing his first set of bees at you. And from there, you'll be able to stun lock him by shooting him in the head, which will make him do his recoil animation. And you can get just enough shots in both phase 1 and 2 to finish the fight pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was really well executed. Something you see with new players picking up the runs, and even some of the old school ones, is they'll just constantly throw out Mark 22 shots as fast as possible towards the pane. You only have to hit him like 2 or 3 times between the phases of him like flinching. You don't actually have to hit him that many times, and once you learn that, you'll become a lot more consistent at the pane fight overall. But yeah, difficult fight, tricky fight. So Joe misses the first life med there. I know he likes to pick that up. He may have wanted that, but he'll want it for the bike chase if anything. So there's still one more you can pick up for safety before we get to that section, which is just before the sorrow. Unfortunate from Joe, he's got the bees on him now. These are going to kill him unless he can shoot the pane and knock them off him. It's awful when that happens.
He was so lucky. The bees decided to disperse on him and left him at very little health. But
so his smoke was like slightly too far to the right, so the bees could exist on the left side. So as they came over to him, they may have hit like one of the. I mean, it only takes like 1 pixel of smoke to completely disperse the bees, so it's possible that.
Oh, and we're seeing the Pain's very bad hitbox here on Joe's side. That's very unfortunate. Those are not bad shots. It's just a bad hitbox.
Yeah, it's not the whole of his head at all. It's very difficult to hit.
Absolutely. Very unfortunate.
Oh, Joe's panicking. He could have stayed in first person for those bees, but he's going to get another bit of trouble here that he needs to get back on the platform for ammo as well. Now, he can expend smoke grenades because he will pick up a packet of those in the docks. Very well taken.
Absolutely.
Good use of backups.
Very clean fight. Well, excuse me, clean finish to the fight, clean save.
Yeah.
And we see Spartyy going through Warehouse 1. Some pretty tight execution there as well. You have to bump into the first guard, then roll to knock him over to prevent him from seeing you. And at the same time, put the box on and basically repeat that pattern going up the stairs with each guard. There's 3 guards total that you have to do that on. And if you miss any one of them, it's very easy to take an alert in that room. Spartyy does have some backups, though, so had he missed any of those rolls, he certainly could have saved it, but he didn't need to, thankfully.
Yeah, something Spartyy did at the top of the warehouse. He recognized that he was short of the guard, and obviously he just used the box as a backup. Stuff like this. What is this, Spartyy? This is crazy. Did you teach him this?
Nope.
That's just obscene.
It works. I've seen him do it, and he doesn't miss it. It works, so I can't really argue with him on it.
That sent like my body into like a fight or flight response. That's fast. I mean, that's probably like 2 seconds faster than the normal strat.
Absolutely. So we see Spartyy going into the lab here. He's going to put on a scientist outfit. This makes the lab a million billion times easier. It is so ridiculously hard to do no disguise lab, and it saves like what, a second, maybe 2, if you do it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, no disguise lab is perfectly accomplishable, but you have to do a lot to not get seen. Whereas in the scientist costume, you can just run past the guards. Yep. We think there may come a time in the future because there's a multi-segment strat which is faster than putting on the scientist costume, but essentially no one's good enough to do it yet. Maybe in the future we'll see those kind of strats become standard, but at the moment, all European Extreme runners doing this run will wear the scientist costume for lab.
Absolutely. We just saw Spartyy grab the Sig Spray. That becomes a very important tool in his arsenal a little bit later on for the end fight. You'll see more about that when it happens.
Yeah, you don't want to be without your Sig Spray.
Right. And speaking of the end, we just saw Joe shoot the barrel next to the end, and you'll notice his health is about, what is that, a third down? That's a very important thing to do. That is critical. If you don't do that, the end fight will not go as planned. So what that does is his health will slowly recover over time, but it won't recover fully when you get to his fight. So he'll be down about a bar of health by the time you get to him. So you've already done a quarter of the fight by just shooting that barrel. So that's a very important thing to do on all difficulties.
Yeah, as I was going to say, on every difficulty we do that. Oh, Joe's missed the roll. There isn't really a backup for this. You got to take the L sometimes. Like, Joe's going to trank every guard in this room now as a backup. But, like, if you go into this situation and you go to all this effort to not get seen, and then you get seen anyway, it's really rough. But I know that Joe typically does do strats like this, or he has practiced a lot of strats like this in the past. So if anyone's going to be able to do a warehouse backup like this, it's him. If I'm more unfortunate, I'm more of a player who the second something doesn't go to plan in Metal Gear Solid 3, I will just take the continue as quickly as possible and reset the room.
Absolutely. But Joe is the king
in that
of
circumstance.
Joe is absolutely the king of backups. He's got a very creative mind, so he's very good at coming up with stuff like this on the fly. What he needs to do, he just knows what he needs and gets right on it. So that's very impressive. And we see Spartyy going into the Fear. So this is where strats are going to change a little bit between them because Spartyy is on new game. What he's going to do is he's going to immediately run north to a rope trap. And east. He uses the east trap. And he's going to fake death pill next to it, which is going to lure the Fear into running up to him. And he's going to wait for him to stop moving, then revive, throw a stun grenade, which locks the Fear in place and makes all damage become stamina damage and removes all of his iframes. So basically, you can do loads of damage in a fraction of a second. And you'll see this here. He's going to use the trap, activate it. It's going to hit the Fear and kill him so quickly. And the fight's over just like that.
Oh no, Joey roll. He accidentally inputted a roll and dived into the fence. I'm pretty sure he can still get into the next area without being seen, but the timing will be tight. You really can't hang around that long in this area because the guard far east of Joe's position begins to move towards where he is, and the guards on European Extreme can see you from so far away.
Absolutely.
Warehouse 2 for Spartyy. This room is absolutely notorious. It's an extremely difficult room. We have to jump from the top after luring a guard with the box, land on the guard, follow a specific line with the box, come out of the box to instantly headshot the guard as he looks down at us, and then re-equip the box after rolling through the last guard to avoid being seen.
And that was
very,
flawless
very difficult room.
That was absolutely high level execution of a very tough room. Love to see it. So something you just saw Joe do is when he put on the scientist outfit, he actually also put on the mask. And the reason he did that is because if you're wearing face paint in the scientist outfit, you'll actually get an alert from all the guards and scientists in the area. So he had to change his face paint. And you need the mask on later anyway, so why not just put it on now? Saves a little bit of time later on. And an alert, of course.
If you're taking off the face paint anyway, then you can put it on now, and as you say, that menu later doesn't count. It doesn't affect any strategies, although the mask does give you 10% reduced camo, I believe, but it doesn't actually affect any of the strats. It doesn't change anything up. Spartyy really well executed the room before the end. Very tricky room, lots of precise movement going on. If you ever wonder why a runner is doing something, you think, why are they taking that line? Why are they equipping the box there? It's because you have to or you get caught. It's like everything we do in this game, all the additional stuff we do in this game, it's so we don't get caught. There is always a reason for it.
So we just saw Spartyy take 3 shots on the end. Those were obviously some pretty impressive snipes with just a pistol, but that is all part of the plan. So he's going to open up with 3 shots just at the beginning, 3 headshots, and that's going to bring his stamina down just enough to finish the fight a little bit later on. And he comes over to this corner and does 6 punch-punch-kick buffers. And the point of that is to wait 25 seconds. So he throws a smoke grenade to put a line in between him and the end, then shoots his gun, which makes the end teleport to this position here, just west of him by the tree. Very, very new strat, found a few months ago by Go-Go Time, but he's going to run up to him, punch, punch, spray, punch, punch. Perfect. And a hold-up. Excellent. That hold-up can be very tricky sometimes. He sometimes look at you and he won't get held up. So he's going to do the traditional loop on him here with stun grenades and smoke grenades, each of those stun locking him while he sprays in between. Bringing down the end stamina. Very good. Oh, very nice, Spartyy. And he's going to catch the end because he knows exactly where he's going to go. So he's going to run along the route, stop him in his tracks. Oh, unlucky. Pixel of health. The magic pixel. So he's going to finish the fight with a simple Mark 22 shot while he runs, and that's it. That's the end.
That's actually
Go ahead.
That was great to know that he was going to go to the left and then run right, and he just held his aim in the correct position. Sometimes that happens, you execute the fight perfectly and he still ends up with that pixel of health. Moving on to Joe's screen, a little bit different on New Game Plus because you can use the Patriot for the fear. What you want to do is fake death pill on the first frame possible. That makes the fear jump to the nearest tree and he comes to you the fastest way, essentially. If you wait a little bit, he can pick a different tree. You throw the stun grenade at the floor, look away, and then once it goes off, you fire the Patriot at the fear. The Patriot deals so much stamina damage to the fear that the animation for the bar can't actually go down fast enough. So when he gets down to about half stamina, the fight just ends. But it's just essentially the bar can't keep up with how much damage you're dealing to the fear.
Absolutely.
But both of those strats overall come out about the same speed when you include, equipping the Patriot in the first place.
So Joe and Warehouse 2. Go ahead. You explain it.
Yeah, so Joe doing exactly the same as Spartyy, dropping down and getting that box headshot. That box headshot's probably the hardest thing about it. When you roll through that guard and you go through the automatic door, if the door doesn't close, you have to equip your box. Otherwise, you're going to get seen.
Very cool Warehouse 2.
I think, for how difficult this game is, the difference between the two runners is just down to Spartyy playing so excellently. He's really, really playing so well. I think any of us would be happy the run he's currently on at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. You'd take it on any day.
I'm trying to think of his like worst mistake, and it's probably like getting the extra shield phase during the pain, probably 7 seconds or something. Everything else is just like tip top.
Both runners have been performing very well today. I mean, it's easy to look at mistakes like the pain or Joe's virtuous mission, but in reality, those things are just super precise and hard tricks, and they're so easy to mess up on. Just one little mistake or one tiny piece of bad movement, and you're out of sync, and you either take a continue in the room or the pain puts up an extra shield and whatnot. It's just so hard. But both runners are performing to a very high standard right now.
I don't know why I'm writing it in the chat. I'm on comms. Someone asked what the world record for this game is at the moment. The world record for European Extreme New Game is 1:16:35 by Major Zero, who's on the commentary right now. It's an okay run. I like it.
It's all right. And we see Joe going into the end fight, did those same 3 shots. Something we neglected to mention before is that the fear fight, he actually shoots an arrow into your leg. And traditionally, in the European Extreme route, we would take that arrow out, which would cure the wound. excuse me, we would cure the wound, but not take the arrow out. But now, if you take the arrow, if you leave the arrow in, the end will spawn laying down, which actually makes those first 3 shots a lot easier to land, and you're a lot more likely to do high damage.
Yeah, with the old end strat, we had to make him spawn in the kneeling position, otherwise the old loop wouldn't work. Joe's too far behind the end here, might get stuck behind the wall. Oh, he's okay. If you go directly behind the end, when he recoils from being hit by the cigar gas spray, it pushes you against, like, into the wall, and you can't actually punch him, and it completely breaks the loop.
Ooh, he got to throw a stun grenade off, so he's gonna have to be real quick here when he does these follow-up.
This might be okay. This might be okay.
He can definitely save it, but he's gonna have to be real quick with these 6 spray shots when he runs forward.
Oh, that was such a good cycle.
Oh yes,
that turned out so well. Like,
yes,
the position he ended up coughing in. Like, if he had coughed later than that, slightly later, he was going to lose the loop. This is nutty from Spartyy. What the heck is going on here? He's like picking up the RPG, throwing a stun grenade at the guard. He's killing guards with the barrel. I apologize for missing that. That was some nutty stuff going on.
There's so much going on right now. It's hard to keep up with it all. We just can't commentate at all. But what Spartyy did is he rolled over that gap at the end of that room, which made the guard at the end of the room see him and walk closer to the explosive barrels. What he did then is shot the barrels, which killed 2 of those guards, ran up the ramp, threw a stun grenade in a position where he knew the last guard in the room would be, and picked up the RPG-7 in that time. That allows him to get through that room cleanly, and the RPG-7 also saves him a menu later on in the run, so he'll save just a couple seconds there later on in the run too.
Well executed mountains from Spartyy. Mountains 1, 2, and 3 are all very much prone to continues, and they are exceptionally long rooms. So if you're sent back to the start of the room, you're going to lose all that time as you're progressing through.
So we have a scary moment coming up in the run. We have the Fury. Spartyy is just heading down into the Fury now. He is the next boss, mere moments away. How do you think it's going to go, Apache?
I've seen both of these guys nail it first time, and I've seen both of these guys, lose minutes and minutes. The Fury, with the health these guys will have going into the fight, you have room for exactly 1 mistake. So you can get hit by the Fury once, and that's it. Getting hit by the Fury is very easy just because of the way that we have to approach him. We kind of just run, look at him, put the sniper on, and start nailing shots into him. The Fury, it's not just a difficult fight because of how fast he can kill you, but to execute the fight correctly, the fight is just so short. It's about 16 seconds done optimally. So it just has so much room for error. It's so dangerous. Occasionally, once in a while, you will get someone who says, I don't think the Fury is that hard. Me and you, we have pretty good, respectable times in this game, and I think we'd categorically say it's the hardest boss in the game, right?
Definitely. And we see Spartyy, he gets a close barrel side spawn, so that's actually the ideal spawn. He's gonna bait him into shooting him, and then do 3-2-3 shots with his Mosin. So he's gonna shoot him 3 times, reset, and here's the 2. Bait another shot. Perfect. And he's going to finish him off with 3 more shots. Oh, Spartyy. Oh, Spartyy. That is an absolutely beautiful fine, Fury. Right? That is perfect. That is ideal. That you cannot get better than that. That is exactly what he wants.
Patience is key. Patience is absolutely key. And yeah, I mean, getting that fight to happen for a start, you need him to spawn on the right side. So the Fury can land in 1 of 3 positions. That's the position we want him to land in. You have to move very specifically against the wall to avoid the fire. When you shoot him the first time, you need to make sure he isn't fully turned in a direction that's not facing you. Otherwise, he can end up going off the side of the map. Or if you knock him further down the hallway, when he stands up and you're trying to move to get in position with him, he can just, blast off. If you lose track of the Fury, that's where a lot of the time loss comes in that fight, and then obviously getting continues as well.
Indeed. So easy for that fight to get out of hand. Sometimes he can just jump away on you in a split second. He doesn't even necessarily do his countdown sometimes. He just jumps, and that's so disheartening when you see that, especially if you're on a good paced run. But we see Spartyy now going into the Groznygrad Weapons Lab. This is where you're going to capture Rykov, and he's going to do a fairly new strat where he's going to throw a smoke grenade towards the stairs. Oh, he is not! Oh, he's doing the MS strat. Oh no, he's going to shoot this guard in the leg, which is going to make him recoil, looking away just for long enough for him to run up the stairs in the box. And he's going to shoot the wall, which makes Rykov look towards him, and run to a specific position, shoot him. Oh, Spartyy nailed it! That strat is so hard to pull off. He just learned it yesterday, and he pulled it off absolutely flawlessly, and that saves 2 seconds over the regular Rykov strat. It's so risky for such...
He got caught! He got caught!
Oh no, Spartyy!
It wouldn't go into the Rykov phase. Like, it wouldn't go into the...
He didn't choke him. Rykov has to be unconscious.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. He's gonna do it again, though. Hopefully he recognizes it, that he needs to be unconscious. Okay, he's gonna revert to the classic strat. So he's just gonna drag Rykov the rest of the way, and if he does it like this, Rykov absolutely will be unconscious by the time he gets to the locker room. You hate to see it.
Absolute shame for Spartyy, honestly. Even with that continue, I mean, this run is still absolutely on fire. It's so fast.
Oh yeah,
it's a real shame. Something I did want to mention is, you know, I'm sure you've all seen Joe around on the channel. You may have seen Spartyy. He does a segment for the stream team on the MGSR channel, but I feel like he's like the hidden beast of MGSR. He's so good at multiple Metal Gear Solid games. He's a really strong runner. He's the best 4 runner currently, and he's playing so exceptionally well in 3, a game that, you know, in my head I didn't really associate him with 3 for a long time. But when I first watched him play and watched him doing the no rookie, he was like one of the most mechanically sound players I've ever seen. Like, his general control of Snake, weapons, menus, movement is just really high level. Even when he didn't have the up-to-date and the fastest strats, he was just like a really good 3 player.
absolutely. And we see Joe going into the Fury now. Well, in a minute here. Very hopeful that he gets a good Fury. This boss absolutely is a run killer, and Sparty's excellent performance does not really show just how bad that fight can go. He can escape so easily, and I really hope that we just don't get to see that today. Can we just not see that?
Yeah, I'd prefer not to. It's nothing worse. Like, there's nothing worse for a 3 player especially to watch someone in that situation you've been in yourself many times, where you can't get out the boss fight. It's heartbreaking.
The Fury can just take hostage sometimes.
Yeah, he really does. He really does. And we've seen that in relay races before. He took Big O Chief hostage for about 3 or 4 minutes. It does happen.
So it looks like we got a non-barrel side spawn? Yes, we did. Ooh.
And there's one. Like, because of his health, I mean, he's got the pixel left, but it's rough.
And the Fury just keeps blasting on him. There he is. He escapes on you. And this is unfortunately what you can get sometimes. You can see there the Fury didn't even do his countdown where he gives you a warning that he's about to leave. He just...
Yeah, good call, Joe. Good call, because he literally couldn't move south at all. He didn't have enough health left to even move into the south side position. So he only had command of the north side of the room, which is just really uncomfortable place to be in. This is a better position.
Yep, this is what you want.
Come on, Joe. That's unfortunate. That can happen. Where he stays in kind of like the knockdown phase. So Joe needs one more shot on the Fury. Hopefully he doesn't do a blast off sequence, which can happen. Oh,
nice.
Great. That was great.
Time around. That's what you're looking for. You can't complain when you get something like that. Very unfortunate the first time around, but love it the second time.
Yeah, it's difficult to explain, but when you get a knockdown phase where it's like 1 shot to knock the Fury down, so you do 3 and then 1 and it knocks him down, he can immediately stand up and blast off, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. It's kind of like RNG. And if he uses his jetpack and goes to the other end of the room, he's just difficult to find. The fight's really out of hand at that point. So well handled on the second try and good awareness to cut your losses on that fight and just say, you know what, I'm going to reset this fight because it's already got too out of hand.
Right, and that is absolutely testament to what I was saying earlier about Joe being very good at knowing his backups and knowing exactly what he needs to do to get the best out of a failed situation. He did very good there, and I love to see that from him.
And Sparty's just spinning Snake around. It's not for a meme. We're purposely going to throw up here. No, you've got to like hug the wall to do this sometimes. I love the boxing match strat where you just like punch. Rather, sometimes we use we do like punch and then knock him down with the revolver. The thing about using the revolver to knock him down is that he flies off so far on the final hit. So I think that's why Sparty's avoiding that.
Right, and that rat he picked up in the cell, it's actually for this right here. So what he did is he just threw it to the south, and there's a guard there that hears it, and instead of looking at where Snake would be, he looks at the rat, which gives him just enough time to sneak by, and he does the smoke grenade trick again, so that guard there does not hear him, and he did it very well. He was able to get in into that hole in the nick of time. That is a very precise trick. It's actually frame perfect.
Yeah, it's frame perfect, and Joe with the Rykov strat right here, he's done a really good job picking up Rykov, and he should be absolutely fine getting to the locker room to steal Rykov's clothes.
Indeed, he should be saving about 30 on Sparty for that. That's a significant time save. That's
probably breaks even with the difference between the Furies. I think somewhere about the same. I think. Nice. This room that Sparty's in at the moment is, I hate it. I hate it so much. It's killed so many of my Foxhound attempts.
Yeah, it's very easy to overthink that room a little bit. People will do these crazy grenade throw setups where they like aim up at a 45-degree angle and they use the position of the sun and the moon to align their grenade throw. It's just not necessary. All you need to do is look straight forward and look up like an inch, and you're good. And that grenade is just in the perfect spot. And Sparty pulled it off just like you'd want him to. That's perfect.
So Sparty's heading into the Sorrow, and Joe's at the Unskippable Torture cutscene. In the past, we would equip the cigar here, we'd drain our health as much as possible, and we'd kill ourselves with the grenade during the Sorrow fight. But it actually turns out that the Sorrow fight doesn't count towards the IGT. So even if you walked all the way to the end of the river and picked up the the additional Sorrow camo you get for going to the end of the river, it wouldn't affect your IGT at all. And for a while, it was perplexing us because we couldn't count for discrepancies between two players' IGTs on mine and Major's run. And eventually we found out through some emulator testing by you and Appel, it just doesn't count at all.
Yeah, very surprised to learn that. It actually, what it does is it counts the frame. It tracks which frame you started the Sorrow's cutscene on. And the IGT continues counting throughout the fight, but then when you finish the fight, it actually resets to that frame when the cutscene started. So it's very weird the way that it actually pauses the IGT, but in the end, it doesn't count towards IGT.
Yeah, dream sequences not counting for IGT was followed up in Metal Gear Solid 4 as well, because I know the Metal Gear Solid 1 section of MGS4 doesn't count towards your IGT either.
Absolutely, it doesn't. You can take a death, use rations, whatever. None of it counts towards IGT or the score screen. So it doesn't. If you take a death or something like that, it won't kill your big boss run, for example. Which actually, going back to the Sorrow and not counting towards IGT, it's a little bit unfortunate because the whole. Well, right before I discovered that, Appel and I discovered that, I actually found a strat to save like 15 seconds on VE where you would use the handkerchief to drown yourself pretty much instantly during the Sorrow fight. Unfortunately, that ended up losing about 7 seconds because the fight doesn't count towards IGT.
Yeah, no, it's still a time save RTA though, so it's good for races and it's good for marathons and things like that, and it's also one of the best looking things I have ever seen in this game. Just like
it's so funny.
It's so creative to use that. Sparty's log roll was monk-esque, man. He did not save much time with it, and it was so dangerous. If you miss that roll on or off the log, you lose about 420 seconds. It's really rough.
It's 69,420.
That sounds about right. It's really rough. You don't want to come off that log ever.
Log
Now,
roll is a famously difficult trick. And it saves like 2 seconds if you do it perfectly, and it loses a lot if you don't.
Yeah, and you do it in every run, right? I don't go for it personally, but you do it in everything. Races, runs.
Every time, yeah. Every time. And now we have the longest black screen in the game. So is the game crashing here or what?
It's actually just I don't know what it is about that cutscene. It just absolutely chugs. It didn't seem too bad on Sparty's, but it's about 20 seconds that the game just completely stops you for.
Very long time. Oh, do we get a different cell escape strat from Joe?
He's gonna shake down the guard twice, I assume. He's not like killed the rat. You can, as Sparty did, kill the rat, and your movement towards the rat is specific because the way you move makes the rat move in a specific way. We don't know why. It's one of those weird ones. Just MGS3 things. And yeah, Joe showing off the punch and then the 3 hits with the revolver. That's just enough to knock the guard out. And Joe will pick up the noodles. Ooh, a bit of a tricky movement there on the guard. He's in a really awkward spot. So instead of picking up the rat, Joe will take the noodles off the guard.
Indeed. And we see Sparty. He's going to do something very interesting here. So he's going to bait this guard with the box. He's going to make him run around the tank. And then he's going to do something a little bit weird. Just let me know if you see it. I think that was
normal.
Totally normal. Yeah, I don't see anything weird with that. I think that's just how you do it.
Yeah, so when a guard sees his down teammate, he goes into this state where he walks over to wake him up and see what's going on. During that time, he can still see Snake, but he can't see Snake if he's in a box. So the box becomes stealth camo. I've said many, many times that the box is way better than stealth camo in this game anyway. If a runner was picking between, on a run said, what do you want, stealth or the box? You'd pick the box every single time.
Every time.
If your goal's coming out with the fastest time. We haven't really mentioned it too much, right? But obviously, it doesn't have a stagger animation for moving up and down terrain as well. So you move at full speed. So we use the box a great deal in this game. It's also used for setting up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also used for setting up box headshots.
So what Sparty has just done there in the Shagohod hangar is he actually shot the liquid fuel tank with the Mark 22, and that doesn't blow it up. However, the guards aren't dumb. They see that the tank just got shot with a gun, so they're like, I want to get out of here, and they all run out of the room, basically, and out of your way forever. So that gives you a pretty clear line to just run straight to all of the liquid fuel tanks and plant the required C3 on them.
Yeah, it's I love that strat exists.
Same.
Like that could be such a difficult room, and you feel like you can just take a breather in that room, just relax, take it easy. It looks like a really tricky room. It's not.
But we do have Volgan, and this is a tricky fight. So what he's going to do is he's going to throw him on the ground using CQC and unload on him with some SVD shots with some specific timing. And this is going to bring down... Ooh, very nice. Bring down his health.
I thought he was going to get one cycle then. That looked really close. He was 2 shots short, but that was exceptional.
So he's going to use the SVD on him. This actually doesn't count as a kill because he doesn't actually die. So this is not breaking their agreed rules of no kills. But he is going to lay down and shoot Volgan just barely during in the tiny window between his shield being up and moving on to the next attack. And he did that just perfectly. You're going to do that 3 times in a row, and he absolutely nailed it to finish phase 2 of Volgan. Very clean fight.
Yeah, that was excellent. That's an easy fight to lose a ton of time on.
Oh yeah, it's so easy for him to escape from you. And if you just miss, if any one of your shots are off by just 1/10 of a second, he'll put his shield up, and then you'll have to basically have a casual Volgan, and it's really not fun. Going into bike chase.
As per their agreement, they're both going to be going non-lethal here, which requires a lot of additional menuing. If you're like me and you do lethal strats, you can just use the RPG throughout this entire section. It's very, very free. Using the stun grenades to take out the guards, and also he'll use a bit of Mark 22 as well. Requires some precise timing and some great aiming to switch between phases where you can damage the guards and shoot the Shagohod. In this section, whether you shoot the guards or not, the room will progress at the same speed. It's a complete auto scroller, but on European Extreme, you don't want to take much damage from these guards. You can very, very easily die. So all of this, stun grenade throwing and Mark 22 usage is all going to matter in the next few screens. Like how much damage he can avoid is overall going to matter. You can also see he equipped the OSCAM. The OSCAM in HD Collection you can get on New Game if you press I like MGS3 at the start. It gives you 33% less damage from enemies. Really, really important, especially if you want to stay on Foxhound rank and you don't want to use life meds in this section. It's easy to make a mistake.
Right, you are, Ken. And OSCAM just applies so much, just a little bit of needed leeway in this room, because this room is notoriously difficult with Tiger Stripe, because you just take so much damage. And it's easy to look at what happens in this room and say, oh, well, I've only lost half my health. But then you get into the next room and you're faced with 3 RPG guards and like 90 other guards with AK-47s, and they just rinse your health. They just clean you out. So it's really good that he got out with just a sliver of health lost. That's really good.
Yeah, those RPGs as well, it's not just the damage that they do to you, but getting hit by an RPG also reduces the frame rate to about 3, which overall loses you time. Lower frame rates in Metal Gear Solid 3 lose time overall on the IGT. So we do a lot to try and keep the frames as high as possible.
So you see Spartyy here, he just took out 4 guards, 2 sets of 2, and he actually does need to take those out or else the room won't progress. So he wants to do that as quickly as possible, and he did. He didn't have any stragglers, so that's good. He just took out another RPG guard on the roof there. All of these RPG guards absolutely can hit you, and they will devastate you. They do like a third of your health, or maybe 40% of your health in each shot. Pretty devastating.
I think despite Spartyy taking a continue at Rykov, I would assume he's on PB pace for this run. It's really, really fast so far. Very minimal in the mistakes department.
So here we have the most risky RPG guard in all of Bike Chase. This guy here, he can hit you right at the end of a room. Oh, very clean. He took him out. So he threw a stun grenade at a very precise angle. That stun grenade is harder than it looks. It's so easy to miss it. It has to be really close to that RPG guard who's standing on the second floor of some scaffolding. And it has to be pretty close to him so it'll actually stun him. And he got it perfectly. If that guard hits you, you're going to go into this section with near on no health. And the gunners on these motorcycles can just absolutely rinse your health, because they have full auto machine pistols and they're super accurate. So they'll just take no prisoners.
Yeah, it's a really, really rough section of the game. Even with practicing for my run tomorrow, you just can't you can't lose your concentration for a second, otherwise you're just going to get hit with so much incoming damage.
So you see Spartyy, he's looking up sometimes, and the reason for that is because basically we want to improve the frame rate. So Spartyy is going to look up to look away from all the weird effects and all the guards and vehicles that are spawned that otherwise lag the game, and that ends up saving about 25 seconds throughout the whole run, or whole bike chase, I should say. It's pretty significant time save.
Yeah, you can't get all of it on European Extreme because of how much work you have to do with looking at the guards. You're not allowed to just look at the floor the whole time. You will die. Even with all the life meds in the world, it's just too much damage. But you can get a fair bit of it, and you will see, as Sparty's doing, looking up as much as possible. It adds an extra dynamic of skill to this section of the game. Just knowing when you can look up, how much damage you can take, and so on, because you will get health refills at the breakpoints. You have a whole Shagohod fight between section 1 and 2 of it.
It requires good awareness to know when you need to actually look down and actually do something. Because if you're just going to look up for the whole bike chase, you're going to die easily, handily. So, Apache, you think that the whole game's going to be like that, right? Lag reduction and then knowing when you need to kind of look at your surroundings, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet, but I think there's the natural point where the skill cap will get high enough, where people will begin saving as many frames as possible in not just like the auto-scroller rooms, but just looking at the floor during sections of the game. And we don't welcome it. We don't welcome that eventuality, but MGS3 does a lot of things we don't want it to do, basically. We didn't make the game, we just play it. Oh, Joe, 1 bullet short. Good awareness, though. Good awareness to pace out his shots at the end there, knowing that he only had... he was 1 shot short and being able to switch. Because if you don't pick up on it quickly enough, Vulcan will get his iframes, so you need to switch as soon as you fire your last SVD bullet.
Yes, he will, and yes, you do. Some runners will actually remove the 1911 from their inventory during that big waterfall menuing cutscene. So, very glad that Joe didn't, because he had that to fall back on for that fight. If you take off the 1911, you have no lethal weapons to follow up with.
Yeah, some people will remove the 1911, and some people will equip the Patriot early just in case. But
so we see Spartyy now going into the Shagohod. He's going to do a Shagohod loop, which was actually, it's not new, but it's new to us. We learned about it just a few months ago. So he's going to open up with a shot on the treads, which stuns the Shagohod in place. And he's going to continuously shoot the Shagohod's weak spot and alternate between shooting the weak spot and the treads again. And if he does it in a very specific timing and order, he'll be able to keep the Shagohod from moving at all. And unfortunately, it looks like he's lost it. It's definitely down to RNG somewhat. It's a very tough timing strat, and even if you get it perfectly, there's a chance that either Eva or the Shagohod will just choose not to play ball. And it looks like that's what we're getting here from Spartyy, unfortunately. He got about halfway health, did about half damage to the Shagohod on the loop, so it's not too bad. It certainly could have been worse. The Shagohod certainly likes to run away from you sometimes, though.
Yeah, it's just another cruel eventuality of running this game. The Shagohod is a fight that you can lose minutes on, just through no fault of your own. It can just go like that sometimes. If you attempt the loop as well, the position that you put the Shagohod into, and you're kind of like tricking the game into keeping Eva directly behind the Shagohod the whole time. It's not really supposed to happen. When he breaks the loop, really weird things can happen. Eva can literally drive inside of the Shagohod, and you can't fire your RPG at the Shagohod while you're in that position because it will do too much damage to you. It takes 2 self RPGs to kill yourself on your own, so you're stuck there basically. This is not a bad Shagohod fight overall from Spartyy, though.
Absolutely. When you lose the loop, you're happy to get a Shagohod like this. He's getting a lot of shots on the weak spot. There you go, and he just finished Phase 1 going into Phase 2. Phase 2 has Vulcan standing on top of the Shagohod, controlling it from the outside, so he's going to shoot the treads, which stops the Shagohod in a specific place. He knows right where that's going to be, so he's going to pop Vulcan in the head 4 times, and that's all he needs to finish this fight. Hopefully, he can get through the Phase 2 without the Shagohod escaping on him. This is another element of I want to say RNG, some sort of randomness. Vulcan can definitely escape from you in Phase 2, but he nailed it. That's a perfect Phase 2. You're absolutely looking for that. In any run, you'll be happy to take it.
Yeah, it's just such a ridiculously precise section. There isn't enough space between like firing your weapon and then opening your menu. It all has to be done perfectly in sync, otherwise the Vulcan will just break the loop. You can end up in such an awkward situation as well on Vulcan Phase 2. Because he's driving left at the start and we stop him early, he can face you basically when you hit him with the second RPG. While Vulcan is looking directly at you, if you have him like facing left, you shoot the tread, and then he looks down at the tread which faces him towards you. You can't actually deal damage to him, and then you have to wait until he drives again and hope that he gets into a better position. It's just an absolute ton of time lost to be had on that fight.
Definitely. And we just saw Joe. He took a second wave of guards there in the second room of Bike Chase. There's actually 4 guards in the northeastern corner of the map where you can take them out early, and then you won't get them later on, which saves up to 10 seconds, depending on how long it takes you to take out that second wave. Because what they have to do is they have to from that northeastern corner towards you, and then you have to obviously take them out somehow, and all that takes a considerable amount of time. So if you take them out early, you can save a lot of time.
Yeah, Joe's aim there was so ridiculously good. Like, most people use that stun grenade to take out the last RPG guard. Joe just no-scoped him and then shot the guard above him as well. Really, really nice aim. Underappreciated skill in Metal Gear Solid 3, people having, like, exceptionally good aim.
And even within MGS3 runners, Joe's aim is just exceptional. It's superb. I've never really like it. I think he's the best.
I think it is. I think he is the best. I wouldn't be opposed to giving him that title at all. That stun grenade Spartyy just threw. If you don't take out that RPG guard, you'll lose in 20 seconds. Like, getting hit with the RPG with Sparty's health right now wouldn't be that bad, but the game just chugs so much after getting hit by it, you legit lose like 20 seconds.
Just due to lag. So we see Spartyy doing a bit of a unique strat here for the flying platform room. This is pretty much universally agreed to be the hardest room in the game because of the middle guard who can just fly over top you and just park himself there, and you'll never be able to shoot him. Which is why it's weird that Spartyy decided to go ahead and hold off on shooting the middle guard. However, Spartyy has a method. If he holds off on shooting that middle guard, it'll actually make him spawn later on in the room. So that way he doesn't have to worry so much about the middle guard flying over top him at all, and he can usually avoid it. And you'll see here, that middle guard has not been an issue for him, so it looks like this strat of his is paying off. He's just nailing these shots too. Occasionally he's popping out of first person to do some auto-aim shots, particularly for that middle guard. That's the only one it really works for effectively, but that auto-aim shot's pretty consistent, particularly in the beginning.
Yeah, it's underappreciated skill doing this fight. Very easy to lose your run on. The OS camo helps a great deal, but
even with OS cam, this room is absolutely not free on Fox on Pace. That was close. That was way closer than it needed to be. Oh my god.
It's a weird one. You can actually shoot it right next. You can shoot the log with the RPG right next to you, and for some reason it doesn't damage you. It's like the only instance in the game where that will happen. But you can like nail it point blank for some reason.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like it's not a immovable object, so the explosion doesn't happen on the log itself. It's like it kind of deletes the RPG, I think, actually, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Weird. But he just made it through Flying Platform Room, which, like I said, is a famous run killer for Foxhound runs. Very glad he made it through that. This room is... it's a moment to calm down, but it's not a moment to get complacent, because you can definitely die in this room, too. All of these bikes have machine gunners on them, like before, and these guys will rinse your health, just like before, and they will not take prisoners. So it's definitely not a moment to get complacent.
Yeah, something for the old school runners is... old school runners only ran European Extreme New Game, and they went for not just Foxhound rank, but all zeros rank, where you have nothing in everything. And a big trick they used for that was killing Volgin non-lethally and getting the I can't remember what the camo's called, the USSR camo, Cold War camo, which means the guards won't shoot you when you're facing them, and they would just use that camo throughout the entire bike chase section. Obviously, to get that camo, you lose a lot of time on New Game. The non-lethal Volgin strat compared to lethal is very, very slow.
Oh yeah, it's like 35 seconds slower or something like that.
Yeah,
and
but
we
I
have
think
Joe going into the Shagohod. Unfortunately, it looks like he's not going to get that first shot required for the loop. So
it was too early. It was way too early. But I don't think he goes for the loop anyway.
Does he not?
No, I mean, the loop, as Major said, it's not a new strat, but it is new to all the current runners. All the old runners who did it left, and we didn't know about it until
VPP.
It was, yeah, VPP recently gave us like an explanation on how to do it.
Yeah, it was so weird. I remember you posted in the MGS3 channel in the MGSR Discord, and you just said, "I'm having trouble with the Shagohod. I've been having trouble keeping it lately, and I'm just getting really bad times on the fight." And then VPP comes in absolute clutch from the shadows and says, "Well, here's how you do the loop. There's this thing you can shoot the treads and the weak spot in the specific order, and it just keeps him from moving at all." And he's like, "Oh my god, VPP, you had this under your belt the whole time and you didn't tell anybody?
It's like,
how are you just saving it?"
How did none of these old school boys watch any one of my runs and go, "The hell are you doing there?" Like,
very thankful. for VPB telling us about that, though, because
Big
he saved
time.
literal minutes in the run. The only reason that we're getting times like we are today is because of that loop. Honestly, that saves like 2 minutes in the run if you have a bad Shagohod. It can be bad.
It's so much faster. It's so much faster. I literally beat world record like a week later. That was like the last piece I needed in my run.
You know what? Joe's having a great Shagohod considering no loop.
Yeah, this is what we call a Hikari Shagohod. It's where you don't get the loop, but you still miraculously get like the most insane Shagohod. If you ever get the chance, look at Hikari's run, his 117. Look at his Shagohod. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's so crazy. He doesn't get the loop, and yet he comes out like 4 seconds ahead of the Shagohod IL. And the IL used lethal strats, which saves an additional 2 seconds-ish.
And a menu trick.
And a menu trick.
I'm not a fan of Joe's setup on Volgin 2, but if it works, it works. And right now it's worked.
You know what? I see the merit in it because it's so easy for Volgin to just move a little bit.
Oh, he went for the no-scope. It's going to cost him.
Oh, no.
He went for the no-scope.
You got to commend him for trying, though.
Yeah, that's...
Would have been awesome if he landed it.
That's brave.
But that setup that Joe does, it makes sure that the side of Volgin's head is always facing you, so that way his shield will never prevent you from getting your headshots. With the way that most runners do it, it's possible for Volgin to move just a little bit, which means that his head will be facing you, and if his head is facing you, you can't shoot him, because his shield will always block the shot. So that setup is a lot safer. It's definitely not a bad setup.
No, I like it a lot, to be honest with you. If it works, it works. I'm never gonna say anything about a strat if it works.
And we see Spartyy taking advantage of some weird guard mechanics here. They can't actually see through trees, so he just shoots them through a tree. He can see them just fine, but to the guards, there's nothing there.
Yeah, this is the strat you use, right? I picked this strat up from you. It's great in normal Euro, but it's also so valuable in Tuxedo where you can get seen from miles away.
So, do we need to jinx him with the Eva thing, or should we wait?
I was not talking. I'm not even acknowledging that. We'll talk about it later.
He was really banking on the hope that she jumped. So it worked. She did follow. However, there is a slim possibility that Eva just won't. She'll just stay up there and ignore you and not jump down with you, and that loses like 30 seconds each time it happens, and it can happen as many times as it wants in a row.
She just doesn't jump down. Like, you go down and she just doesn't follow you. She walks back to the start of the level. We don't know why it happens. We've seen it a few times. It's certainly more common than the like phantom radio in MGS2. It's awful.
So Spartyy does a little bit of a different boss loop. What most runners do is they'll shoot her twice in the head with the Mosin Nagant, but that second headshot can be quite tricky because she likes to bob her head around a lot, as you can see, especially when she's doing that recoil animation. So Spartyy just opts to go for the second body shot, which he'll always land. That does mean he's going to have to do one extra cycle, but that doesn't actually add that much time, so can't really argue with him when he does a strat like that. Pretty safe, pretty good. Very clean boss so far. He's had no mistakes, hasn't missed any shots or broken the loop at all. Okay, unfortunately the boss didn't charge him.
He needed to move further away and face her, and it would have been fine, but he didn't go far enough away. You don't need to like hide behind a tree or anything. I hate it when you're behind a tree. If she does like the charge at you from behind a tree, it can cause problems when you do the counter.
It can, and that's GG for Spartyy, I think. I think they're stopping at the boss, are they not?
I think we're going to IGT, right? But
yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, the RTA.
I'll stop it on the revolver.
Sure. Yeah, very clean boss fight from Spartyy. Very clean. Love to see it.
Sparty's played absolutely out of his mind. Really, really high level stuff. Very few mistakes. Minor mistake at Rykov when going for a multi-segment strat, and then outside of that,
really, it really wasn't
an
much.
extra cycle at the end, an extra B shield at the pain. Like, where were the mistakes? Like, literally, where were the mistakes?
This is a really good run. Oh, that means he was so close to getting Foxhound in a relay race.
Mm-hmm.
That would have absolutely been the first time that would have happened.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. Like, I talk about this all the time, but marathon runs of Metal Gear Solid 3 rarely get Foxhound rank. 2014, Molotov at GDQ got Foxhound with a 1 hour 40 run. Since then, every single marathon run has been like Night Owl, Chameleon. It's so difficult to get Foxhound in a marathon setting. It requires much practice, many resets. All of us have lost our Foxhound to the most ridiculous thing. Anything can lose it for you. One continue and you've lost it. One life med and you've lost it. So every credit. This was a fantastic run by Spartyy. And I don't think Joe played badly at all. This is what a race run of the game looks like.
Absolutely.
Most of the time. Sparty's just so far ahead because he's just made very minimal in the way of mistakes. And yeah, I think anyone would have struggled to beat Spartyy today.
Spartyy is absolutely a contender for one of the top runners of this game, for sure.
Agreed.
He has made leaps and bounds in the last month or so to improve his time, and he has done a phenomenal job of that. Very impressed and very proud of him. Joe, very good performance today as well. Both runners have had very few mistakes. I think Joe's only had 2 continues, right?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
1, 2, yeah, 2.
Yeah, and that's it. And other than that, he really didn't have a whole lot of time loss. So those 2 continues are all he's got. Very impressive performance.
Minor mistakes, things like getting extra phases on bosses, making the odd mistake with menus, things like Volgin, where he got him down to the last part and then ran out of ammo, had to switch for his gun a couple of seconds. All these kind of things just lose a little bit of time here and there. But what an exceptional run of 3 by Spartyy. I hope for a strong finish by Joe as well.
Joe does still have 2 rooms with guards in them, so it's not over yet. And he definitely has some time that he could save, because I do believe that Joe does the slightly faster loop on the boss. Am I correct?
Yeah, so he'll go for the absolute fastest boss setup with all headshots. It's a tricky fight. It's on the difficulty scale compared to some of the other bosses in the game. It's a little bit easier, I find. But it's another one of those where if you make any sort of mistake, you lose so much time for it. All these bosses are just so punishing.
Absolutely. And I do believe we have Spartyy on comms. Hello, Spartyy.
Hello.
How do you feel?
Hey.
Welcome, my friend.
I wish I could say this is a regular thing for me, but like all the stars aligned for this run. Like I wish I could say I do this in most of my runs, but this was just like one of my best runs, and it happened in a relay race.
Do you think this is a PB for you?
Yes, I think this is a PB for me.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Like
yeah,
it looks really good.
Because the only mistakes I made, or big mistakes, was the Rykov. That lost me maybe, I don't know, 20, 25 seconds.
Do you know why you got the continue at Rykov?
It's because he wasn't knocked out.
Yeah. So you have to do the little thing where you stun him if you do that quick setup. But we couldn't believe it. We were absolutely popping off, going for a multi-segment strat inside the relay race. That was nutty.
Major showed me that last night, and I was doing it a little bit, and after a while, it wasn't that hard to pull off. But what happened at the end, I didn't want to risk that again, so I just decided for the backup on the second try.
Yeah, it was great use of backup as well. I mean, picking that strat up last night, you are like compared to most runners, really like mechanically sound. Your control of Snake is really good. You just know where everything is in your menu, things like that. So it's not surprising that you could pick up a multi-segment strat so quickly. But just to pull the trigger on it and say I'm going to do it in a relay race is really impressive.
Yeah, it was a time I lost in. It was a time I lost in the end when he ran away from me, plus the pain where I couldn't finish him off quickly. So I said either I'm gonna make up that lost time here, or I'll just risk, or I'll just get a continue. So it'll be one or the other.
So minimal in the way of mistakes across the whole run.
Yeah.
I think that's all of them there. Really impressive stuff, man. Like as I said to Major, I think he would have beaten anyone in a race today, like any MGS3 runner. Performing like that under normal conditions is hard, but to do it in a marathon, it was, or in the relay race, really impressive.
Thank you. Like I said, I wish this was a regular thing that I could just pump these runs out. But it definitely is hard. Anyone's that run this game, you get stuck in like a room or you get stuck in a boss fight and you get like 3 continues turns into like 10 continues.
Yeah.
It backs up really quickly. So I was really happy that I got through when I really started kind of relaxing is after I got through the pain without a continue. Then I started relaxing a lot more.
Yeah, the first, 40 minutes of the run are just ridiculous in the way of the slightest movement incorrectly on your analog stick, and that's it. You've got to continue in that room. Joe's going to do his boss now. It's a strong start, 2 headshots. He'll throw the stun grenade high up into the air, and this setup will keep us stunned. I love the boss infinite.
It's so good. I love that pretty much every final boss in MGS has an infinite stun lock. Is there one that doesn't?
1 does, 2 does, 3 does, 4 does. 5 if you count the final boss. Yeah, you can stun lock him and kill him really quickly.
This is a really nice boss fight from Joe.
Ooh.
Oh, cursed it. I'm so sorry. This is nuts what Joe does here. This is not the strat at all. You want to...
impressive, though.
It looks dumb, so it's like peak Joe. He loves like meme stuff like this. Recovered well.
Fight, yep. Unfortunately, what happened
well.
there was he was just slightly too slow on that first shot, which gave the boss just enough time to turn around and bring up her shield, which prevented him from continuing the loop on her. But he did recover and had a very good finish to that fight. Very impressive and funny to see that weird like rubbing up on her strat that he does to keep her from hurting him. Loved seeing that. GG, both runners. GG Spartyy, GG Joe. Very good execution from both of you today. Spartyy, I think you only had 1 continue, right?
Yes, it was the Rykov trying to didn't knock him out.
Hey, if you get 1 continue in a relay race, you're going to be happy.
Definitely.
If someone said to you before the race, listen, I can tell you your future, you're going to get 1 continue. You'd go in all like calm, you'd feel good.
I'll take that every day, twice on Sunday.
It was unfortunate with the end fight. He literally had 1 pixel of health. That was rough to see, but you had a really good backup because you knew he was going to like fork out to the left and then run right, and you already had your aim in the right position. So again, really good use of backups. It's so important to know your backups in this game.
The final heart-wrenching shot on the boss.
And we are coming up on time for Joe. I'll call it when he gets his final shot off. And that's time. Time for Joe.
GG Joe.
Really well played by both of you. I just want to double check. We're going to RGT. Does anyone know something that I don't, Sparty? Is every race going to IGT or?
I don't know.
I think it is not.
We are going to IGT on all races.
Very good.
Thanks, Roy.
Thank you.
So the Rations are starting strong with 2 victories. Does Joe want to jump in for a little bit? That's entirely up to him, but he'd be more than welcome. Hey, Joe. How's it going, mate?
Hey, GG, Sparty.
GG's.
So, what PlayStation 3s do you both have?
I have a CECH 2001A with a Samsung SSD inside.
Is that a Super Slim?
That's a Slim.
Okay, so you got Slim. What you got, Joe?
I also have a PS3 Slim 2001A SSD drive digital.
Do you have a Samsung as well, by any chance?
I would have to look that up, but
no,
yeah.
No, I'm just joking. I don't think different models of SSD will
Yeah,
affect
I mean, the only good thing I could say about this run was I was underestimate. The rest I'd rather just forget about, honestly.
You had like a couple of mistakes, mate, but overall it really wasn't bad at all. Like you had what 2 continues?
Yeah, it's just my early game was a mess, but I mean the second half was better.
Yeah, sometimes it goes like that. You know yourself when you raced Big O Chief. You know,
I was
it was
just
you.
about
It
to
was
say. I mean, I know what it's like to be on the other side of it now. I mean, it's the same scenario. You know.
so nature of this game. It's one of those where mistakes are just absolutely punishing, and even the slightest thing can cause a mistake. So
yeah,
I
mean,
think you played really well, dude.
Yeah, it's like I like running the game for what it is, and it's a tough difficulty, and it's it was fun getting to race Sparty. I was really kicking myself early. Pain, just slight use of the analog got away from me. The rest was still pretty good. I mean, I got the hybrid end loop. Fury just gave me bad RNG. I decided to just reset it. There was just no saving it. He didn't really loop the way I wanted him to, and I had no room to work with all the fire.
Yeah, that was a good call from you because you were literally stuck on the south side. You couldn't even catch a light because you had like 1 HP. So it was the correct call. It really was the correct call to just kill yourself and end the fight. But then your second attempt at the Fury was as good as it can be. It was a really nice.
That was a standard fight. What I wanted to get out of him. I mean, even if he went left, it was just the way he reacted by attacking me quick and then darted away. If he came back in my lane, I would have tried to continue it, but there was fire literally everywhere. So I had no choice but to just reset the room.
We all felt the anxiety right there. We all know what it's like to just see that room covered in fire. You can't move anywhere, and you're looking for spots like in between the flames to see where you can stand. It happens, man. It happens.
Yeah, but I guess regarding some of the comments about like the difference in loads is, my PS3 Slim is like 9 years old. I mean, the SSD drive is fairly new, but the console has seen a lot of runs. And so I don't know if that attributes to the difference in loads that may have been noticed, but I don't know. It still doesn't excuse my early game. Even Warehouse 1, the roll I tried to get wasn't there and tried to back it up on an improvised gut. And, I didn't make it up the stairs fast enough. But yeah, it is what it is.
It's just the nature of that run. I mean, Sparty was really having the run of his life today.
Yeah, I kind of noticed, and I think he got caught trying to get Rykov.
He was doing the multi-segment strategy, and he was nailing it up until the point he didn't knock Rykov out. So
yeah, I mean, I knew it was over for me the minute that you got through your Fury fight without any like big issues. I mean, it was already kind of over, but once you got through yours, no problem. I was like, yep, this race is over, like in my mind. So I was just gonna play it out. Whatever happens, happens.
I
Shot some
wasn't.
Caratines for the heck of it.
I saw. I started tuning into your run once I was in the torture sequence. Then I'm like, all right, let's see what he's doing. And then you were on the Fury, and I'm like, yep, I've been there. Thank God I got mine the first try. Because yesterday I was doing some attempts, and I was stuck on the Fury for like 6-7 minutes straight, and I just couldn't get out of the Fury. And I'm like, I was just
I know the
thanking the
feeling too well.
MGS3 gods that I got out of it first try.
Yeah, I mean, he went left for
run.
me, and then I, tried to counter it with a shot, and he got to me first, and there was literally fire everywhere around me, except for like maybe one little spot that I was standing in, just thinking what to do, and I had to reset the room, and then I got the actual fight I wanted with him. That's just the way he is. I mean, for those watching, like how that fight goes, is just, you got to get lucky with which way he starts, and then actually trying to get him to jetpack loop.
Yeah, even on your second attempt, because you got like the 3-shot and then the 1-shot knockdown, when he stands up, he can just blast off, and there would have been nothing you could do about it. So you still needed a bit of luck even in that like second attempt. So it's a hard fight, very hard fight. And now we got 4 MGS3 runners here. Would you say it's fair to say the Fury is the hardest fight in the game? Like, it's not easy by any means.
On this difficulty, I would have to say yes. I mean,
would
I've
also say
I've lost so many Foxhound runs to him, more than anything else.
The thing with Fury is like you can do everything correctly and still mess up the fight.
Yeah,
Where
exactly.
something like the pain, which I hate, you'll mess up the fight, but you know it's your fault. Like you either miss your shots, you didn't time your headshots correctly. So the pain is my second worst boss fight right behind this. But the Fury is so infuriating because you can do everything right and he'll still either fly away or mess it up, or like a fire on the ground, like the patch won't be in the correct spot. Like those are the little things that I hate.
And the fire does so much damage that even if you have full health, you have room for exactly one mistake.
Right.
And
And then you have your Mosin Nagant out, but if you're standing at the wrong spot, you can't shoot him because Snake will start to like take damage and put away the Mosin Nagant, and then you're just screwed.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
ruthless one.
there was really nothing I could have done. I was even debating like swapping to the fire camo just for that fight, but I knew where I was with the run, and I did not want to revert to that old strat that I used to do. And just figured, roll the dice. He went left. I'm surprised I didn't die when he hit me at the first time, but he pretty much covered everything. I had no room to work with. Even if he was in another lane, I couldn't roll up to it. I would have died anyway. Just trying to like approach it.
I put the fire camo on at ESA, mate. Don't worry about it.
No, I mean, it's not even that, but it's just like, when you know you're behind, like you figure you just gotta go for it. I mean, even if I had the fire camo, he went to the other side of the level. Like there was no getting to him. That's what made me start over, is like, okay, where is he? What do I have to work with? And I couldn't even find him. So I'm like, yep, reset. I'm not gonna chase after him.
It was absolutely the correct call. And it's good to know when to cut your losses. I feel like in Warehouse, when you miss the roll, like I immediately like cut my losses with that room, and I just want to try it again.
I probably should have feigned death. I was actually looking back on that. I should have just feigned death pilled and reloaded the room, rather than trying to like improvise a wacky like backup strat. Which
There is room for improvisation within MGS3, but sometimes it is just better to reset the room and try it again.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I shut my splits off like more than halfway through. Like I didn't even want to look at the numbers anymore. I already knew where the run was, but I also kept the recording going for a little bit, just in the event that when I got a 360 bike during Bike Escape. That's why I looked at the very end before the jump. I was like, okay, am I going to get anything? And it's like, nope. I mean, you gotta make make it entertaining, even though the run's a wash.
Yeah, you certainly always do that, and it wasn't your day, man. It'll be your day again. Nature of the beast.
I mean, it's out of all the games that I've run, I mean, MGS3 is probably not really one of the hardest, but it's the most unforgiving for mistakes. And MGS4 for me personally is like right next to that, like in second. Just like how unforgiving the game gets when you make mistakes, or if you just get handed a bad encounter RNG. But yeah, I still like it. I encourage people to run it. Absolutely. And it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll piggyback off what Joe was saying. When I first started running this game, I think I was getting like 140s, 145s. That was like a regular thing for me. And then I started watching other runners. Like I was watching Joe and picked up some stuff he was doing. And I'm like, oh, that's much easier and faster. I was watching Apache to do some of the stuff he was doing, and then I was watching Major, and I just picked up little things from everybody. And everyone's just so helpful with the game to just keep getting the time lower and lower. And everyone's just so welcoming to learn this game. So anyone that's thinking of trying to learn this game, you got.
All right, time's coming up for me. I'd be surprised if this is out under an hour 30.
Wow. Just
wow. After all of that, and I still made it under an hour and a half. Okay. All right. Now I don't feel so bad.
Still
But
sub 130.
Good job
Yeah.
to both of you. I do want to get us moved on, but that was a win to the Rations by Spartyy. Coming up next, we will have BlueMetal versus Tyler 2022 in the Twin Snakes, all dog tags extreme. So that's going to be a fantastic race. Tomorrow I will run Metal Gear Solid 3 European Extreme Tuxedo on the channel. Check the schedule for that as well. Thanks both of you for running. You were great.
Anytime.
Thank you.
And yeah, Major, I love doing comms with you, and hopefully we get to do that again. And we do get to do it again tomorrow. So
tomorrow. GG, gentlemen. Good races from both of you. And I hope you all enjoy the next race. Bye-bye.
All right, I hope you guys stick around. We got 2 more runs for you, but we want to take a quick moment to talk about what we're doing here. Metal Gear Tactical Espionage Affiliation, or MGT, is a celebration of this channel going Twitch affiliate. We have 3 days of runs, races, and exciting showcases for you. You can check the schedule below in the panel or type !schedule for links. We have 3 bonus incentives for this marathon, which have all been met thanks to all of you. At 25 subs, Mini Omega will be doing Metal Gear 2 run. At 35 subs, Apache will do a Tuxedo European Extreme run, which is tomorrow. And at 50 subs, BlueMetal will show all the cutscenes for the finale run of the event, Metal Wolf Chaos XD, which we assure you is a Metal Gear game. And we want to thank you for your support. We're going to get something tasty cooked up here in just a moment. Please stick around.
Okay, so we are back for the next run. This is Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes Extreme All Dog Tags. I am joined by Alien as co-commentator. What's up, Alien?
Hey, how's it going? I've been enjoying this marathon so far.
Yeah, I mean, now that I've gotten that past run out of my head, I mean, the marathon has been an absolute blast. You know, and of course, like Roy was saying before, you know, shout outs to you guys for unlocking all the bonus material. You know, maybe we've reached subs, you know, I don't think a lot of us imagined we would get. But it's been a lot of fun. So I guess we're just gonna wait for these guys to get going. But I guess while we're waiting, just my background with this game, I have ran the difficulty on extreme for big boss attempts. I don't really know a whole lot when it comes to dog tags. Alien, I guess maybe you can kind of, you know, help fill the gaps on, you know, what separates a normal extreme run versus when you add dog tags into the mix.
Oh, sure thing. There are a lot of things that differentiate this category and make it its own unique thing. We'll be able to get into that very shortly.
Okay, so it looked like we had a little bit of a layout hiccup, and looks like it's all corrected. So we're just gonna wait for our host Roy to get our guys underway. Doing a quick ready check. They're both ready. I'm ready.
I'm ready.
And here we go. So, Twin Snakes, remake of MGS1 using MGS2 graphics engine. It was made for the GameCube. It's also on the Dolphin emulator as another means of playing the game. But I believe both are playing on the GameCube. I actually don't know for a fact if they are or not, but
that is correct. They're both using GameCubes to do this. You can also play on the Wii, but they're opting for the GameCube. Can get a faster disc change with that method.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if, you know, just it's pretty simple to swap the disc in and out, but as exciting as the start of this run is, regardless of what category, you start off the same way by just racing to the locker and then just chilling for a couple minutes waiting for the elevator.
Yeah, there's no dog tags to acquire down here. You can't even get a weapon to hold these guys up, even if you wanted to mess around. The first dog tags that we'll be procuring will be on the helipad, and there's really nothing to do until that time. They just have their timing cue of when they can approach the elevator.
Tyler's just remarking how cold the locker is down there. I could imagine.
Yeah, freezing cold metal right up against you.
But I guess, you know, for those watching, it's just, you know, like I said, MGS1 Twin Snakes was, you know, again, loosely based on the original game. There were some cinematic adjustments they did, I guess for a better term, but the whole idea is they basically took MGS1, combined it with the MGS2 graphics engine and inventory layout, as well as the addition of, you know, the M9, the PSG-1T weapons you would not normally see in the original. Looks like Blue is having a little bit of fun. Just, I wonder if Tyler's going to do the same thing. No. Okay.
Looks
so
like
maybe
Blue's more cold. He's shivering over there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just demonstrating how cold it really is down there.
This first guard is really simple to avoid. You just wait for him to pass, and then you go around the corner. Both got in at the exact same time, basically.
Yeah, I did want to bring it up, but I do recall a Twin Snakes race against BlueMetal Airlian, which you were also a part of, and not to try to bring up, unpleasant memories, but I particularly remember that there is a way to save time going onto that elevator, but and there's a big but.
Yeah.
What could happen?
If you go greedy, you have to start all over, and some people are more nice than others, and they may reset so you can catch up, but we won't be worrying about that here.
Yeah, I mean, but on a personal note, I do admire you for at least going for that role, even if it does save frames. But it was, I could definitely see like how runs like that can get you all frazzled, and including my run with 3, just the early mistakes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The first guard manipulation just occurred. They went over to the helipad and grabbed the chaff grenades and lured the guard on the left over. So he's going to be in the middle here while they go over and hold this guy up. So getting the guard up the stairs' attention, they're going to meet in the middle, and they're both going to investigate this body. And if done optimally, you can hold them up at the same time. Looks like Blue got the south guy up first, same with Tyler. But same idea here. Then you give them both a good groin punch, move on. The groin punch is extremely powerful for this category because it instantly knocks them out without having to use any questionable methods or leaving them on their own to perhaps turn back around and see you. This is pretty clean. This area is quite difficult, and their execution was very nice here.
Yeah, I could definitely see like how something like the helipad can get out of hand quick, even if it's just a missed punch. But man, imagine that with all the technology and weapons you have in this game, and the one thing that the guards don't stand a chance. I mean, hell, if anybody stands a chance against a well-placed groin punch. But I guess from here on out, it's again more or less typical. Just you gotta crawl through the vent, and then I guess explain to to our viewers, like when they're equipping and unequipping the SOCOM, like what that does, like as they're going through the vents here, as well as other places where you can do it.
Yeah, it's instrumental in the extreme run. It doesn't matter which category. You want to be spamming this unequip in the vent because it actually makes your crawl speed faster. You're canceling the animation and only playing the fast part. And that's really important so you can reach this guard at the top at the correct point in his cycle. Otherwise, he'll be all the way up, and he'll be looking right at you as soon as you exit the vent. So while it is important to go fast in a speed run,
oh no, Tyler!
Unfortunate
thing. Okay, so I think he will spawn from that vent, but the room is on a patrol timer, so he's gonna have to adjust how he approaches these guards because they will not be in the same positions as they would normally be.
Right, that's what I was referring to right there. He looks right at that vent, so he needs to take another path over here. Thankfully, he just checks this corner. He can go in and secure the dog tag. The second guard shouldn't be a significant issue. You can get around him without triggering the noise on the floor. Oh, wow!
Oh, no! He turned on him!
Too far! That is so unfortunate.
Man, I had that feeling in the back of my head, was like, man, I hope that guy doesn't turn on him. I mean, it's just part of where he patrols, but I think with regards to dog tags, if you do get to continue in a room, do you have to reacquire that dog tag again?
That is a fair thing to bring up because you do not have to grab that dog tag. It is tied to your save as long as you acquire it, even if you get to continue. But yeah, that's 2 so far. Looks like Blue is on pace for Big Boss, but that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, games like this, and it's lots of things could happen. I mean, even on a normal and extreme Big Boss run, I've gotten caught in the hangar just from stepping on the wrong spot on the floor at the wrong time.
Very easy to do. And then when you have the hidden or the extra obtuseness of having to hang out with the guards in specific ways to get their dog tags, it makes everything a whole lot riskier, especially on extreme with game over if discovered turned on.
Yeah, BlueMetal's having a little bit of fun with his cellmate.
Yeah. He wasted all his bullets, but not one used on the DARPA chief. That's going to be utilized to gain an extra magazine for the tank fight later. Tank fight is a very elaborate beast. You're going to be doing this instant heart shot right here on the beginning of the guard rush, grabbing SOCOM ammo. Once again, going to secure a magazine from that, and another type of magazine, the book. The book won't be utilized until Warehouse in Disc 2, but it is still very important, and a very interesting strat was recently developed for that. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, so pretty much as the guards come in, trank them as they appear, then he's going to go to the front door, which is left open, and since they spawn from the other end of the hallway, you can just line up your shots ahead of time. You can either do it as early as by that elevator as Blue is doing. Sometimes just, if your shots are off, you can, wait for them to get closer. And then he's just going to get more ammo. Again, collecting those magazine clips. He's already got the book. Then you're going to wait for this guard, who is normally the one that throws a grenade in the room, followed by 2 more guards. Sometimes Meryl can be useful here. I mean, I don't know, it's just mainly RNG. In other games, like in the original, her auto fire with response to the guards could be pretty atrocious. But I do feel like she is pretty decent in this encounter.
Yeah, she oftentimes gets the job done. The idea there is to injure the guards, shooting their right arm, and then have Meryl shoot the left, because she's closer to that. She oftentimes will hit the left arm of those guys, and then that's an instant kill right there. And you have nothing to do with it, so you don't lose your big boss rank.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get unlucky with Meryl's assistance where she'll shoot and maybe make them collapse over and they get back up. It's not like an outright kill, but it's I don't know, in my opinion, it's not as unforgiving as the original. But it also depends on the difficulty because, in the original MGS1, guards in that guard rush actually take more hits to take them down. But in this one, since you have the beauty of being able to, aim for headshots, you don't have to worry about that, trying to, deal with the woes of body armor. So you just saw Blue plant the C4 off the fake walls, the ones that were just patched in, but they, here we got our runs prepared, but they couldn't even paint,
Yeah.
I mean, we were ready, but the guys that were trying to patch up the walls, they just didn't bother to paint it.
Who else isn't ready? Ocelot. This fight, you stand in one spot, and you dodge, and you shoot, and then he's dead.
Man, I didn't think Blue was going to make it through that fight. I sweat every time I go up against Ocelot.
We meme about it a lot, but it's more punishing than it might look.
I mean, this is the example of what some of the boss fights in Twin Snakes does, is because, again, in the original Ocelot fight, it's an overhead camera fight, and you have to either, loop them via the SOCOM, or you do grenade strats. Again, depends on the difficulty you're going up against, but in this game, they figured, oh, okay, we'll just give you an M9 and give you an open line of sight. What could go wrong? And then it's well, Ocelot is programmed to kind of move opposite of where you are, and if you don't move and just aim right at his head, that just keeps him there. Oh no, Tyler missed.
C4.
Oh, he's gonna have to get a backup because he needs another one to blow up the last fake wall.
That's
so
correct.
Thankfully, there's another couple there, but that's gonna cost him. But I guess explain the quirks of the C4, because some people might say, well, I usually have to plant it on the wall for it to blow up, and if you plant away from it, what does that actually do?
Yeah, I'll address that after pointing out that Blue just held up that guard back there. This armory is one of the rooms where you don't actually want to take care of all the guards in one go. It's much more advantageous to revisit that area and then take care of the guards on the left. So all he had to do was move downward in that area to avoid the right guard's line of sight. Then he was able to get through just fine. But yeah, the C4, it's very quirky. You can get some deceptively far away explosions that'll take care of the walls, and you can combine that with rolling movement. Rolling in general in this game, and just a lot of MGS games, gets you towards triggers faster if you don't have to wait for the end lag.
Yeah, and then I guess as Tyler's making his way up to the tank fight, as Blue is just starting his, it's just going to be throw a chaff, blow up this mine intentionally, and then what he's going to do is this chaff is just going to jam the targeting system of the tank so the main, I guess, cannon can't attack him outright. The trick is you want to throw these stuns to land in the turret hole directly, where you get this little like mini cutscene pan over where it shows the grenade landing in there. It does the most damage if it lands completely in his lap. If it lands slightly off, it'll only do like partial stamina damage. The magazines, you might be thinking, well, I mean, they're just magazines. What could they possibly do? Well, the weird thing is with the magazines, as long as an object lands in the tank, it doesn't have to be a stun, but if a magazine lands in the guard's lap, like a stun went in there, and then you shoot them in the head with the M9, you actually get the full damage benefit as if it was a stun. Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Just a little oversight that took a long time to find. So much science is going into making this tank fight what it is now, and it's very, very difficult. Blue didn't quite.
Oh, that stun was short.
Yeah, and
it didn't even do any damage either. Oh.
So this is what we're trying to avoid by utilizing the tank strat, is how he likes to just drive around like this. This is near irrecoverable with in normal circumstances, because having him get to a nice spot.
Oh, he tried to use the chaff to act as his magazine as a backup. It's really, you know, because like when you don't go for the treads like this in a normal encounter, you're at the mercy of the tank's incredibly fast speed. And I guess in the original, it's just the setup is done differently. The movement isn't as, I guess, chaotic. So here Tyler's going for the magazine strat, which one does go in.
Yeah, he got his in on the first try. Unfortunately, Blue is not able to make that work.
So that right there is just like the full damage, and oh, he got another one.
You got the delayed one.
Yeah,
sometimes the objects will just roll in from the side and then enter the tank's hatch. Oh, that is so bad. Man, this tank was just not enjoying Blue's company at all. Not only were none of the magazines going in, but eventually he just broke out of the loop of being... You want to be towards the left, hang out by this pole right here that Tyler's on, and that will keep the tank from going away. It just likes to slowly vibrate over like this. That's what you want to happen safely.
I mean, because like the Ocelot fight, the tank kind of moves opposite of like where you are to try to gain distance, and oh, another nice mag throw. That's going to shortly end the fight for Tyler.
What a turn of events. Tyler has been struggling so much with the tank in practice, but the tank is what caused him to pull ahead. That is... I did not see that coming at all. This is insane.
I mean, I'm actually kind of not surprised, just given, like, this tank fight when running this game is probably going to be one of the most frustrating fights to learn and actually do, just based on how you do it.
Absolutely.
So Tyler now going into the nuclear building. You'll notice that he just baited out some guards following a, I guess, like, U-shaped pattern. But what he did before that was he kind of clipped through the door without crawling through. I guess maybe you can explain what that is. Like with the chaff grenade spam.
Right. In the extreme route or on normal, we would have a chaff grenade that we select there, but it is faster to menu to the book. In this category, you exploit how Snake moves in the opposite direction when you're first starting the crouch sidle animation. So you spam that over and over again by equipping and unequipping said non-lethal weapon, since that's what you need in the nuke building, and that will actually slide him through that thin door and clip you through, so you don't have to watch the cutscene after you crawl on the ground, or rather the codec. Wastes a lot of time. Very cool trick.
Yeah, and I guess one thing that happened to me was I actually clipped through the door, but I made the mistake of when I rolled up the stairs, I rolled too early and I went prone. And if you did that, the game thinks you went prone for the first time, and it plays that codec. Oh, I was not happy that day.
there are a lot of ways to mess that up. Looks like Blue has made it through the tank. The tank is a very fickle boss. Gonna be going up on the door clip again. This area, you can go a little more aggressively here, but it's much safer to just wait for the guard at the top before advancing.
Yeah, wasn't there like a thing that you did where you would like bait out a guard like at the very front, and then you would like roll over another one? It was really
yeah, extremely precise. Just not worth it to do, especially in a race that we got going here.
So next boss fight is good old Ninja. So unlike the original where you have to kind of go through the entire thing from start to finish, there's a interesting looping method you could do along with utilizing, that's right, the Nikita launcher.
By switching to the Nikita for your kick, it will actually turn your kick's power into the power of a Nikita smack. So it'll be utilizing that along with shooting the ninja to reset his AI to keep him locked in phase 1. So not only are you doing a really powerful combo, but at the same time keeping him locked in phase 1, negating the follow-up cutscenes. And once he gets to phase 2, that's when he's able to be killed. And Tyler will finish him up with likely a roll. Blue just hung out with the guard from Nuke Building B1. That is a time in which you can get his dog tag. All you have to do is walk up to the bottom. Hold him up.
Nicely done on Tyler's end for the ninja fight. You know, again, compared to the original, it's a really hard fight, and this one is still it can be as difficult, but I think it's more of a potential, you know, time killer, especially, you know, trying to execute the Nikita loop deflect.
Yeah, if you miss that, then you're going into the extra phases, no doubt, because once his health gets to a certain threshold, then he begins going into the extra phases. So it's really nice that we can cancel that by shooting him, which the devs did not expect you to be able to do. Showing off the punch roll, a slightly more optimized way to do the fight, but overall doesn't really change how the flow is. You can also acquire the chaff grenades in the bottom left. It'll be useful later.
Does the roll do more damage than, or I guess like the roll with the Nikita versus like the kick with the Nikita?
They are the same damage. You're still applying the Nikita damage to a roll instead of a kick.
Interesting. Let's see. Oh man, Blue's getting a little bit unfavorable, you know, because despite the fact that you could loop this guy, you know, infinitely if you would like, but you just want to get him to just low enough HP for a quick last hit. Is sometimes it's random on which way he like flips around the room. Sometimes he'll kind of stay in an area, other times he just kind of goes all over the place. But not bad. Oh
Right
look,
here.
there's a fake guard Meryl.
Very quickly dispatched. Punch, choke, and grind punch, surprisingly. You can acquire Johnny's tag here. Meryl's still mad and wants to run to the women's restroom. Thankfully, she gets back up right away.
I don't know, that didn't really exactly sound like the Johnny that we know. I'm just looking at this, I'm like, man. So, yeah, I forgot where I was going with that, but yeah, coming up is going to be another, what could be a rough encounter, just like the tank fight, is Psycho Mantis.
You can acquire Meryl's tag before Mantis, but it's more optimal to do it right before Sniper Wolf. And going into the Mantis fight is a very technical battle. These two runners are going to be utilizing different strategies going into it. Right here, just Nikita smack Meryl once.
Whack!
When you do this fight, you want it to be as consistent as possible, because if you do the same movement every time and shoot Mantis at the same way you would normally do it, depending on your strat, the fight will play out the same way. There is no RNG based on your execution. So Tyler's going for what he feels comfortable with. The SOCOM shot at the start. Tried to get another one in there. to have Mantis just get enough hits so he begins doing his middle attack phase. So now he has the chairs up. All he has to do is trank him until he begins going into the next phase. But it's really harder than it looks. On Extreme, you have no time to hang out in first person, but you need those critical shots in Mantis's right thigh or right shin.
Yeah, I guess for whatever reason, his right leg equates the damage output of like hitting him in the head. I don't know if that was just an exploit by the devs. I mean, given the other things you could do, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But on Extreme, you don't have as much time to aim in first person because like you just get it possessed by Mantis sooner than other difficulties. And what you just saw there with Meryl is as she fell down and then slightly got back up to fall down again was it's referred to as a phase skip. If you do enough damage and then push it over the threshold just a touch, it's enough stamina damage to just bypass that entire phase. That way you don't have to deal with like another knockdown. The second one is, to my knowledge, just unavoidable, but just tippy toe and aim for the head. And then just got to get the final shots in. Let's see.
Is that enough damage? Or he needs one more shot, and then he'll get...
Yeah, he's aiming a little high. You know, you gotta aim, like, somewhere... Almost... I kind of, like, use, like, the rule of thumb of, like, the knee down. Sometimes I can get above the knee and be lucky. But it also depends on just, you know, the timing and... Oof. Man, Mantis is not being kind.
Yeah, neither runner. Actually, Blue opted for the couch strat, and... It has a difficult beginning, but it leaves you in a very nice spot if you can land all the critical shots to enter the phase skip.
Okay, so there's the... Yeah, so like once you get enough stamina damage to push him into, I guess, phase 3, where he just goes in the middle of the room and just grabs everything to try to throw everything in the kitchen sink, even though there is no sink in that room, at you. But it puts him in the middle of the room every time you get him there. You can just position yourself for a quick... I guess insta knockout, just aiming at his leg again, and then, man, Mantis had a dog tag too.
Yeah, you cannot forget this dog tag. There are missable dog tags in this category, and Mantis being one of them. It's really the bosses that are the offenders to that rule. If you miss their tags and forget about them, they're gone forever.
Now, I believe with this run, there was an agreement regarding the missing tags, and ooh. Oh man, those doggos are not being nice. Oof, man, he got him a second time. Yeah, the wolves in the caverns, I don't know, in this game I feel like are worse than the original. Like, they're just so overly aggressive. Ah, don't worry, Meryl's fine. She's just going for a nap. Wow,
it's very nice to
got it pretty quick.
Very nice to knock her out right there, since we need her incapacitated to skip the... I thought you were good with dogs cutscene, so we're gonna be knocking her out on the way anyway, grabbing your tag and then running along.
Yeah, in any other run, you would just do like a double tap hit with the SOCOM and then a late roll, just enough to knock her over and reach the door before that cutscene is triggered. It's just one of the like the hangar door in the nuclear building. It's just one of those forced cutscenes that'll just lose you time. So that was briefly the Sniper Wolf fight, but, you know, we don't have the weapons to fight her, at least not yet. Thankfully, in this game, you do have the option of the PSG-1T, which is just a little far back, and, oh no, the early roll, and then he gets... Man, these wolves are having a field day with Tyler.
I'm surprised he didn't go for another one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was really close at the end there. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I always get nervous going in there. I mean, the original game, I don't know, I guess like their pounce has some like manipulation where you can just kind of maneuver around it, but these ones are like, nah. They don't mess around. But yeah, so there is the I almost said the PGS one again, the PSG-1T, which is in the, I don't know what you call this room.
Yeah, this bottom left office. Also going to be going for the urinal guards dog tag, I believe, coming up here. Yeah, and then you holding him up, walking right through him, getting him out of the way. There are some different orders in which you can get these dog tags. It's really up to you. It's not really that big a difference, but Tyler will be grabbing that real quick. Grab the other guard's tag.
Man, how awkward is that just to barge in and to be like, oh, excuse me, sir, I need your dog tag. Okay, bye.
Yeah. Please zip your fly and then give me your dog tag.
I mean, we're just riffing. You know, I mean, it's not really that much longer of a run, at least like when things go well, but like in a traditional like extreme run, I believe the run has been narrowed down at least underneath an hour across, you know, probably both console and emulator. And it's, you know, it's a nice challenging run if you want something that's in between, you know, not too quick of a run, but not too long of a run either. But I almost find it's the most unforgiving at times, as we've seen from both runners.
For sure. Not only are you dealing with the ruthless extreme bosses, but one wrong mistake when walking around and having to do extra movement, it can really just end your run if you're going for PB attempts, or put you in a really awkward spot like in the tank hangar when you have to adjust to a whole new guard pattern. And
so this is the Sniper Wolf fight, which is done a little bit differently than in the original, which again with the PSU-1T, just aim for headshots, does the most damage per hit. Her movement pattern as well as where she starts on that, I guess, you know, balcony area. I don't know if it's right to say, but like, I don't know if it is RNG. I thought there might have been a thing just based on like your system clock from when you're running the game, like as in, you know, your file type, like it can manipulate where she is. But honestly, I don't have a clue. I just hate it. Puts her like, you don't want her to be behind like this pole here because it just loses you time, because then she just stays there for a long peak.
I thought she was closing the gap on these runners a bit. She actually kind of did. She was hiding for a long time for Tyler, but he landed a really clean shot to end it out. And Blue's fight was very good. He is very solid at this fight. And now these two coming up on the cutscene within 10 seconds of each other. Exciting.
So we got captured. Oh no. I mean, even with all this going on, I think they did not confiscate the dog tags. That'd be a true tragedy. I mean, they even took the shirt off your back, but somehow, I mean, he got away with the dog tags. So, as much as I love Meryl, for people that know me when I run games like this in the original, she has to go. It loses you, I don't know what it is on Twin Snakes. I thought it's like maybe like a few minutes. On the original, it's even longer, just, you know, the nuances of like how the game operates, because you'll notice that with the codecs themselves on Twin Snakes, they operate just like the ones you would see out of MGS2, where you just double tap triangle, or in this case, the Y button on GameCube controller. In the original, you would have to like master every text, which you can get pretty fatiguing over time. So that's one of the reasons why I like running this game over the original at times, is just not having to master codecs all day. Oh, wait, who's this guy? Kind of looks familiar.
Hey.
Wow, Blue's having fun, or maybe he's just demonstrating how cold he is in there. I mean, again, they did take the shirt off his back.
There's really nothing to do here aside from knock on the wall and have Johnny Sneezes be interrupted as much as possible. This is really the only thing you can do to pass the time. You're just waiting for him to go to the bathroom and then Otacon to initiate the next cutscene.
I mean, I gotta say, you know, with this sequence and, you know, the original and this, I have to say the original did this better. I mean, Johnny was just, like, very savage. He tells you to shut up. You know, I mean, he lets you know that you gotta simmer down in there. This Johnny, I feel like they made him a little more polite. You know, he's like, oh, will you just be quieter in there, will ya? Oh, man, poor man. It's like he got beat up, he has a cold, and he still got stomach problems, so he's just running off to the bathroom. Meanwhile, I got this familiar guy as a cellmate. I feel like I've seen him before.
I feel like he's been our cellmate before.
Yeah, I mean, didn't look quite like that earlier, but I don't know. Man, Blue is just having the time of his life in that cell.
Really creative things you can do just to keep your mind at peace.
So here's Otacon. He's here to give us some handy dandy gear and a key card. One of being, let's see, I think you're given a ration, ketchup bottle, as well as a handkerchief. So you're going to set up with just lying on the floor near the door, use the ketchup bottle. Johnny's going to come back and think, oh my God, he's dead. What happened?
A very nice development was that you can actually trick the game into thinking you're at a certain part of the game that you're not. Tyler is... Oh, he missed... He went too far. He triggered the cutscene. This is going to be Blue passing up Tyler.
Oh no.
Blue is demonstrating what's supposed to happen. This is such a huge deal because not only is Tyler losing time from having to watch that cutscene, but he's not tricking the game like I was mentioning. Blue stay in the game still has Johnny outside of the cell here, and he thinks, or the game thinks that you aren't past Sniper Wolf right now. So it's not going to spawn that camera out there that Tyler's next to, and it's not going to have you watch the cutscene of reminiscing about Meryl getting shot and all the codecs that are there. So even though Tyler looks like he's a little ahead right now, he's going to fall behind for sure upon approaching those cutscenes.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of run to be hit, especially with how back and forth this run has been. I mean, they still haven't made it into, the Disc 2 portion of Twin Snakes yet. But I think... Oh no, Tyler!
Well, so much for that. You want to hold these guys up at the same time. He tried to do a walking hold-up, but he got a punch-out, and the guard just noticed him right away. That's so unfortunate.
I don't know, maybe not as unfortunate as those guys getting nut punched, but...
His lines are getting desperate now. So,
jeez.
Man, yeah, the guard on the right, he got his tag as soon as you came to the armory for the first time after Ocelot. Don't need to deal with him. But these guys, they're cycle.
No!
Armory, dude!
Oh man, the armory of hell.
Oh man, that is rough. You should be able to get this pretty soon. You can opt for the suppressor guard right here earlier, but then you risk having to trigger the sensors that you shoot out earlier. But by acquiring it later, you don't have to deal with that at all.
Okay, so here's Tyler with the double hold up. I mean, this is just like watching, like MGS2 dog tags, where even on something like the tanker, one misstep and it's just like all hell breaks loose.
For sure. Blue's opting for a safe strat. It's sort of a variation on some of the strats that have been developed, but Blue's more comfortable with doing it this way. You're going to see a vastly different canyon from Tyler coming up, but it gets this guy in a nice position, not getting you caught very easily, because he keeps getting distracted by footprints, and then the body has time to shoot out this camera, who he actually whiffs and hits the guard's arm. He didn't even drop the dog tag yet. That's silly.
I don't know, I guess he just didn't want to give it up without a little bit of a fight, somewhat.
With the suppressor, you're able to safely take out that camera.
I was questioning, can they actually hear that shot, given that it's outside when it's unsuppressed? I imagine they would, like, given some distance.
You can opt for some interesting distraction strategies. Oh
no, he's out of ammo!
He's out of ammo, he wants to...
ammo!
He's gonna wait for the guard to come back. Tyler going with the straight canyon. The beginning can be kind of rough.
Like I just said, I mean, you never know what the heck is going to happen, at least what we've seen so far. It's like someone had a nice room, someone had a not so nice room, a good boss fight, like a really bad boss fight, and now like running out of ammo, trying to get the last guard's dog tag. It's like, this is still Disc 1, by the way. I mean, we haven't even been to Disc 2 yet. And there's some pretty funky dog tags you gotta go after. I believe it's like, I was watching like a stream of Tyler's once, like trying to do the blast furnace.
The blast furnace strat is really cool. He's actually going to go back for this tag. He got spotted by the camera. He doesn't want to take the 1 minute penalty. Be a good sport going back for this dog tag. He got spotted.
Oh no.
Wake up the guard, dude. Tyler pulls ahead again. This is incredibly chaotic.
Oh man, this
Opting
this
for a
is something
chav.
else.
He doesn't need that chav later on, so this makes a lot of sense. He can wake this guard up via punching. I'm gonna try and hold up as soon as possible. Is the camera going to turn back and spot him though?
He's running out of time.
Oh wait.
He's gonna.
You didn't see him. This guy is not waking up, dude.
Oh my god, this. Yeah, so unlike MGS2, where if you're in the plant and this happens, you would have the luxury of the coolant spray that gets them up faster, but in Twin Snakes, takes a little more of an effort to get them up. I mean, you gotta punch them awake, you gotta shake them awake. I mean, this guy is just like, man, I'm tired, just leave me alone. Makes you wish you could just rip the dog tag off of him when he's just laying down. That way you don't have to go through this routine of like trying to wake up somebody that's way past their time. It's like, hey, listen, man, gotta get up.
Oh man. Yeah, there's also a strategy involving shooting the guy so he'll wake up faster. You can't even do that since he had to run out of ammo. That was messy. The canyon is one of those really tricky parts, sort of like the helipad, where one thing can go wrong, and then this guy's like moving in a place you don't expect him, or you're too far away on the holdup. It's a lot of just a domino effect of things that can get in your way.
So the handkerchief, like the original game, just makes the dogs not, attack you because it has Sniper Wolf's scent on it, and they just figured, oh, well, you must be a friend, and then it's also nice to have the handkerchief past this caves because it makes for quick equip menus with
the rope,
the rope coming up. Other times it may seem like it's kind of silly to have it past the caves, but it's just one of those like unique things you could do given the fact that in Twin Snakes the inventory style matches MGS2, where it's kind of like a tiered structure. It's not a linear, what can be quite a bit of a mess to try to organize your items. In 3 you actually have the option to do that, but that's another reason why I kind of like this game at times. It's just its familiar controls and inventory management. So finally reaching disc 2, and man, Harlian, what a disc 1 we've seen.
I can't lie, I'm enjoying this a lot. There's a lot of things that I did not expect to go down. This category is so zany. I think it's a really cool race category. There's so many things that you couldn't even calculate when planning on trying to make a backup for it.
Oh, Lime. I accidentally turned off console. Oh my god. I don't even want to joke about that, just given everything else that we've seen.
The morale is shot for sure.
Yeah, so unlike the original game where you could bypass that cutscene by a little bit of a menu hiccup there. So in the original game, you could throw a grenade just before you pass the door to trip the lasers to bypass the cutscene of the guards arriving when you trip the lasers. In this game, you can't do that, but you can set up either a grenade or a stun grenade preemptively, then trip the lasers, which, if properly timed, will just knock out the guards that approach from the rear. And then from here, it's just a race to the top using stuns and your handy-dandy M9, because contrary to what you might think, unlike the lethal weapons you can obtain in the game, they just go down in one. They just gave you a really generous, lifeline of just, if you're trying to go for big boss and these guys don't go down in one hit, which is typically a normal thing in this game, but in this one, they just give you a little bit of a break and say, you know what, just hit them once and they go down.
There are very specific moments in which these guys are pulling their stuns. It's all planned out so they can either completely stun the guards coming up, or they'll be incapacitated but standing. They like rub their eyes. You can get a quick roll or M9 shot on them. This is all carefully planned. Tyler used a grenade at the start, and Blue is opting for stun and M9 all the way. But it can still be rubbed. Like right there, Tyler passed 2 guys. They're gonna be... Oh, he throws an extra stun though, so he might not take any damage at all. Very nice awareness there.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, they can shoot across the very top level if you try to approach the ladder. In the original, they just kind of, I don't know, waltz after you, and they kind of have to like follow you in step in order to really be an annoyance, just of trying to reach the ladder. But now we're on the rooftop, and there was a conveniently placed rope that was down there before, and Liquid's just gonna be a jerk and be like, "Hey, you know what? You're not getting to Tower B. You're not going through another set of hurdles."
Sibling rivalry. You can opt for not getting the rope, but it is much slower. You can descend here without it. You just have to re-grab all the ledges going down. It takes a while, though. The rope is just very convenient, and if Liquid doesn't end up shooting you at all, you can just go for the same movement every single time. It's slightly based on what the Steam does right here. Those are like the only two variants, are the Steam and Liquid shooting you. But yeah, right there, that messes up your movement a little bit. You can go for like a glitchy little, Tyler got the slide, but it could be done from a little further up if Liquid's not being a bully.
Yeah, I believe it's the girder glitch.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of weird things you can do in this run, and girder glitch is like on my many to-do list items. And with these three, just like the original, they're there, they get in your way, and you know, just like the original, they will knock you over when you get hit. It's not just a little mini stagger. So it's important to just take them out as you see them. And of course, with the PSU1T, make short work of them. You know, just 3 quick headshots, and sometimes you can get lucky with them dropping rations. Not really that you want to collect them, because for a big boss run, you're only allowed up to 1, which is typically the one that Otacon provides you in the cell. I personally reserve that ration for the Hind D fight, since it's probably one of the fights that you're most likely going to die in without it, just given the damage you can take from it. Other times it could be used beyond it if Hind D was nice to you. But I think from here on out, it's just a race to the top to fight the Hind D.
Right, it's a good point that Wall Guy brought up. Yeah, not getting that life refill is pretty significant. You're already likely to use a ration on the Hind D, so if you don't get the life refill, then I would be pressed to find a run.
Oh, a little bit of a tumble on Tyler's roll up the steps. It's, you know, unlike the original game where you'll see people as Snake run with the chaff or some kind of grenade, which in that game, it allows you to move faster. In this one, they kind of caught on to that and say, okay, we're not going to make them run the same speed all the way up the steps. But what you can do to make it efficient is roll after you climb up the first 6 or 8 steps or so. It's faster than just, I guess, going up normally. I don't know how much time it saves per roll. But just one of the minor optimizations that in a game like this, you know, really do add up. What's a Russian gunship doing in this race? Oh man, I can always count on Apache. Which, by the way, follow @Apache Smash on Twitter. The guy's a legend. Also, part of the social media team for MGSR. The guy is just, you know, he's done so much, and you know, a lot of creativity from him, and just, you know, really, really legendary MGS, you know, speedrunner. So this is the Hind D. Unlike the original, which has potential loop strategy, and also depends on some variations of the game. But in Twin Snakes, the flight pattern is more or less consistent, just given, you know, where you can aim your stinger ahead of time. The stinger in this game, I feel like, is a little wonky at times, but, you know, given the flight pattern, it has a little bit of flexibility of trying to line up shots, you know, around objects. It doesn't have to be an immediate target lock every time. But it also depends on just where the Hind D is. So, pretty good phase 1 by Tyler. He's just trying to get as much damage as he can during these, you know, brief cutscenes of the first missile. Probably gonna go for another one right as that first missile detonates, blows up part of the rooftop. This is where, oh no, that missed.
Yeah, this guy, it moves extremely fast. His pattern is very erratic on extreme.
Yeah,
This is all random.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the first phase of the fight is what's usually what could be, not really, I guess, like, not free, but it's like, it's not RNG heavy. I mean, again, that usually depends on what you do to it, but this is where the fights really can split off, just given, where he goes down. In the original game, you could just loop him in the air if you attack him quickly enough. But again, they caught on to that, and you just have to kind of deal with him as he goes down and up. But his movement speed, like Arlian just mentioned, it varies on difficulty. On extreme, yeah, I think you said it best. He just moves so fast.
He moves fast. He stays down for less time overall than on normal, but he can still really troll you with how long he stays down, especially if he comes up on the corner there that Tyler had to shoot him over. Like, you have to aim over top of it and hope that the lock-on cooperates. So you can...
there's the ration for Tyler, which again he had equipped. Just it's for me, it's by design. Like, if you're gonna use it, it's most likely gonna be this fight. It just, the damage taken just could go a lot of ways. Damn, I lost him. I mean, didn't he just see him like a little while ago? I don't know. Maybe Liquid was having some issues seeing him. I mean, that is snowing out. I mean, the fact that he's flying in a blizzard is pretty nutty. Oh, look at Blue doing the same thing with the camera. Oh, man, you love seeing that.
I would say those two had very similar fights. It was not really one-sided from what I could see. The next fight, though, could be a very deciding factor. There are a lot of RNG instances in Phase 2 of the Hind, but Wolf 2, her RNG starts at the very beginning.
Yeah,
so that could be another turning point.
Yeah, Sniper Wolf 2 is probably one that I hate the most in Disc 2 above anything else. I mean, Hind D is certainly up there, but it's just her starting location, I don't know, could certainly get me going. Whether if I get like a God run or just lose time over nothing. But what you're seeing from both, most likely, is they're timing these grenades as they go down to blow up these gun cam turrets. Since they use the chaffs to go up, but if you time the grenades just right, they will throw right into the grenades and detonate like right on them, blows them up. It's a very identical strat that you see in the original Metal Gear Solid 1. I'm not sure like how the timing adds up in either game, but it's the same concept. So it looks like rolled a little early in that last one, but Tyler's just getting down back to floor 9. See, Blue, I think, is on 14, so he's not too far behind him. So we gotta, guess what? Gotta wait for another elevator. Man, they really do make you wait, don't they?
Oh, yeah. Be fighting 4 guys in here. Unfortunately, none of these dudes have dog tags for you to take care. I don't think they will want to hold up anyway. But you'll be just placing 4 M9 shots in their critical spots. I think there's like a fast hard shot for the first guy. Maybe not. But either way, be shooting them all right in the head. They drop SOCOM ammo, which isn't too useful to have more than like 1 extra pack. But it's there if you need it. Be swapping to the Stinger because Stinger is going to be important for finding out where Sniper Wolf is during the next boss fight.
Yeah, because like MGS2, it has the previous equip style system where you can have 2 weapons on different equip. So like in this case, his menu is set to like unarmed and Stinger. Blue doing the same thing. And now comes Sniper 2.
As soon as they enter this fight, they'll be toggling their previous, using the Stinger to find out if she's on the left or the right side. Then after that, it's pretty much up to her and their skills as marksmen. Throughout this run, they've been collecting PSG-1T ammo wherever they can. It's very important for this fight and then the Vulcan Raven fight. Looks like
Tyler got left.
Yeah, left side is very ugly to see. She loves these trees. These trees and her.
Yeah, that's the spawn that really gets me going. It's just, you want her to be on the right side of the map. It gives you more opportunities for her either to be in the open or just be able to just quickly set up your shots. Blue getting somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, this is she's gonna end up on the right. There are a lot less trees over there. She's gonna be out in the open. She gets
You can get more shots in too.
Yeah, one place to hide in. So far, he's made more progress in the fight than Tyler has. That's just the nature of this fight. He's gonna be just non-stop pelting her. You can get one non-critical and you'll still.
Yeah, I mean he just needs one more hit.
Yeah,
even and now
just
it's
like
blue.
Just like I said, this fight is a
Man,
big
what
turning
is-
point. The RNG
what is
goes
this
back
race?
for Tyler.
Oh no, Sniper went
That's
the other
big
way.
Instance of trolling and then wasting his shot. It looks like he'll have
she's
enough
behind
for,
the tree.
He'll have enough for Raven, but it's still a little scary.
You need a minimum of 9, and
Yes.
I found that out the scary way during when actually I raced Tyler in this relay, a while back. And that was because I had a really bad Sniper 2 fight, and I think when I did it, I had even less. Like I think I had like 6 the PSG-1T ammo, and I had the M9 with a ration, and I just barely got it. Like I was just like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. I never even planned for it. I didn't even think it was possible.
Really cool.
Also,
strat
don't
here.
forget to don't forget the dog tag.
Yeah, you want to roll over this, the loud floor. You want to roll over it or walk to the edge, sort of where that box is. You can like get right up against it. He won't hear you. You want to roll across the bridge, and then you want to hold them up right away, and then have the guard at the bottom notice you. Eventually, all the guards notice you, and they want you. They want you so bad. They go up on this bridge, and they're stuck here. Their AI is just constantly running into this rail. 3 guys in here. You know what? That's 3 dog tags, 6 nuts for you to go ahead and punch all at once. Oh, he tried to get the all 3
Oh my
at once.
god!
It's so silly.
God, I thought the guard in MGS2 on Shell 2 when you exit with Emma when he gets stuck in the railing was silly, but this takes that up to another level. And I'm lucky you get to see it again.
Let's see.
What if he's gonna get the almighty punch? Oh, and he did.
Yeah, very silly, fun room. Not a lot can go wrong. You can get one of the guys to notice you too quick, and then he ends up spotting you. But very easy way to avoid that.
Well, yeah, because like parts of the room have like those lob metal tiles, which if you step on at the wrong time, they could just hear that and insta spot you. Oh my god, dude! What a blast furnace!
Yeah, cargo elevator isn't much to write home about. You fire the first 2 guys, and then you go back to third-person view, and that resets your lock-on, so you can turn all the way around without needing to adjust on your control stick. That's just one optimization made for that. It's sort of similar to the previous elevator fight, going down into Vulcan Raven. This fight, if it goes wrong, it can be extremely punishing. It can cost you so much time and extra ammo that you didn't want to expend. And like Joseph was reminiscing about so lovely, having to swap to the M9 and finish him off that way is pretty dangerous, especially because when you don't have a ration, that's even more risk you're taking.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, I kind of had no choice but to go for it, and I had the ration. Without it, it's, typically your HP is going to be low going into this fight, and what they're going to do is a rather unique, I don't know what you call it. It's not really a loop, but it's just like a, I don't know, manip. So what they're going to do is just trigger Raven to run fast by just running to the other side of the room. Aim with the PSG-1T in a somewhat specific spot, and as hard as Raven will try, he can't hit you. It's just something to do with, I don't know, being in that spot with the sniper rifle and being in first-person view while you just freely aim at his head. And you want to get those shots in somewhat of a specific manner so that you keep him not really pinned there, but it just makes him move over and then stay. Normally he would try to shoot, and if the loop is broken, he'll actually run off into the right, and you would have to back it up.
Wait.
Oh no, he got away. Oh, no, wait.
Tyler planned for him to go right completely.
Oh
and
no!
First view, Raven just turned back around and gave him the business. That's crazy. And now Blue walking back for the dog tag. Tyler's gonna try again. He has to be very sparing with his ammo because if you shoot too early, then Vulcan Raven will still be in iframes and you're missing out on bullets. So he needs to be careful, but at the same time, not lose too much time. Blue heading off into this interesting distraction strat in Warehouse North. He just sneaks up on this guy, and then the guy at the top sees him. He takes advantage of that, shooting the wall, having him go up there. He's gonna roll through him, and then grab the stinger ammo, walk through. Tyler will be doing the same thing. Man, this race is so crazy.
Oh my god, so much back and forth, twists and turns, and it's like, and we're still not even done. I mean, we're coming near the end, eventually, but man, this race has been exciting to watch. So, this is Rex's hangar. In the original game, it was 3 different loading zones, so they decided to make it one big room instead. But the caveat is, based on difficulty, instead of just having 1 guard and 1 guard only, they give you up to 4 that you have to worry about, starting with this guy. Oh, really nicely done. Is he not quite front enough? Yep. Okay, there he goes. Yeah,
should not be an issue. And this right here also is an issue, the accidental kill. Oh, this guy actually noticed him, so he took so long that the guard up top is noticing.
Yeah, they can see really far away in this hangar. And like as you load in, it's on a patrol timer, so little things like that, definitely could just turn in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that's just one of those things, man. You take a little extra time getting 1 dog tag, and then things start going a little out of control. So this bottom left guard that would usually be coming back or standing at the railing is going to be a little off in his position. Just going to be approaching him with SOCOM shots, so keeping him in place while approaching him. Where is he actually? Is he in the bottom left completely?
Oh, I think he is. Yeah, he's underneath.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so still approaching him the same way so he doesn't hear him, and then Tyler got a really clean first hold up. So getting that dude's dog tag, nothing else should be disturbed for Blue's additional run-throughs of this room. Tyler's going to be walking up, doing the same thing, shooting the guy. This guy can take up to 6 SOCOM shots before he falls to the ground. It's the same every time, no matter. There's no variance. Walk up, hold him up. Blue's going to go for a safe retrank on that guy. That'll be utilized later on from Tyler as well. And yeah, very scary rope.
Yes, the rope grab. Oh boy. I can definitely reminisce how many runs have been lost thanks to that rope grab. It's, from what Blue has told me, is that there's like a set of what he calls like kill frames, meaning if you're, falling just too far beyond the point of no return, like you're just dead no matter what trying to grab that rope. Doing so makes it easier to get to the rat that has the PEL card. Let's see, Tyler's gonna go for it, and I think they both had like last second grabs where it's like they're slightly below and then they grab back up.
I saw the late camera pan. That was
my god,
scary. Yeah, because you don't want to mash. Like with the kill frame thing, these guys can mash really fast. They'll mash so fast that they hit the kill frames. Now, this is what I was talking about at the very beginning. This new development made in the warehouse. These guys are gonna all congregate in the same exact spot, going for another triple hold up similar to Blast Furnace, while the guy at the very beginning gets distracted by the book that was found in the bathroom right at the guard rush.
Oh my god, this looks so stupid, but it's so cool at the same time, just like how you can manipulate them. It's just like, hey man, what? I wasn't reading it.
It's very good how the book positioning is the exact same every time. There's no variance with the first guard whatsoever. So that's a neat thing that you don't have to worry about. Very easy strat. Like the other ones they were doing before this one were dangerous. You could, just like any other dog tag acquisition, you can just get spotted, not know why, or some guy won't notice you. Got all 3 tags there. And this guy, very nice. So,
and I guess it's kind of like a 2-for-1 deal where you wait the amount of time to change the. Or actually, wait, no, you're not changing the card just yet. Like, it's still on default because in the original game, you'd have to change the PAL keys. I guess like temperature state. Like, there's normal, cold, and frickin' hot. In Twin Snakes, there's a really nice. I don't know. It was like a hidden thing that they added, where you could just drop down to a ledge that has a hot and cold pipe on it. In the original game, you would have to navigate your way back to the freezer and the blast furnace, but in this game, they give you a little bit of a break on that one. But man, that triple hold up, man, it just, I don't know.
Super cool.
It really is.
First time shown off here. Yeah, Blue going for another retrank on that guy. Yeah, you're just not back in the warehouse for long enough for the color change to take place. So no use worrying about that. You can just get that while you're down there. And this guy getting distracted up on the stairs. If you're hanging out at the corner, he doesn't see you. Theo Colin Tyler King is his name.
Wow, what are the odds of that?
Same deal as before, running up to this guy, giving him a couple shots, and this is the last guard dog tag be acquiring. So,
oh, he's just double checking his dog tag count because there's a total of 37.
Yes, that's correct.
So here's the somewhat secret ledge I was just referring to. You just drop down, climb back up, shoot the cold pipe first. Don't think it matters if you have the key, the PAL key equipped when you do it. It's just, as long as you just get hit by it and it's just insta-frozen. Man, it's certainly nice than certainly waiting like, a minute or whatever it was.
Yeah, very nice addition.
Yeah. Because maybe, I guess, they figured, with a lot of in the original game, there was a lot of backtracking. What if it's getting the sniper rifle, getting the PAL keys changed? The fact that the hangar was, 3 different loading sequences, which, I don't know, yeah, that can get annoying. So, I mean, having it one room is kind of like a nice quality of life improvement.
For sure. Yeah, they made several adjustments to how you can approach things like PSG-1T, PAL keys, stuff like that. You can just get more easily. You don't have to go all the way back like before. Neat thing to, I don't know, advertise over this run over MGS1, I suppose.
All right, so Tyler just getting in his blue key. Meanwhile, Blue, 2 blues. He's going for now the red key, just shooting the hot pipe, grabbing the rope once again. And here's the thing. Normally, when you go back to the freezer and the blast furnace and go through the elevator rides, you get these codecs normally. Same thing in the original game. But since we're doing everything in here, the forced codec comes from the last rope grab, as well as when you go up through the stairs one final time. So they didn't really bypass the codecs, but they just happened at a different time. But when Kaz kind of calls you there on the rope, it's like, oh, hey, Snake, what are you doing? It's like, not much, I'm just hanging around. Oh man. Tyler with the double.
He was going to do the alien. I thought he was going to do the regrab into the mist, the mist grab, because trying not to regrab the ledge again. But thankfully that didn't happen. You take quite a bit of damage if you miss that grab on the cable, but it shouldn't be a problem either way. Just have to be mindful of that when going into Rex. Tyler will be opting for a strat that essentially you stand in one spot and just take damage the whole time.
Yeah, because Tyler doesn't have the ration. I'm not sure if Blue does either. Because normally, if your ration had not been used up to this point, it would be, a good safety here. But yeah, it's just that little ledge with the pipes. I don't know what it is, but I've double grabbed that myself. It's absolutely irritating because you're trying to, jump down, then you're grabbing, and then, like you said, you miss the rope grab that you meant to grab, and you're in for at least, I don't know how much damage. It's like quarter, maybe 25% of HP for every, missed, high drop. It's like, wait a minute. Miller wasn't really Miller. It was Liquid.
Nani?
Man, we got played like a fiddle. Again. Yeah, shocker. It was Liquid the whole time, but thankfully, you can just call Otacon to bust you out.
This is Blue's method of doing this. It involves just taking a step forward every time Rex wants to shoot you with a laser. Oh boy, he didn't quite step far enough that time. That's one of the risks you take here, but either way, it'll still be a nice fight. All you have to do is keep on track, not get too close because you get stomped on, but the fight's just as fast as if you were doing Tyler's method that he's going to do here. Gonna find a specific spot, just line up, and Stinger from here, just tank all the machine gun shots. The missiles just hilariously miss entirely, so you don't have to worry about them knocking you over. Actually, it looks like he messed up his positioning a little bit. He's gonna get the laser just like Blue. No big deal. Okay, it is kind of a big deal when you get knocked over. Both Blue players knocked over by the laser. No biggie.
Oh, it was a little too close. Oh,
ooh, the stomp.
Ooh, stomp. Yeah. Oh no, and then he got the minigun lock on.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Oh man.
Oh no, he got
Stop! This Blue,
no.
it's looking real hard. Yeah, I don't think.
Oh no,
I think that sealed
tried
his fate.
Yeah, he tried to go for the Ray Dome, somewhat of like a blind lock on, hoping it would get the Ray Dome before he would get stomped.
Yeah.
Oh man. I'm really feeling for him right now. I mean, it's it's just for some reason with this fight. I mean, the Stinger, I guess, like lockbox is really wonky when you also have like this minigun hitbox next to the radome lockbox, and then you're inching forward, and all of a sudden now you're within stomping range, and you're trying to get a hit, and all of a sudden he turns, and that shot doesn't even lock on. Almost just like what's happening here. Oh, so alive.
Oh my goodness.
God. Oh, thank goodness he's over phase 1. Meanwhile, on BlueMetal's end, he's with the good old brother Liquid. Gonna look like what he was attempting was the lottery roll, which is getting Liquid in the corner, and on a very specific roll, you can do almost like half damage. I don't think he got it. But here you also get the last dog tag of the run, which is just getting Liquid to fall over the edge.
Doesn't appear he'll be getting a lottery roll this time, but he can still loop him in the corner with 2 punches. Getting the 37 dog tag, you have to knock Liquid off to get his, and then that's pretty much home free for dog tags. Just, oh man.
Man, what a race. It was definitely a lot more intense I thought it was going to be. I mean, I already knew dog tags is a stressful category to run just in general. But man, just back and forth.
Yeah, that was insane how the projected winner changed so often. I really enjoy that. And
honestly, I couldn't really tell, who to give it to. Like it's just, with all that we've seen, it's like, I don't know if you really can. I mean, dog tags is just an unforgiving category, and you're playing Twin Snakes on Extreme, which is already hard enough.
Yeah, like Blue's been a seasoned runner for this game for a long time. He's had some really impressive times and added a lot of strategies to this game and made it sort of how fast it is now is like really impressive. On the flip side, Tyler's been doing a lot of development on the dog tag category, so he has more experience with this specific category, but Blue has more experience with the game in general. Whether it be normal and extreme. Now he is not happy. Blue is like waiting around for Tyler. he's not happy. I wouldn't be either. Like this, it may be entertaining, but it's certainly frustrating to have so many things go wrong after rigorous practice.
I mean, with my last run in 3, there was definitely a moment where I was kind of like, I don't know, not really checked out, but it's like, like where the run is, and it's already aggravating just trying to finish up when you already know the things that happen. But it's like you said, Blues played the game a lot, holds a lot of the records and added a lot of, the advancements to, for speed running. And Tyler, in addition to having this game get into AGDQ, along with Metal Gear Solid 4 being ran by Jaguar King, it was actually a really nice thing to see to have this game and the dog tags, subset get accepted in.
Yeah, that's very cool. I'm loving how much work Tyler's putting into this, and I think after this showing right here, he's going to be practicing a lot more, so he can really just show the beauty of this category. Because, my goodness, like.
But as the old saying goes, it's not over yet. I figured I'd get that in there. So this is the escape sequence. First, just by manipulating the ever so diligent genomes. Blue opted for the barrels, and Tyler's just hanging off to the side. I mean, the guy with the riot shield, he's trying. He's just buying himself time for Otacon to get the keys and get the Jeep fired up. The hitbox with Liquid during the Jeep escape sequence, relative to the original game, I personally find ridiculous at times, especially when you get him next to you, as Blues is about to get right here. I have to aim for his arm just for a shot to even hope to land. It's just right there. You can fire way in advance, as you can see, but he'll always tend to get a shot in at times. It's infuriating. At least the end part of this escape, I think they made easier. You don't have to do this, I don't know what it's scripted, damage taken that you got to do.
Yeah, nothing like
Prime's
that.
going to come up, I think, on the fade out screen, I think is what they agreed to, which is now.
The white right here.
All right, so that's time for Blue. And then
GG for Blue. Tyler is... Oh, yes. One thing about Extreme is to preserve the big boss rank, you have to knock out these guards with the barrels. You slightly see that the stars were over his head. If you make the barrels explode next to them, they're still knocked out and out of your way, but they're not killed. If you hit that barrel too soon, then you will be forced to murder that guy, sacrificing your big boss rank if you were going for that.
Yeah, it's only on the second checkpoint you have to do that with, because with the first group, they're already next to the barrels, and you don't have to, worry about, having to, buy time. But actually, it's this game that kind of goes against, the philosophy of the barrels themselves, in 3 and 4 and Ground Zeroes. If a guard's next to the barrel, they die, but they don't count in your statistics, your score screens. But in this game, they're I don't know, maybe they got armored up enough, so it just knocked the wind out of them. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, the guy was standing right next to it, so I would tend to disagree at times. But hey, if it keeps your rank, it keeps your rank.
This guy, dude, not only is his hitbox awkward, and it's sort of difficult to gauge when it actually appears and his iframes go away, but you have to aim ahead of him to compensate for the bullet travel. So it's all of this while he's shooting at you and then totally throwing off your angle when you take damage.
I mean, not only that, but the Jeep is kind of moving left to right constantly. And it's not like in the original where it kind of stays in place. And time for Tyler is coming up, I think, right after this hit here, and time for Tyler. Whew! Man, what a run with dog tags. But I'm sure we're gonna get both runners in the chat. I see Blue's already in here. So Blue, GG's, congrats. I know this run for both of you guys has been lots of twists and turns and some uneventful things that happened to both of you guys in different places, but oh man.
Twists and turns in one direction, and that is downward.
Yeah, that tank fight was really relentless to you, and then
I wanted to salvage it and hold on to it as long as I could, but then I saw I was out of everything except that 9. I was just fine. I love you all guy and I hate you all guy. I'm doing my own strat now. And then they got rogue again.
Yep.
I was pretty pissed for a long time.
I don't think either one of us blames you. I mean, it's a hard game, and that tank fight just, I don't know, it gets me going even just on a normal run. And you guys are doing dog tags, which I don't think either one of you guys missed any. So there'll be no penalty deductions for any missed tags.
Yeah, I made sure to equip the tags right after I got liquids, so I had all 37.
I believe I saw 37 on Tyler's end too. Dude, the canyon, just every time you were in the canyon.
God.
I know you hate that room so much, and then it went like that. That is ridiculous.
I'd never been in that situation before, so it was all improv, and in hindsight, I should have just continued and restarted the room instead of trying to prevent a game over. but I never been in
Yeah,
that
it was
situation
like I
before.
saw
didn't know
you were
what to
aiming
do.
for the camera, and I was just sitting here like, wait, does he know he's out of ammo? And it's just here the click, and it's like, no, he just realized it.
I never had to shoot that camera in my life. I don't actually know where it is.
Oh no. But yeah, it was man, like I mean, Early and I were just like sitting here, we're like, man, we're still not even in like up to disc 2, and there was just like been so many like downward turn of events and in different places. I think it was like you got the glitch out of the cell and Tyler stepped over because Johnny didn't really quite come out of the doorway and he stepped just too far over and didn't get it.
I almost didn't get it. Like I got out of that room really late. I'm surprised I still got it.
Yeah, but it was but like there was moments when like you guys were like back on each other's like heels again. I think it was like Sniper 1 kind of brought it back, and I think Sniper 2, like Tyler got unlucky and got left, and I think yours went to the middle and to the right.
Yep.
And then Raven. Oh, Raven. Yeah, it was really sad. I mean, you hate to see it. I mean, I've had it happen to me. I almost lost a relay race to Tyler when I raced him back then during that fight. With a minimum of 6 shots. I was infamously able to test on the spot, but I was like, oh my God. But man, what a race.
Kind of why I went and grabbed some extra ammo in the cave, the top left corner one that you usually grab once. I grabbed that a second time just in case.
Yeah, I really admire just the improv from both of you. Like you mentioned how it might have been optimal to go for just a reset the room instead of trying to fiddle with the guards in the situation that's coming up, like the caution guards coming out of nowhere and stuff. Dealing with that could be so difficult. And like eventually you did just wave the white flag on the canyon and then wake the guy up. That was pretty funny.
I know you could punch them to wake them up, but I don't remember the spot you have to stand in and the angle you have to aim in. You can do it. I just didn't quite get it there. So just
I mean,
shake them down. It's like, get up. Get up! I have the SOCOM ammo. Get up!
Yeah, I mean, it makes you wish like you can mod in a coolant spray just for that moment, and then just like delete it out of the game. It's like, God, just let me wake this guy up already.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. I really should just take it to continue, man. But I don't know what. I've never had to improv that much in a run for this game ever.
Right.
But also, to be fair, I've been running this category for like a week.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I mean, Earlian was just kind of, enlightening, our viewers on that is, like you've had a lot of experience of just running the game overall, regardless of just running on extreme, like you've done all the other difficulties, provided a lot of, tricks and advancements in the category. And then Tyler's put a lot of work into dog tags specifically, along with running, like Alien said, like the extreme big boss runs, having it get into GDQ. Which is going to be an awesome thing, along with MGS4. I'm kind of not really putting my hopes up for D-Limes in my MGS2 race, but it's a backup is better than nothing. But just getting those runs in was a good thing to see.
To enlighten everyone who isn't already aware is that I didn't actually intend on running this, but I saw that Tyler got this into GDQ, so I'm like, all right, it's time to whip that boy into shape. So I submitted this as a race to this. I'm like, all right, Tyler, it's time to practice, buddy. You're gonna get good for GDQ, or I'm gonna make you get good.
His heart's in the right place. But
Yeah,
his
it's like
methods are abrasive.
on the spot, sparring. It's like, all right, we're gonna get you into, running condition for GDQ for dog tags. But yeah, it's a hard game. I think you guys, definitely did your best with some of the improvs, and man, I definitely feel you for that tank fight. And yeah, Roy wants to get in some announcements, I imagine. So yeah, go for it, Roy.
Hey, thanks, Joe. Real quick, I want to thank Apache Smash for gifting a 1-month Tier 1 sub to Liladder, and Grandfather's Clock for the 5 Tier 1 subs to the community. Thank you, guys.
Man, just so generous. I mean, like, this is day 2 of 3, and the amount of generosity and just where the channel, like, everything's been unlocked for, like, marathon content as far as I know, just from hitting the sub numbers, and people donating into the MGSR fund. I mean, round of applause for you guys.
Yeah, the support is really crazy, and how quickly it came. This channel and the runners really appreciate that, especially all the dudes behind the scenes to make it happen. Really, just every time, it's always phenomenal. We want to thank you guys for appreciating this event that's been worked on so hard.
I know you said to look away in the chat, Blue, but 11106. I mean, given everything that happened, I mean, it happened.
I did a practice run earlier before I started just grinding tank practice, and that run was like a 107-16 with 3 continues.
Wait, who'd you kill?
Oh yeah, I just noticed that.
So when I went for the triple nut punch in the furnace, one of them didn't get nutted. So I went for the nut punch, and I think whenever you go for that, I think one of them is always guaranteed to fall off.
He fell in the lava.
Accident. Wow.
Yep.
I figured that would be counted as an accident. I forgot.
That's the one kill I got. I was still doing big boss strats. Okay, you just happened to fall off.
I don't know. It makes me appreciate like Ground Zero's logic, where it's like, I don't know. I mean, the guy just fell a helicopter on his own. I mean, I didn't do it.
The only other room I'm gonna comment on, I suppose, is Rex's lair, where I got spotted because I was trying to get in front of the dude and I was barely not in front of him.
Right.
And the other guy came down, I had to hide. He went back, and then because I got up to the top so late, the other guy was over in the far right in front of the room with the computers. So I trained him late, and then I had to make sure every time I came out, I'm like, okay, let me train this guy again just in case.
Yeah,
Like,
the retrank is already used, and then you had to just make extra sure.
Yeah, I mean, the hangar is definitely a room where it either goes according to plan, or just it's because like it's on a timer. You got more guards to deal with than normal, and then all of a sudden, one guy is over in one spot that he's not supposed to be in, and now you got to retrank some other guy, and it just gets so like mixed up, and just before you know it. But so that's that's the Twin Snakes dog tags race. So GG's to both of you guys.
Yeah, GG's.
And I guess our next, and I think it's our last relay race for today, is Metal Gear Solid 1, any percent easy on the PSTV, featuring D-Limes 13 versus the other Lime Merengue. So
Lime on Lime action. Stay tuned for that. Thanks so much for watching, everyone, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
a very similar issue here too. So right now we're going to be doing Metal Gear Solid any percent easy, all boss. Sorry, not all bosses. Any percent easy on PSTV, and looks like we're about to get the countdown right now.
Yep, Battle of the Limes. Definitely, definitely a great race for sure.
Yeah, and the last race was very thrilling. I was glued to the seat the entire time. I think
that was really intense.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see something similar here too. And
Yeah.
it looks like they're off.
All right. So one thing that for this game is they're going to be mashing through not a lot of codecs as all bosses, but well, it seems like he was trying to do a little trick there.
Oh, right. It looks like we're going to have to reset because I just noticed Limes just went into alternate round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have to... Yeah, we're going to have to reset there.
All right. I guess we're just going to restart the timer there.
Yeah, definitely putting it into alternate round gives a sometimes a disadvantage, but also an upper hand. So that's why we try to make sure that both are on the same round.
Okay.
All right. Looks like we got everything settled. But like I was mentioning before, we're definitely going to be having a very interesting run because on one hand we have D Limes, who is as everyone knows, a very notorious runner of the Metal Gear Solid series.
Absolutely.
And, on the other hand, we have Lime Meringue, who has really risen from the ranks. I'm not familiar with his work entirely, but I've heard nothing but good things from him. So I think we're going to be surprised here.
Yeah, and especially as both players are on the fastest version of the game right now. So we got a world record holder from D Limes and Lime Meringue. I think he, from what I remember, he placed third on the leaderboard.
Wow.
So that's definitely impressive. Now, right here, D Limes is doing the alert strat. It looks like Lime Meringue is frozen. I don't know. It still sees as frozen.
Yeah, it looks frozen to me.
But so I mean, I guess we can kind of talk about this sequence. So right here, actually discovered by D Limes, you can actually manipulate a little bit of the RNG of the PAL key when you get up to the Rex layer. So
it looks like we just cut feed from Meringue.
Rip the other line.
Yes, it was the Patriots. Patriots are conspiring.
but the nanomachines.
I know.
Okay, so I guess we're still going with it. It seems like.
Yeah,
we're gonna cut back to intermission, see if we can get him back, find out what's going on.
All right, no problem.
Cold as a dog, now my words are frosted with every breath. Still the hate burns wild, growing inside this heart. When the wind changes course, when the stars align, I will reach out to you and leave this all behind. Heavens divide. When heavens divide, I will see.
Snake! What happened? Snake!
All right. Yeah.
So sorry about that, guys. Seems like we're having some slight technical difficulties.
Yeah. Well, looks like we're going to do third time's the charm here, and don't worry, guys. We'll try to get a run in somehow.
It probably just couldn't handle the hype from Tyler and BlueMetal.
Oh man, that was just such a good. That was just such a good race.
That
Just
was honestly, I'm gonna say out of the runs that I've watched, the entire marathon, that was definitely the best.
yeah, that was gripping. That was very gripping. Just constant back and forth.
Yep, and it seems like they're ready.
All right, and they're off one more time.
All right. So I guess we'll, if you want to start with an intro, you can kind of give a little background.
Yeah. So this is the PSTV version of the game, which is integral. We run this version because of a multitude of reasons. The biggest one being this is actually the fastest version to run console, because on the PSTV you can enable fast disk speed, and by doing that it just makes the loads much faster. It makes the codecs run faster, so huge improvement there, because we're going to be skipping a lot of cutscenes and skipping a lot of codecs as well, so every second helps with that. So we're it's definitely going to be a leaner run compared to if you played this on original hardware.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you probably are asking yourselves, why are they going through alerts at this stage? So if some of you guys don't know, this is actually recently discovered by D-Limes. And if you farm enough alerts at the elevator, you can actually manipulate a little bit of the RNG of where the PAL key is during Rex Lair, of where it goes into the drainage ditch. So
this was a new development that D-Limes 13 discovered months ago, and it's just incredible, because for the longest time the community just said, oh, just getting RNG rat was just the fastest way, like trying to farm alerts to get the card was just a waste of time or something. Well, he questioned that, and he ran the numbers, and he said, hey guys, like, this is actually faster. So it kind of leads to a big thing that I advocate for speedrunning: always ask questions. Never, just say this is the bottom line.
I actually want to know how he even thought about, hey, let me farm alerts, just like at this particular area.
It's funny because Limes is such a numbers person. He said it multiple times on his stream, but he's just always thinking outside the box. And you know what? That's a good trait for anyone, regardless of whatever you do in life.
So right here, we're gonna get another alert from the elevator, and it seems like Lime Meringue just kind of ignored that, but that's quite all right. It still seems like, seems like his is chugging along a little bit, but it's probably the stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this sequence is going to be the Hind D, where we're going to get up to the quicker vent that leads us into the elevator, instead of where we're going to get into the section where we're going to basically skip half the game, as this is any percent. So right now they're just mashing through codecs. As this version, you're going to be mashing through a lot of codec sequences.
Absolutely.
Nice movement from D-Limes right there from the helipad.
Absolutely. Limes is very good with movement. And, that was very weird from Meringue's stream. It's like he just
skipped right through it.
It's like he time skipped the game. Jeez, we got cheater over here. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, it seems like the stream is chugging along for his end, but it seems like they're on the same pace.
Yeah.
But this part mostly is just just follow through the vent. Not much you could do here. So So once, yeah, it seems like his stream is kind of getting slow.
Yeah, that could be any kind of issue, really. I think it gives a fair advantage to us.
All right, so Lime right about here, he's going to throw a chaff right at the box to kind of manipulate the guard into going in that direction. Unfortunately, not a good elevator, but he manages to still get in without getting detected.
Yeah, elevators in this game are completely RNG, and a lot of people, a lot of casual players didn't really realize that. And you're guaranteed a faster elevator when you pressed it that second. Oh,
Right.
on the second time. Oh, I just noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, you got an alert there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Looks like Meringue's stream finally caught up.
Yeah, but I don't know if you guys saw, but D-Limes right there just did the famous vent glitch where you could basically just skip half the game and go right into the torture sequence, so saves a lot of time right there, especially if you're on PSTV.
So what D-Limes is doing right now is he has this codec here he has to skip through, but he's underneath the bed. The reason why is because if he hides under the bed and when Johnny comes in, Limes is going to jump out, and that is going to skip a 30-second thing where Johnny falls asleep. Oh, and we lost Meringue.
Yeah.
We might have to go again. Oh, no, he's back. He's back.
No, he's good. He's good.
Oh, he's back. Yeah. Okay, great. All right.
Yeah, so as you were saying, as D-Lime is under the bed, we're going to try to, again, kind of skip Johnny's walk-around sequence in the cell here. So there he goes, like that. And now, as D-Limes is punching, he's going to try to stop Johnny from sneezing as he's walking back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
So every time each corner of the cell, D-Limes and everyone should just start punching, and it'll stop him from sneezing. That way, it'll save some time.
And yes, compared to TTS or Twin Snakes, this Johnny is much more aggressive.
Oh, by far! I gotta say, just side note here, the voice acting in this and listening it to, comparing it to the Twin Snakes, you can't. It's just
it's night and day.
This one just surpasses everything.
It really is night and day. Like, you can tell the voice cast really gave it their all for this game. And even though most of the original cast came back for Twin Snakes, except for one, they had to replace Gray Fox. Little honed in my opinion, but or phoned in, I meant. But anyway, that's for a different time. Meringue just got a perfect angle.
Yeah, I saw that. I was literally just about to comment.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah. But as speedrunners, we're going to be saving time, so unfortunately, Meryl has to go in this run.
Yes.
So.
Meryl is the fastest way to complete this game. People have asked me, is there like a save Meryl category? There's not, mainly just due to it's just faster. I mean, wouldn't be bad to do it, but it's just kind of a waste of time at that point.
Yeah, so right about now, back to the cellar. As this is around the half point of the game, same sequence. You want to punch in the cell to, again, just have Johnny not to sneeze, because it does kind of waste a little bit of time, but not too much to a point.
Yep, right now it's just chilling and waiting for Johnny to relieve his bowels here.
Yep, the infamous, the only person that has an upset stomach. Wonder what he had for lunch today.
Probably that Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
That's why I always assumed. I don't know. Is there Taco Bell in the Fox Archipelago? I have no idea.
that bean burrito.
All right,
Nice.
and then we're waiting for Otacon to give us a key and a bottle of ketchup, and we're going to see how we're going to escape a cell with a bottle of ketchup.
Well, it's definitely not for putting it on French fries, because I don't know if I would use it for what he's about to do. Yeah, so right now they're just going to put the ketchup on the floor to, obviously think that Johnny thinks that Snake is dead. So, well, it seems like Limerine kind of caught up a little bit in his stream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right about here, Limes has the card equipped, and he's gonna. He messed up, and he got the alert from Johnny.
Actually, that's what you want now.
Oh, that's okay.
Because it counts towards your alerts for getting the key card in the drainage ditch.
Okay, gotcha.
So that was actually very good timing, because sometimes that's a pretty tricky alert to get. You really have to time it pretty, I wouldn't say frame perfect, but pretty early.
Okay.
Looks like Meringue's doing the same thing, and
nice, goes for the punch.
Goes for the knockout there. A bit risky there, but that was good.
All right, so now we're gonna get the PSG-1.
One of the most vital parts of this run.
Yes. Okay, he's going back into the elevator.
Doing third column strat, very good strat right there.
Yeah, let's see what Lime Meringue does. Oh!
Yep, it looks like he mistimed that. He can still possibly...
I mean, he could probably get by. Oh, yeah, that's a big time loss right there.
We're going to see what's he going to do here. It looks like he's resetting the room.
Yeah, that's a big time loss right there from Lime Meringue.
Unfortunately, right there. But hey, these things happen. You practice, and then, it just happens. No one's perfect,
Yeah, well, at least it didn't cause him a continue. So, I mean, I guess there's that.
Yeah, continue would waste even more time because of going through the menu and all that.
Yeah, and D-Lime just went to one of the bosses as Lime Meringue is about to go into the tank, which. We basically skipped it like half the game and beat it.
Exactly. Because of the vent glitch, the game thinks, oh, hey, you already skipped all this. So we already skipped 5 boss battles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say what's going to be important here is the 2 grenades that they have to pick up in the field here. Because you're going to be using them later on in the run for Vulcan. There's a flip from D-Limes going into the elevator. Unfortunate elevator again.
Yeah, like I said before, those elevators are completely RNG.
Yeah, usually it really stinks when you get the double elevator. It's such a thing that you don't want, but again, it's RNG. There's really nothing you can do about it.
All right, and D-Lime's about to defeat Mantis. Oh wait, we don't.
the evil bookcase, bookshelf.
Someone in chat just asked, "What about the elevators are RNG? The speed of which they come when you press the button. You're guaranteed an instant elevator when you press it twice, but the ideal is that you press the button and then the elevator just appears instantly.
Right.
I mean, it may seem like a trivial time save, but every second counts when it comes to a run like this.
Yeah, and still D-Limes is ahead right now. He's about to go to the other boss, which is stairs.
Yeah, in the any percent route for this game, the biggest enemy is honestly just stairs.
Honestly, the sequence of stairs is just so. I feel like in some cases it's very unforgiving.
Oh, it is.
It's insane about how. For me, it's hard to like tell on the angle, like where the way that you're running, because sometimes when you move in a certain way, I feel like it kind of messes up the aim of the guards that are in front of certain steps, so you can get that flip.
Absolutely. And Limes is about to climb those treacherous stairs right now. He's going to cook a grenade, throw it in there, and then what he just did there, it skips a 2-second cutscene of guards chasing after him, which we don't want. And literally, we are just going to climb these stairs. Now, we're on easy, so there's not a big, chance of anyone dying during the ascend, mainly because of the guard's damage is not as bad, and also the health is pretty, like I said, easy. What Limes is going to be doing is he's going to be throwing these stun grenades, and he has to time them out perfectly so that he does not get shot. And while he's doing that, he's also going to be doing throw cancel. What throw canceling is that he is throwing a guard, but he quickly interrupts the animation of throwing the guard by equipping and unequipping the weapon. So it saves much more time there. It literally looks like you're flipping them on air, which is really funny. But,
It's such a funny animation. I love it.
It's so funny. But it looks like Meringue is catching up too. Finally. Oh, Lime's got the worst guard. This guard will screw you over.
Yeah, but it missed, unfortunately.
Oh,
Fortunate for him, at least.
Yeah, fortunate him. Yeah, but these guards can be pretty brutal, guys. Regardless of difficulty.
Yeah.
Limes just did a very smooth ascend. That was very good.
Very, very smooth. Great stuff.
Very textbook. Very good.
Well, Meringue is getting hit all over the place. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like I said, it's very, very unforgiving. I don't know if. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, I was just going to mention, I remember when I first played this game casually, I wanted to throw my controller through the wall when I played this part. I was just done.
It's very brutal. I remember when I first did any percent, like again, super like casual. I was like, man, this is annoying.
Oh, it's annoying, all right. I mean, it's not the biggest gatekeeper of the run, but practice makes perfect. The more you do it, the better you get. I mean, that's just the open and shut of it. Yeah. Looks like DLimes 13 is now doing the repel. Repel's pretty easy in concept, but hard in execution. You just gotta get to the bottom as fast as possible while taking the least amount of damage.
He got hit by the gunship. I thought he was gonna dodge that.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes there is RNG involved with the repel, and he just got hit double. Time.
Two fogs and 2 gunships. Wow, that's.
It happens.
Yeah. Yeah, but good repel right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here he's going to throw a stun and stun the guards all the way across the catwalk here.
Now this is a swag strat he's doing right here. The grenade. Oh! It was supposed to hit all 3 of them. I think he mistimed that or.
Got a spare.
Yeah. But definitely a swag strat. What you expect from DLimes 13.
Yeah. So now you probably noticed he walked back and grabbed the stingers right at the end of the catwalk there. So that's going to be important. So right now DLimes is going to be doing something called the weapon glitch, which is coming up, and this is going to be really interesting.
Yes, the weapons glitch is pretty much the core skip of this run. We're going to be doing it a few times, actually, not just for skipping certain areas, but for also defeating certain bosses, too. So, pretty much it looks like...
Ooh, he got it in one try.
Wow, that is incredible. Guys, the weapons glitch is complicated, but it's like a recipe. You have to do each certain section of it almost without fail. So getting a first try is what you pray for. But it's actually a very... it's a pretty robust glitch as well, because it involves like getting damage, going to first person, and just randomly spamming every button on your controller. And somehow doing that, it puts Snake in like almost like God mode. You know, you can go through certain textures and go out of bounds and stuff like that. It's a very interesting glitch.
Yeah, and also passed by it a little bit a while ago, but now the game. I think Lime Meringue messed it up, and he's going to try and go for it again.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yeah. Okay, there he goes. He got it.
There
So
you go.
So now, the one thing to actually note about this is when you cook the chaff grenade, because right now the game thinks that you're still holding chaff. So right now, when you blow it up right about here, it skips the sequence of. He held the grenade.
He held the grenade. Yes, that's why you. That's why you hold the chaff, so that does not happen.
Oh no!
Now see, this is exactly what I said about weapons glitch being a recipe. You know, everything. There's no room for error when it comes to the weapons glitch. Weapons glitch was something that I really struggled with the brief time that I've run this game. But once again, like I always say, practice does make perfect.
Oh yeah, 100%. Oh, that's unfortunate for Lime. That's a big time loss.
Big time loss there. D Limes is now descending the stairs. He does not have to fight Hind D because the game is just like, oh, you already passed this part. What D Limes is now going to do is he's going to go down to the very bottom and skip all the way down to the Sniper Wolf 2 fight.
Oh no, Lime Meringue messed it up again.
Oh, I think he did the... Yeah, okay.
Messing up right now. Okay, I think he's gonna get it right here.
I think maybe no, it was a little too early on the chaff. All right, right now D Limes is setting himself up to do the box glitch. Box glitch, if you can do it first try, I mean great, and he got a second try. The box glitch is pretty much a way to skip all the way down to the bottom. We don't know why. It has to do something with, I think, textures or something, and the way the game processes textures. But now we're going to see D-Limes go into the Sniper Wolf 2 fight. Meringue still struggling with that weapons glitch. This stuff happens.
Yeah, it's really, really unfortunate. I'm sure I believe he's gonna do it.
I think he's running out of grenades too.
I mean, it's gonna be unfortunate. Oh, I think he's gonna just reset it. Yeah, he's just gonna reset it.
All right, you know what? That's very fair.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to waste too many grenades because you kind of need it for...
You do need them for future fights and whatnot.
Yeah.
D-Lime's just doing the weapons trick again, first try for Wolf 2.
Yeah, so we're... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, for that trick is a little bit different. Rather than using a grenade to blow yourself up, you want to crawl in the boundary of where Sniper Wolf is going to shoot you and push you back. Because if you use a grenade, you obviously want to save them for Vulcan, and that's going to be important. So right about there, you want to crawl to the boundaries. That way you can do the weapon glitch. Obviously, the similar way that you would do it with the regular grenade, but then you would just hold out the sniper.
Meringue just got the weapons glitch.
Oh, let's go.
He got the chaff too. So, yeah, a bit of a time loss, but you got to admire Meringue's dedication here.
Everyone put Pog W for Meringue right now.
Yeah,
Pog W, please.
You gotta admire his dedication now. So right now, the Limes, he climbed all the way back up from the Wolf 2 fight in order to grab the Stinger again. The reason why is so it's actually in your inventory. You're tricking the game into saying, hey, I actually do have this weapon and will be able to move on with the game. So a lot of this run, surprisingly, is backtracking. When we think of Metal Gear Solid, we think of constant stealth action and stuff like that. The run is actually quite a bit of backtracking. We're definitely going to be seeing that with PAL keys. Palkies is not as lean and fast as Twin Snakes, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so for this sequence, this is going to be disc 2 for Limes right now, and I think Lime Meringue is just about to finish the helicopter fight.
Yep, he's about to climb back down. D-Lime's putting in disc 2 on the PSTV version here. You know, I really do miss that. I really do miss that disc chime because I played the PC port of this game, and you don't get the chime; it just goes straight into disc 2.
Oh wow!
So, you know, it's really nice to hear that chime.
I love the console. I can't. It just holds a place in my heart right now.
You know, it really is a definitive experience. You know, for this game.
Yeah, so right about there, Limes actually used his last stun to... Oh, he missed the nade for the crane!
Oh, he missed it for the crane. Okay, he got really good RNG right there.
He did.
But, yeah.
But so just to kind of explain that sequence right there, so you want to use the stun and go through that door as the door closes. That way, you know, the guards won't, you know, scatter and try to find you. Obviously because they'll get stunned. Then you want to throw the grenade right at the beginning of that catwalk again to get the crane out. So that way you could just mosey on right by the wall, you know, when you're hugging the wall. So now this,
and another thing, that crane is RNG. Like how it stops is complete RNG. I've seen runs where the crane literally stops right above your head, and if you step up, that's game over. You're going all the way down to the lava pit.
Yeah.
So D-Lime's just got very good RNG right there.
Yeah, that was a good elevator fight, by the way, just to call that out, right?
Yeah, very good movement in that fight.
Yeah. Now you could flip, which is a lot faster, but I think if that doesn't work out for you, you can punch kick right off the edge, if I'm correct, right?
Guys, Lime Meringue just got Wolf 2 Weapon Split's first try.
Let's go. Pog W's.
Pog W's all around for
Pog
Lime
W's.
Meringue. I would argue that this version of Weapons Glitch is leagues harder than the one at the bottom of the stairs.
It took me a while to figure this one out.
It's based entirely on the timing of the shot with Sniper Wolf, you know, and you really got to time it out. So very, very good performance there by Lime Meringue.
Yeah. So now Lime Meringue is going to go back, and like you mentioned earlier, he's going to grab the stingers. Just, you know, to have the game read that we have the stingers and not, you know, cheating. But yeah, so right now, you know, D-Limes is in a good spot. He's, you know, on the elevator. He's just going to wait and mash through Codex right now at this point. And he's going to get up to Raven.
Yes, Vulcan Raven is a very interesting fight on easy. This fight always makes me mad because Raven was definitely one of the biggest gatekeepers for me when I played this game casually. So we're about to see Raven broken to the extreme here. Not as bad as the PC port. The PC port version of Raven is awful. But pretty much what Limes is going to do, he's just going to equip Rations and just keep chucking grenades. That's it.
This fight is so hilarious. I love it.
I know. It's just like, how come we didn't think of this when we were kids?
Yes. Yeah. So right now, he's gonna just run right in front of him to kind of manipulate the invincibility hitbox right now.
And because of the amount of rations that D-Limes has accumulated, he's able to survive this fight. This is something that a little risky to do on medium and above, I would say, but on easy is very acceptable. It's probably the faster way.
And let's face it, it's fun just to like.
It's just fun.
Just run up to this guy with like a freaking helicopter minigun looking thing, and you're just like, "Yep, I'm just gonna throw grenades at you."
Yeah, I know. It's just so funny to watch.
Yeah, so right now, Lime Meringue is on disc 2. Just finally switched to that.
We're going to be seeing D-Limes head the way to Rex right now. This is where we're going to see if he gets good luck with the card. Oh, and Limerang just missed the crane. Accidentally gave some damage to himself, unfortunately. Let's see how good is RNG. Very good RNG with the crane.
Yeah, let's see how.
Very good RNG today. You know, it's not that bad. You know?
It seems like, except for the elevators, though.
You know, I mean, the elevators. Yeah, true. But especially compared to the crane, though, the crane can really kill you.
Oh yeah. Oh, his menuing. I think he was trying to menu to the card. Got a little nervous there, but it's okay.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah, so right now, D-Limes is up in Rex Lair. So now, what position do you think he's going to get the power?
Yeah, we're going to have to make an assumption here. I think Limes is going to get 5.
You think he's going to get 5? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can never tell. It is RNG. I mean, if he gets card 4, I mean, that'd be insane.
I'm going to say card 4, because
that's fair.
I feel like he's going to get card 4 for sure.
Yeah. I'm thinking a good 5. Anything but 7. 7 is the worst card placement that you can get. Like, card 7 is all the way on the other side of the drainage dish, and that just takes way too long to go and then come back. Alright, so...
Limerang got hit by the camera twice.
Yeah, unfortunately, and that's another thing, that camera is RNG. So, since the very beginning of this game, that camera is going left to right randomly. It could literally stop in the middle of its route. It can literally just go right whenever it wants to. So, unfortunately, you can't really escape the camera RNG.
Yeah, so again, right now we're about to come up to the PAL key for D-Limes. And I just saw that he got hit by that guard. So that sequence right there, you can actually flip cancel him and try to, bypass the damage. But, I mean, it's easy, so it's not really that significant.
If you're going for Big Boss, you definitely want to utilize strats like that.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't want to get caught or anything like that and ruin your rank. But looks like Limes 13 is about to press his luck with the cards. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see what happens. And we'll see how Limerang's Raven fight goes. Because he's just arrived there.
And let's see, he's getting... Nope, no card 4. Going all the way. Got a ration. Hopefully he doesn't get the bomb.
Yeah,
oh, he just got the bomb. Yep. Yep, definitely have to throw that out. All right. I think he got card.
No, that's
hope. Yeah, I hope not 7. I mean, there is a chance here.
No, I forget. 7 is all the way on the right, right?
Yep.
Okay.
He got card 7.
No,
wow. Unfortunate. I mean, that's RNG for you, But the crazier thing is, like, getting card 7 is still slightly faster than dealing with the rat. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. Again, it's better than what we had to go through before. So, again, kudos to D-Limes for finding that. 100%.
Definitely. Really changed the landscape of this game.
Yeah. Also, a good Raven from Limerang. Definitely.
Very good. Yeah. Very clean.
All right, so right now this sequence, we're going to input the PAL key 3 times. So right now it's obviously in the location 7, which is where he picked it up. So now, after that, we're going to have to go a little bit of backtracking to freeze and warm the key. Oh, he got hit right there twice.
Yeah. Like I said, much of this run actually is backtracking. So not much really to talk about what Limes is going to be doing. Pretty much he's just going to be freezing and heating the card. He has to go back to where he fought Raven in the storage warehouse, and he has to go back to the blast furnace. And you have to wait in those areas for exactly 1 minute. So this is definitely going to be the more chill part of the run. So I advise everyone, if you want to get a bathroom break in, get some water, now would be a really good time for doing that.
or if we have any courteous donations or subs.
Please, any courteous subs or donations. We're not begging, of course, but
But yeah. So mostly this section is just going back and forth. Actually, we can actually talk about where Lime Meringue is going to get his key. So
yeah. So you know what? I'm a big believer in things balancing out. I think Meringue is going to get card 4 this time.
You think he's going to get card 4? Okay.
Yes. I'm a big believer in when something bad happens, something good happens afterwards. So let's. I'd like to hope he does.
I want to say 7, not to be like the bad guy here, but
You know, it's crazy because you can just never tell. That's just the crazy part.
yeah, no, that's the one thing that's absolutely crazy. Oh my god, he almost snuck past that guy.
Wow. That's some high level stuff right there. D-Lime's doing some housekeeping, making sure he gets enough ammo for the future suite of boss fights, which is Rex, Liquid, and Escape. Rex, Liquid, and Escape really makes or breaks a run sometimes, so it's always best to be prepared. Unfortunately, Meringue just got hit with a guard. That's perfectly fine. That happens. And D-Lime's just going to be waiting a minute for the keycard to freeze. Now, there's multiple different ways you can time how long you've been in a room. I personally used to use audio cues. I would listen to the soundtrack so many times that I knew exactly when to leave the room based on a certain note played. I mean, it got pretty crazy, but that's just the way I prefer doing it. Some people just like to time it out by hand, or they just look at their live split. But multiple ways you can do that. All right, Meringue's about to go get the card. All right,
place your bets. If it's number 7, I'll donate $10.
All right, no 4. Got the bomb early. Hopefully he recognizes he got the bomb. Oh my god. Oh, he did. Oh, thank God. Sometimes I forget when you pick up the bomb.
I've had instances where I've picked up the bomb, thrown it in area 7, and I got the key, and I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it's 7.
Oh, it's 7 again.
Oh,
wow.
There it is. I guess I'm donating.
Yeah, well, unfortunately.
No, absolutely not unfortunate.
I'm sorry. No, what am I talking about? Well, unfortunate for Lime Meringue. Fortunately for Lime Meringue, I was saying, but good for the channel, donating $10.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there you go. Give us a Pog W in the chat for Lime Meringue for getting PAL 7 and giving $10.
Yeah. All right. What you noticed there, and probably got you a little, whatever got everyone a little scared. Sorry. D-Limes got caught by the camera, but he was so fast in inputting that card. The room does not shut and the gas is not deployed. Really good timing involved with that. So it's definitely a riskier move there. There is a way to avoid the cameras when you walk into the room, but the faster way is definitely just going straight to that camera right before you actually get spotted, if that makes sense.
Right.
Do you have a moment for a quick donation?
Shoot.
Go ahead.
We have King of the Bees with $3.
Oh, okay.
The races
Ooh.
here today have been hype. And we have Solid Tony with a very generous $10 for that PAL card 7.
Man, what a guy! What a guy!
Also, thank you, Bees, as well. Very, very generous. Everyone who donates to the channel is very generous. Thank you.
All right, so both getting PAL 7. It seems like I think if I remember correctly, Lime has to freeze the key, right? I totally missed track of that. Okay.
No, yeah, he just no. I think he actually yes. He's now heading to freeze the key.
Okay.
He just put in neutral.
Okay.
So both of them getting card 7. Kind of. I wouldn't say balances, but it definitely gives Meringue a little bit more of an advantage. only by like maybe like I don't know 30 seconds or something like that. So
Right.
trying to catch up as best as he can right now.
Yeah, so it's I don't think there's gonna be a card 69 Sparty, just saying.
Nice.
Nice. So at this instance, again, more codec mashing for D-Limes as he's on his way to warm the key into the blast furnace right now. So again, a minute just to have it frozen and then warm. So again, it's just like you said, it's going to be those audio cues. Maybe they could listen for an audio cue. Everybody's different.
Yeah, I mean, when I did PC runs, I used a visual cue for blast furnace. Oh, and lines just got stuck a little bit. Never seen that, but that happens. Definitely run luck, or marathon luck. But anyway, at blast furnace, I used to use a visual cue where I watch a guard make his rounds, and when he starts the very beginning of his run a second time, that's when I knew the key card was warm. Shoutouts to Iceman. I don't know if he's still here, but I learned that from
Legendary Iceman.
The legendary Iceman. Very insane runner of this game.
All right, so
Meringue is catching up.
Still, I mean, with some mistakes from D-Limes 13 where he got hit, some sequences where he got stuck, but especially from the camera. Oh, is he trying to go for the ration? Is he teasing us?
Oh yeah, he's teasing us with that ration.
Is he?
Oh, he's teasing us with that ration there. No, I don't think he's gonna get. Oh, he might.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
Why?
No! Oh, he's teasing us. Yeah, he's not going for it. If he goes for it, I'm donating $10.
Honestly, as a kid, when I was like playing this game, I would always try to go for like every single item that I can go for, and that was one of them.
Exactly.
But yeah, so again, he's just waiting some time to warm the key. And Lime Meringue is making his way to warm the key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so really, Meringue is not doing bad. Like, going against someone like D-Limes, and only being like probably like a minute or two off. I mean, that's still very impressive.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. He's still like not too far behind.
Yeah, he's really not. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Don't worry, there's always next time, Limes.
Oh, will Meringue get the ration?
Maybe Meringue can do it.
Yeah, if Meringue gets the ration, $20 donation.
$20. Oh, that's right. Bees. Oh, all right. If Lime Meringue can see this, if he gets that ration in the furnace, someone's got to donate $20. It would probably be me.
I know, right? So, D-Limes taking the cargo elevators down. Right now, we're about to encounter the longest codec in the game. A lot of people call this the wrist breaker because you are really mashing through it as fast as you can. So, it's about to come up for Limes right now.
Yeah, so again, just another elevator sequence.
And here it is, the one with Naomi. This is a very long codec.
Yeah. Probably every time I run this game, it's the one that I hate the most.
It feels like it goes on for forever. It really does. Almost as bad as the stairs. The stairs just feel like they go on forever.
Yeah, so again, just a lot of codec mashing right now.
Sparker Z just brought up a good point. If you don't get the codec going down, it means you didn't warm the card, because the plot can't advance if you don't warm the card. So definitely forgot to mention that.
Well, so now we found out that Naomi's under arrest.
Yep.
Plot twist.
Plot twist.
Oh, Limerang actually just dodged the camera. He didn't
I
even get
know.
hit by it. Nice job.
That's very good RNG. If you can just, I mean, really, you can't really do anything to time it, but you know, you just go for it and hope you don't get hit.
I've actually heard that when you come up from that elevator, if the camera starts shooting you, apparently that's like good RNG because the elevator comes up faster.
Yes, that's the best.
Okay.
That's the best you can get. D-Live's about to put in that last key card, and let me tell you guys, when that last key card goes in, it is game time. We're gonna have the 3 boss fights that can really make or break a run.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've seen runs die at escape. Like, that's not even an exaggeration, you know. I've seen world records die at escape.
Is he gonna go for it?
No. Oh, he might.
Meringue, are you gonna go for it? I think he might go for it.
Yeah, that's gonna be some dedication there. Oh,
no.
He's teasing us.
That ain't Falco. You're right.
That ain't Falco. Wombo combo.
Follow at Apache Smash.
Yeah, I know, right? Everyone follow Apache's Twitter. It's truly the best Twitter on the internet right now.
Ooh, Limerang just teased us with that. I was really hoping he would just do it just for the meme.
I was about to bust out my wallet when I saw that. I was about to run to my room and grab my wallet when I saw that. I'm not gonna lie with you guys.
All right, credit card, PayPal.
Yeah, like I was about to get the PayPal out.
All right, so D-Lime just put in the last PAL key, so now we get to see the big reveal.
Yep.
That Master Miller was not Master Miller all along.
No way.
Like
I
what?
I did not see that coming. Still a very good plot twist though. Even though we joked about it because we, God, you know, we ran this game so many times. But
so right there, D-Limes was just gonna call Otacon to get him to unlock the door faster, which obviously is gonna, you know, progress the story just a little bit.
We got played like a fiddle. All right, and here it comes, Metal Gear Rex, classic mech for those who are into mechs and stuff like that. I definitely like Rex's design. Just throwing that out there. I think it's
dude,
really cool.
It reminds me of Mech Warrior, and I'm a big Mech Warrior guy.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, nice.
All right, very good position from D-Limes. On easy, you can actually just throw a chef, and Rex doesn't know what to do. You can only do that on easy and very easy, so very good. Really good position to throw those stingers as well.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna come up to the famous sequence where you can't shoot the stinger and kill Gray Fox. you just can't.
I can't do it.
I can't do it.
No, I can't do it.
It's no good. I can't do it. Oh god, the memes.
I love how that cutscene is so important that you just can't skip it. Like, you can skip entire plot points, but you can't skip that.
Oh, also a very fun fact about this fight. So one thing that I learned was on easy, if you stand in one position, you can actually dodge the machine gun bullets as you're standing like right by Rex.
Yes.
And also, what's different about this version, is that the sequence, the cutscene where Liquid is going to talk to you, you could actually skip that.
Yes, that is only on the integral version.
Yes.
And that's why we run on PST, because the only way you can get the console version on PSTV, that is the fastest, is the integral version.
Right.
So that's why running on PSTV is preferred, because you skip a 2-minute cutscene talking about like genomes or something like that.
All right, so here we go, the infamous Liquid fight. Let's see what can we get the infinite punch.
Yes, the infinite punch. Unlike in Twin Snakes, where there is no infinite punch. You just kind of try to do a kind of a loop, but just kind of survive. There is actually a faster way to defeat Liquid in the original version. So pretty much how this is going to work is D-Limes is going to be throwing Liquid in certain positions. He's going to do the two throw, what we call the two throw here, and let's see if he can get it. Perfect execution.
Oh, wow, nice. He got the
Perfect. First try, perfect execution. You know, that is really what you pray for. And you know, this may look easy, but this is probably the biggest gatekeeper of this run.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It took me a very long time to get it. I used to do it to a metronome because I just couldn't get the timing right. But now I've done it for so long, I just got the muscle memory for it. So very good performance from D-Limes there.
Nice job. And Lime Meringue is about to get into the Rex fight after he puts the key in.
Mm-hmm. D-Limes preparing for escape.
So right here, he grabs the guard to choke him out, just so that he doesn't get obviously interrupted by any shots. And then he's just going to escape.
Yep. And yes, I do have to mention what MayuuChaan just wrote. I did do the Liquid loop on a Guitar Hero controller. Definitely my biggest claim to fame in this community.
That's impressive as hell.
Yeah, there's still a video out there of me doing it. It's probably the most watched video on my channel. So, you know, like I said, practice makes perfect. You know, you do it for so long, you're able to do it on a different controller. You know, it's truly understanding a video game inside and out. That's what's wonderful. That's what's wonderful about speedrunning.
All right, so this sequence, we're gonna have to. Oh, yeah, he got hit once. I feel like there's really not much you could do about that, but
yeah, the thing about the checkpoints is it may seem easy, like, well, all you have to do is to shoot the guards. There's actually a certain pattern where you need to do it, and each guard takes like 4 bullets to die on easy. So you really have to try to position yourself to get all the guards dead as fast as possible.
Oh no, Lime!
Oh,
he messed up the pattern.
No. Oh no,
Oh
Does he have a chaff? Does he have a chaff?
I think he used it.
Oh, that might have been his left.
So what happened was, I think he fired the stinger too early. Oh no.
All right. Well,
he fought. So what happened was that he fired the missile too early, and it didn't recognize the hit.
D-Limes going through the Liquid Escape right now. Liquid Escape, this is actually the hardest part of the escape sequence because Liquid's hitbox is absolute trash and makes no sense. So, looks like he got it, and looks like D-Limes is about to call time.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think time is right about here, right?
I forgot. I forgot if it's at the. No, I think it's at score screen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's at the screen.
Yeah, it seems like Lime Meringue is having a little bit of a tough time with part 2 of Rex.
You know what happens. It's like he's just trying to. Yeah, he's just trying to really get those shots in as best he could. Thankfully, he has enough rations to survive anything that happens. What the worst case scenario is that he gets hit. He gets stomped on. That's the worst case scenario. Looks like he's farming for Stinger missiles.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much you can do about that. I do want to see. Oh wow, yeah, I think he's firing the stingers too early.
Yeah, and he's also
there we
he's
go.
going a little bit too up because the hitbox is really strange. If you go a little too high, the stinger actually goes through Rex and doesn't hit Liquid. It's very strange. You know, that's just something that very, very weird quirks with hitboxes in this game. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate, but definitely not a bad performance at all from both players. I mean,
No, not at all. Both of them carried with integrity. Both of them carried with perseverance. You know, and that's just a very important aspect of speedrunning.
yeah, now we got to see how Limerang handles the fight.
Could enjoy one brief.
And also on D-Limes' side, you do have to sit through the credits. You cannot skip those. On the PC port, you can, so that's why the PC port is a very fast run. But on console, you cannot skip any of it.
Let's go. Can we get Pog W's for Limerang in the chat?
Yes,
Just give us some Pog W's, some salutes.
Let's see how Meringue handles. He's going for the 2-throw, classic 2-throw. And perfect setup. Now it's just a matter of keeping the beat.
Yep.
And which looks like he's got a good steady beat. Let's see.
Spam it in the chat, guys. Spam it for Limerang.
All right, you know what? That's fine. You know what? That's perfectly fine. You know, I mean, this is still gonna be a respectable time, if he does some backups, and especially with as low a health that he has, looks like he's already doing some backups. When you crouch down, Liquid can't do any damage to you when he does the bull move, where he charges at you. Little difficulty dealing with Liquid right here, but this is still going to be a pretty respectable time. Now it's just a matter of getting him on the ledge, which he looks like he's about to do. There you go.
There you go. Nice. Okay. And also one thing. I was going to say one thing to actually note: if you're hanging off the ledge right by Rex, what you could actually do to get up faster if you do make a mistake is that you could rotate the left analog stick or
yes,
and you'll get up faster. But just something to call out there.
Yes. Still a very respectable 130 for Meringue. Defeating Liquid.
Yep, and now he's just gonna get through the his feed is cutting out again.
Cutting out again. Well, we're near the end of the run.
Yeah, there it goes. And he's gonna try and get into the cart. Yeah, other than that, I mean, again, not a bad showing from both. I mean, D-Lime's obviously holding the world record for a lot of the categories, honestly.
Yeah, just about almost every MGS1 and MGS2 category he has world records in. Especially VR, he's the VR king right now. But
VR king, MGS2, like everything, and Limerang has third place, so don't forget that, guys. I mean, he's definitely a great runner for sure.
Especially,
I'm gonna think we're. Oh, now we got the sequence here for Limerang. Let's see how he does.
Yeah. Oh, he is hacking. He is hacking through this game. Yeah. Yeah. Fast escape. World record escape, guys. All right, Limerang. Really timing out the Liquid shots. The really strange thing about this fight is not only just the hitbox, because it's terrible. It's also just timing out the shots. So what you're doing is that Liquid gets iframes after he gets hit, and then it's just a matter of timing it out so that you're hitting right after those hitboxes. I know that sounds easy, but trust me, when you're trying to get a run in and you're really down to the wire, possibly getting a PB, like every shot matters.
Oh yeah, because you don't want that stagger to happen.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It could actually it could cost you like 30 seconds up to if you're not timing it out right. And it looks like Limerang has called time. Very, very good performance from both of them.
I'm impressed. Honestly, this was such a. I'm giving claps for you guys.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah, that was very good. Very, very exciting run.
GG and salutes. I'm spamming that in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Time me out. I don't care.
What's up, guys?
What's
Hello.
up?
Hello, Mr. DLimes13.
So, tell us about your. Just tell us how you were feeling.
Fine. I mean, the tech issues early were whatever, and then I started on alternate round, but shit happens. I saw he took an alert early in Tank Hanger, and I just thought, you know what, he's got nerves, so fine. I played pretty well. I was screwing up weapons glitch in practice, so I'm glad to get both of them first try. The fact that we got both worst Palkey spawns was very interesting.
I know. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like, I expected anything but 7.
Yeah, and to get 2 7s like that, 7's rare to get anyway, thankfully, but to get it twice, yikes.
Yeah, RNG gods were not smiling today.
Not at all.
Except for the crane. The crane RNG was great.
Yeah, I mistimed the grenade. I had good luck with it. I don't know how Lime was.
He got
What happened? What happened? How did you go, D-Limes? Fill me in. I was not watching. I was a bundle of nerves.
1:00:11 was my time, so
mine's I don't even know anymore.
I did good. I had first try weapons glitches. I missed the grenade for the crane and blast furnace, but I had really good crane RNG, thankfully. But I had Palkey 7 like you. Worst Palkey position.
Yeah, I had worst Pal.
I was gonna say in the middle of that, I was like, "Yo, Limerang is gonna get Pal 7," and I feel like I cursed.
The way my run was going, right? I was like, I was thinking the whole time leading up to it. I was just like, I should just go straight for the worst Pal spot because the way this run's going.
See, this was my line of reasoning. It's like, okay, Limes 13 gets 7. I thought Limerang was going to get 4, kind of balance it out. Like something bad happens and something good happens, and then you both get 7, and I was just floored. It was like that's
crazy game.
That is a level of RNG that's like.
I even said to you, I was like, I don't want to be the bad guy, but I feel like he's gonna get 7.
Yeah.
Right. You should have bet money on
it. I want to apologize to everyone as well. It was just nerves, eh? Like you're running up against D-Limes and the nerves get to you. I got all the respect to the very easy runners.
This is your first time on the channel, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Like it happens. It happens to all of us.
Don't
worry about it.
For a first try, I think you did very good.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I was sad I messed up Liquid though. I don't know what was happening, whether I was dropping some inputs or what, but like I kept dropping to single punches even though my timing seemed right.
Sometimes that does happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a matter of keeping that beat consistent.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like my strongest suit. Like I've pulled it off at UKSG, no issues, and it's just like here it was like
Well, I've only done this game at like either races or events or whatever 2 or 3 times now. It's the first time I got Liquid no problem, so it was pretty good. Yeah, I mean I'm pretty happy with the performance. It's unfortunate for you, Lime, but I'm sure you'll bounce back and you're a contender for world record. You're right there on the cusp. So
you wouldn't know it, but yep.
You wouldn't know it today, but you're a hell of a player, and I think we should definitely do it again sometime.
Yeah, that'd be awesome to do again in a less scary situation, I reckon.
Yeah, just maybe a friendly on the channel or something. Who knows? Hey, nice fast credits. Like, whoo, those are fast.
I know. Like, I wish credits were that fast on console. I was kind of comparing it to the Twin Snakes run. This really was a run full of twists and turns. Just very good sportsmanship, very good perseverance. So it was definitely very enjoyable to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, D-Limes, you jinxed me on the weapons glitch. You were all like, oh man, I was practicing, I was having all these issues on weapons glitch. What do? I weapons glitched the grenade, which I didn't even notice. You never do until you blow up. And then I couldn't do it the second time. I had to blow myself up because I was like, I can't do Vulcan with less than 6 grenades.
But yeah.
And then what? I get it first time after that. It's like cool. Second continue.
Yeah, Meringue, you got the Wolf 2 weapons.
I got
when
this.
you
I got
tried.
the YOLO strat for the drop as well.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'm
first
coming
tries.
back.
Yeah, I know.
Messes up Blast Furnace. Awesome.
But while we got a couple of minutes here waiting on the other fruits score screen, that will be it for today's action for the relay. So a lot of good support, a lot of good viewers today. I do want to thank you for the support, but we're not done. We have a whole another day of marathon action tomorrow. We'll have a full day starting at 11 a.m. Eastern for MGT day number 2. Full day of speed runs, not just Metal Gear stuff. Wide variety of stuff throughout the day. So 12 plus hours of action. We hope to see you around. We'll be kicking off tomorrow morning with Metal Gear Solid 2, the PS2 PAL version being ran by Tyler 2022. And I'll actually be on commentary for that with him. So it should be a really exciting run and a lot of fun stuff tomorrow. So be sure to tune in for sure.
Absolutely.
So, and thank you guys for hosting and for everybody who took part in this relay. I know it's a little one-sided, unfortunately, and we had a drop early on. It was the first race was supposed to be Plywood versus Jag, doing the PC version of this game, but schedule conflicts and work and stuff didn't make that happen. So, but yeah, these relay races we do quarterly. So if you like this type of event, we do these once every 3 months ish. So for the winter 2020 relay, we'll be sure to announce something down the pipeline. So
Yeah, yeah, this was awesome. Loved the event, and the fact that I commentated the Battle of the Limes was epic.
Definitely one for the history books there. You know,
Gotcha.
I just wanted to
Go
say
ahead.
that you know it's an honor to be part of this community. You know, just a group of fantastic people. We really are like a family. You know, and it's been great commentating the run for you too. So thanks everyone for having me.
Yeah, same.
Anytime, both of you. So
Yeah, same. I definitely had fun, especially for my first time. Hope you guys appreciated it. But yeah, same for Underwater. Thank you for having me, and I had fun, 100%.
Oh yeah, a lot of fun. It's always fun commentating, especially when you're really into the game. You know.
Yeah.
And we are about to see a score screen here momentarily.
Yeah.
Unless the feed's frozen.
Yeah, I got a 106.13.
Oh, it's already there. So okay.
Yeah, I've had it for a while now. The feed
rip
just
server.
died. Yeah, it's that server.
All right. So 106.13, 6 minutes, 2 seconds off what I got. So that'll be it for us. I will throw it back to Roy just to kind of wrap it up, and we'll probably raid somebody. But thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you here tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern.